walk and run event, inviting and encouraging law enforcement officers, their families, the community, and Special Olympic athletes and families to participate in this fundraising and awareness building event. His dedication and efforts, largely done on his own time, but with the full support of the Boulder Police Department and in conjunction with others passionate about this cause, have made an indelible impact on so many lives. From the Special Olympic athletes he and officers bonded with, to new relationships created with community members during these events, Dave's efforts brought positivity and goodwill, not just to the Boulder Police Department, but to the city of Boulder as a whole. We, the members of the Boulder City Council, recognize, thank, and appreciate the service and significant contributions made to our community and beyond by Sergeant Dave Saper and recognized internationally by the Special Olympics. Thank you for all that you have done and for passing the torch to the next generation, Dave. So with that, I believe that we have Sergeant Saper here to say a few words and to receive the declaration.
I'm afraid I'm not actually seeing him in the meeting at the moment, Sam, unless he's here under a different name. Perhaps Chief Harold would like to say a few words.
Mayor, first, thank you. He was here. I don't know if technology pushed him out of the meeting room, but this is so special today because he is actually retiring in a week or so. And I can just tell you from my perspective, since I've been here, he has been an outstanding supervisor and a professional. And I really appreciate this. And it means a lot to the other officers that have worked with Dave. And so from the bottom of my heart, Mayor and members of City Council, I most certainly appreciate this declaration. And unfortunately, I don't see Dave coming back in, but I know he's very appreciative, and thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chief. And I'll turn to other council members to see if anyone else would like to say a few words of recognition or thank you to Dave. So we see claps everywhere. Thank you very much for all your hard work, Sergeant Saper. And with that, we will turn to our second recognition of the evening. And for that, I will turn to Councilmember Young. Mary?
Mary, as a reminder, you need to change language channels, please.
Gracias, Sam. ¿Estoy correctamente en español? Es con mucha tristeza que voy a leer esta declaración en honor al servicio de Nino Galo a la comunidad de Boulder. El 1 de diciembre de 2020, nuestra comunidad perdió un gran líder e inspiración, Nino Galo. Es con gran pesar, pero también inspiración para el futuro, que honramos sus contribuciones a la comunidad de Boulder, especialmente su trabajo duradero e innovador en nombre de los inmigrantes y los económicamente desfavorizados. Participó en múltiples iniciativas comunitarias, así como en grupos cívicos, empresariales y de defensa, y fue el agente cultural original del condado. Nino comenzó a trabajar en 1995 para la Autoridad de Vivienda del Condado de Boulder cuando era una división de servicios comunitarios. Fue gerente de vivienda, responsable de Casa de Esperanza y Casa Vista, que proporcionaban vivienda a familiares y trabajadores migrantes varones solteros. En el año 2000 se unió a los programas de acción comunitaria, CAP, por sus siglas en inglés, del condado de Boulder, trabajando en la defensa de inmigrantes, liderazgo de padres latinos y la iniciativa de la campaña Conozca sus Derechos. El proyecto Conozca sus Derechos fue controvertido en ese momento y recibió una resistencia significativa del movimiento anti-inmigrante. Después de sus programas de acción comunitaria, celebró una conferencia sobre defensa de los residentes de bajos ingresos con un orador nacional sobre cuentas de desarrollo individual, IDA por siglas en inglés. Nino se inspiró para comenzar el programa de empresas de inversión personal. Al enterarse de que United Ways en todo el país se estaba asociando con programas de acción comunitaria locales en cuentas de inversión personal, entonces Programas de Acción Comunitaria se asoció con Foothills United Way para crear PI. La misión de PI es proporcionar herramientas que permitan a las personas de bajos ingresos ahorrar y construir activos para fortalecer su estabilidad económica. Nino recibió muchos premios por este trabajo y muchos participantes se han valido de esta iniciativa con éxito para alcanzar objetivos como ser propietario de una casa o iniciar una pequeña empresa. Para el 2016, PI tenía 258 graduados que habían ahorrado más de $240,000, lo que generó más de 1.25 millones de dólares en economías de Boulder y Broomfield. De los 258 graduados en este momento, 101 participantes se convirtieron en propietarios de viviendas. 99 siguieron una educación postsecundaria y 58 personas comenzaron su propia pequeña empresa. Nino fue parte del programa de integración de inmigrantes que CAP comenzó en el 2002. Esta coalición brindó coordinación de servicios para inmigrantes y defensa con el Comité, Amistad, Intercambio y CAP. También comenzó clases semanales para inmigrantes que querían prepararse para solicitar la ciudadanía. Además de ser muy activo en el Partido Demócrata, fue partidario de Coalición de Padres del Estado de Colorado, donde se desempeñó como tesorero de la Junta y fue muy útil con los asuntos financieros de la coalición. El servicio de Nino a la ciudad de Boulder incluyó un tiempo más de 1998 al 2000 como defensor de víctimas del Departamento de Policía de Boulder. Más significativamente, fue miembro de la Comisión de Relaciones Humanas de la ciudad del 2002 al 2007, donde se desempeñó como vicepresidente. Sus logros en la comisión incluyeron abogar por el Consejo Municipal actuara sobre la reforma migratoria y su liderazgo fue clave para la adopción de la celebración del mes de herencia del inmigrante en Boulder. Más allá de su dedicación a los derechos de los inmigrantes, entendió la importancia de tratar a todos los trabajadores con respeto y justicia, ya que abogó firmemente por la aprobación de la resolución inicial del salario digno y la adopción de la ordenanza de incumplimiento en el pago de salarios. Más recientemente, Nino colaboró con el Departamento de Vivienda y Servicios Humanos de la ciudad para apoyar a los nuevos propietarios y a los que viven en dichas comunidades de Ponderosa. Nino fue tanto un buen amigo como un valioso colega, y quienes tuvieron el honor de trabajar con él y quienes disfrutaron de su amistad lo extrañan mucho. Más allá de sus considerables logros, quienes se cruzaron con él nunca podrán olvidar su amabilidad, buen humor y aprecio por un buen pisco sour. Nosotros, miembros del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de Boulder, deseamos honrar la vida y el legado de Nino Galo, un líder cuyo impacto es intergeneracional y ampliamente percibido. Reconocemos que es raro encontrar un proyecto beneficioso para la comunidad que él no hubiera tocado. Nosotros, el Consejo Municipal de Boulder, Colorado, declaramos el 5 de enero del 2021 como Día de Nino Galo. Pienso que aquí está presente, sí, la veo aquí, a Norma, que desea hacer un comentario, por favor.
I actually believe that Nina is going to speak on her for her family on in honor of her father. Norma is here, but the family would like Nina to speak. She is in the meeting, and Nina, you might like to turn on your camera, and you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi everyone, can you hear me okay? Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Nina Christensen. I'm Nino's daughter. I grew up watching my dad work tirelessly for our community and have always admired his dedication and his passion for serving others. On behalf of our family here in Colorado and those joining us in Chile, we want to say thank you for this incredible honor in declaring January 5th, my dad's birthday, as Nino Gallo Day. So thank you so much. Yo soy Nina Christensen y soy la hija de Nino. Crecí viendo a mi padre trabajar incansablemente para nuestra comunidad y siempre he admirado su dedicación y pasión para servir a los demás. En nombre de nuestra familia aquí en Colorado y los que nos están con nosotros de Chile, queremos agradecer este increíble honor de declarar el 5 de enero el cumpleaños de mi papi como el día de Nino Galo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, for your words, and thank you, Mary, for reading that declaration. I would turn
Sí, muchas
now
gracias por estar aquí presentes y lo siento con todo mi corazón de que han perdido a su familiar tan querido.
We're having
Gracias
some
por estar
difficulty
aquí.
with the channels crossing. Mary, I think you might still be in the English channel.
I think now if we bring it back to a single channel, perhaps, and I guess the translation can continue in the Spanish channel.
That's
but
helpful. Thank you.
Mary, I did hear you speaking to the group in Spanish. So is there anyone on council who would like to say a few words at this point? I'm watching for hands. Seeing none, I want to thank you, Mary, again, and thank all the members of Mr. Gallo's family who are here tonight. The service that he's provided is spoken to very well in the declaration, and the memory of the service that he's provided to our community will continue to live both through his family and through the programs that he has worked with. With that, I think we're ready to move on to the final of our opening items, which is the COVID public health briefing and response. And I think I will turn to Chris and see, Chris, do you want to bring us the first few folks and introduce them?
Sure, yeah, to begin the presentation, we'd like to welcome Jeff Zayak and Chris Campbell from Boulder County Public Health.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks, Sam, and to council members, always appreciate coming back. We're certainly hoping that 2021 is going to be a better year. Nino was a very special person and did a lot of incredible work for all of us. So certainly starting off the year in a better place would be positive as we move forward. So what I'm going to do tonight is I've shortened my typical update a bit and provided more space for Chris Campbell, who is our emergency manager, and so that we can talk about what I know is on everybody's minds, and that's vaccine updates. So I will quickly go through the data, give you a picture of what it looks like, what we anticipate over the next few weeks, and then we'll turn to Chris to work through some vaccine information. In addition, we have Dr. Chris Urbina on the phone with us this evening who can help answer questions around vaccines as well if they come up. So next slide, please. This is the state data reported as of this morning. And what you can see here is a spike and then a downward trend. And you can see there's little tails on multiple spaces in that graph as it goes down. What we hope we will see is a tail that's going up now, but then continues down. But we are expecting to see some increases in cases, and I'll talk a little bit more about why we're expecting that. Next graph, please. This is the metro data that I've shown you each month that I've presented. And you can see on this graph that there's little tails there as well. And just as a reminder, Boulder County is the graph that's in red, the line graph that's in red there. We have remained, for the most part, the second lowest if you look overall, and have stayed pretty low in terms of our 7-day moving average for new cases. But unfortunately, what we're still seeing coming off of this Christmas holiday season and New Year's is this little bit of a tail that we hope doesn't cause another spike for us. Next slide, please. This is the dial that I have shared with you each month I've presented. And as you know, the last time I presented to you, we were in red on the dial, which is severe risk. I think everybody is pretty aware at this point that the governor made an announcement last week that as of Monday this week, he would be moving all counties that were in red incidents to orange. So as of Monday, we are now in the orange level on the dial. So we have made adjustments in terms of our messaging and are reaching out with our partners to make sure that all of the folks in our community know that we have switched on our dial itself. What you can see are the 3 measures below that we measure relative to where we are on the dial. And positive news here is that our incidence is below 350 per 100,000 for a 2-week period. We're at 342. Our second indicator is in green, which is our 2-week average positivity rate at 4.3. And our third indicator is just in the red at 7 days of declining or stable hospitalizations in Boulder County. And I'll show you another graph of specific hospitalizations in Boulder County for people who are both in our hospitals that live within and outside of Boulder County as we go through this. Next slide, please. This is the state 3-day incidence trend. And the reason I wanted to show you this is the 3-day incidence trend allows us to see more quickly what our case numbers look like. And in the state of Colorado, you can see that where the line goes from green to red there, that we are heading in the wrong direction. That essentially means that we are seeing more cases increase over a short period of time. And as I had mentioned earlier, we expect to see this increase a bit more. Today, when we met with the state health department, we learned from the mobility data that our mobility data over the last 2.5 weeks, as compared to Thanksgiving, as an example, we were showing more mobility, so less people staying at home. So unfortunately, we are expecting to see some increased cases associated with both the Christmas holiday as well as New Year's. We will not know exactly what that looks like until we get to about the 15th of January. And again, the reason for that is even though people show symptoms, the majority of people show symptoms within 5 to 7 days. Some people do go the full 14-day incubation period, but most will show symptoms earlier than that. There is a delay from the time that somebody shows symptoms to the time they get tested, to the time that those reports get back to us at the local public health agency. So really by the 15th of January, we'll have a better picture of what it looks like for us moving forward. Next slide, please. This is our 5-day average number of new cases. And as you can see, we are at 83. This was absolutely headed in the correct direction. We are back into the space where we have a much better chance at following up with all of our cases as well as all of our contacts. Obviously, we want to keep that as low as possible. It did come up a little bit in the last couple days. So again, we'll continue to watch that. Next slide, please. This is a busy graph, but it's each of our age groups from the 0 to 9 age group to the 75+ age group. And it shows what the 2-week incidence is of new cases in Boulder County. As you can see, it's pretty much flattened out with some increases, 75+. And unfortunately, when we see increases in that age group, we know that that often results in hospitalization. So it's something we want to keep a close eye on. In general, our cases have stabilized, but again, it's flattened and we do expect a bit of a bump up. We just don't know how significant or severe that bump up will be. Next slide, please. This is our 5-day rolling average percentage positivity rate. So the one that I showed you on the dial was a 2-week or a 14-day. So this allows us to be a little more, to see trends a little more quickly. So we can see that our positivity rate is increasing. It's now above 5%, which means that we want to do all that we can to continue to increase testing. We have plenty of testing capacity in our county. If you just go to Boulder County Public Health COVID-19 testing, it'll give you the sites, locations, hours, where it's free, and how to access that testing. Because we have plenty of access, it's really important, especially after holidays like this, to get tested. And you don't have to have symptoms to get tested. The testing is free, it's available. Please take advantage of it. We know the testing is available at least until March 31st. Next slide, please. This is our hospitalizations. So as you can see here, we've been on a decline. And this is what we would hope to continue to see. Typically, what we see as a pattern is we'll see our cases increase 14 to 16 days later. We'll see hospitalizations increase. And then our lagging indicator is unfortunately deaths. And we've certainly seen a lot more deaths in Boulder County in the latter half of this surge than the previous part of this surge. So it's really important that we see our cases go down. It's really important that we see our hospitalizations continue to decline so that we continue to see reductions in death as well. Next slide, please. This is the number of deaths as mentioned, and the difference between the blue graph and the orange graph is just people who are associated with long-term care facilities. We know that this disease has a higher impact on our older population in terms of severe death and disease. What is interesting about the disease in the latter half of this is that we see less people from a percentage standpoint impacted who are in the long-term care or the most elderly age group, and we're seeing a little bit more people impacted in lower age groups. So it is a little bit of a shift from the early part of this, but the bottom line for us is we want to do everything we can to prevent these deaths. And we know that if we follow the strategies that I've talked to you about each week that I've presented here, that we can actually eliminate and reduce what we're seeing on this graph here. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chris. This is the message that I like to make sure I continue to share. And at this point, this is an estimate as of late last week. About 1 in 92 people are infectious statewide. And this number will probably go up a little bit to look a little bit better with projections at the end of this week that the Colorado School of Public Health will run. And we hope that it continues to go up, because with this much infection in our community, we still have a high chance of people being exposed to somebody who is infectious. And if you compare this number to 3.5, 4 months ago, we were around 1 in 800 to 900 people who are infectious. So we have a lot more infection in our community at this point, and we want to continue to make sure we're doing everything we can to reduce spread. And again, the challenging part here is that 50% of those people are, roughly 50% of those people are asymptomatic and don't even realize they have the disease. Hence, again, please take advantage of our testing. It'll help you figure out if you're one of those 1 in 92 who could be potentially infectious, but not even know that you're infectious. Last thing I'll end with here is, again, this is preventable. We wouldn't have to have the debates that we have around some of the prevention strategies and controls. If we could maintain the distance at least 6 feet apart, we could make sure that we're masking. Masking definitely works, as I showed you previously on slides I've presented to you. And there is hope with vaccines coming. And we definitely want to spend a fair amount of time here just talking about where are we with vaccines. Lots of confusing information in the press. So we really appreciate the opportunity to provide some clarity here tonight. So with that, I'll stop and turn it over to Chris Campbell.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, Council. And good evening to all the city staff. It's so great to see you all. Good evening to all the community members that are joining us. My name is Chris Campbell. I'm Emergency Manager with Boulder County Public Health. And I'm going to do a brief update just on where we're at to date with our progress on COVID-19 vaccination. So I'll jump right into that. And again, thank you for letting me present this evening. I would like to just remind the group that we are just now going into our 4th week of vaccinating. So we are 3 weeks in, starting our 4th week. So we're excited to share this update and provide some good information. Next slide, please. So to date, we statewide have administered about 115,000 vaccines. That's gone to our phase 1 and phase B group, which I'll talk a little bit about and you might be familiar with. In Boulder County, we've administered approximately 6,000 vaccine doses to date. And we're excited about that number, although we know we have quite a bit of work to do. Next slide, please. So just to get a little granular in where we're at with community members and getting them vaccinated. Let's see, a little bit out of order, but so we have worked very hard. I'll go back just a little bit to that first phase of 1A frontline healthcare workers. So we have just about completed our work with that. I definitely want to make sure and recognize all the incredible work of the hospitals in the county and in our community to help with those very frontline healthcare workers. These are healthcare workers that work very directly with COVID positive patients, because of COVID positive community members, have really been in the trenches for many, many months and weeks. And we have, we're really working through that group and excited to be working with them. Additionally, as part of that initial phase of vaccine, the state is working along with a federal partnership with CVS and Walgreens. And this is focused on long-term care facilities in our community. I think as you just saw Jeff mention, this is a group of community members that really have been disproportionately impacted by this disease. And we are working very hard to get that group vaccinated through this federal pharmacy partnership. So that is continuing. We have connected, we have about 40 or so facilities in our county. We know that they have been connected with either CVS or Walgreens. Teams are being sent out to facilities to provide vaccine to both staff and residents of long-term care facilities. The state is providing vaccine allocation to this pharmacy partnership, and we know that these have started, and they are. We've had feedback that they've done very well in facilities where they have gone and vaccinated both residents and staff. Next slide. We additionally have moved to another phase within the statewide plan. This is moderate risk healthcare workers. We're working with them as well. We are excited that we have been able to partner with our hospitals. We have about 2,700 first responders in our community that are getting vaccinated currently. and we're excited that the hospitals have helped out with that partnership. So that is in process and moving very well. We have had, it's now our third vaccination clinic that Boulder County Public Health has held. And this is really focused on outpatient healthcare workers that aren't necessarily associated with a hospital. So this includes just community members, it could be dentists, it could be community members working in physical therapy. So we had a great clinic today. We vaccinated about 420 community members today. We're very excited about that process in progress. Additionally, Safeway pharmacies, we have 3 locations that are providing vaccines throughout the community in Boulder County. One in Erie, one in Boulder, and one in Longmont. And they started vaccinating this past weekend. So as you see, we're gaining momentum, we're gaining additional providers and additional options for community members to get vaccinated. So that's all very exciting. Next slide, please. And you might have heard, so there has been some shifts in the statewide phasing and the statewide vaccination plan. So we just want to acknowledge those and just let community members know, let the council know, we're methodically moving through these phases. And we are working with the state health department to continue to understand some of the shifts they're making and adjusting our planning assumptions accordingly. So again, we're working through that phase 1A group and nearly done with that. We're working with phase 1B and moving through that. I think the important point I want to make with this slide is just a little context around the vaccine allocation that's available for our state currently. So our state is being allocated between the 2 vaccines, Moderna and Pfizer. We're getting about 60,000 vaccines allocated to the state of Colorado on a weekly basis. About 30,000, give or take, for the Moderna vaccine, and about 30,000 doses for the Pfizer vaccine. Currently, about 20,000 of those doses are going to the pharmacy partnership so that we work through and get our long-term care facility staff and residents vaccinated. So that leaves about 40,000 doses for the entire state that is being allocated. So I think what's important with that message is the vaccine allocation is just not quite there. It is ramping up. It's going to take us a little while longer to work through this phasing. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. I just want to give some context about really what's available to the state and really what's being allocated to our community in Boulder County. Next slide, please. So you might have heard, so we did certainly one big shift that we recently heard about in the statewide phasing was adding a group of older community members, 70 plus. We know that that group is approximately about 30,000 community members in Boulder County. So our with this knowledge and knowing that this group has been moved to this phase 1B, we're engaging as many partners as possible. So you've heard me mention hospitals, you've heard me mention pharmacies. We're working with additional pharmacy partners and they're going to be on board very soon. We're working with the University of Colorado. We're working with the additional clinics in the community, including Clinica and Salute, our federally qualified health centers, to really start to meet this demand. But I also want to frame that in the messaging for community members, and again, is the vaccine allocation, the available amount of vaccine is going to take a little while to ramp up and be available to this group. I just wanted to make that point here. Additionally, I would like to mention, you'll see this group of essential workers as well that was added into this phase 1B, frontline essential workers. So educators, other frontline community members have been moved to this phase. And what we also want to be clear about is we have been, it's been made very clear to us that we need to get through the phases ahead of that, the 70 plus community members, before we move on to those frontline essential workers. So it's going to take a little time to methodically move through this, and we're working our hardest and to really meet that need and get vaccine out to community members as quickly as possible. One other point I want to make with this slide is we have been very involved in the statewide planning from the very start. We had a plan, the statewide plan was submitted to CDC about 2.5 months ago. Our health equity coordinator, Sheila Davis, was very involved in the creation of that plan. Indira Gujral, our communicable disease emergency management division manager, was very involved. Every part of that plan and our work in that was really framed in a health equity lens. So as we move into this phase of working with frontline essential workers, we know that we will we will work very hard to put that health equity and racial equity lens front and center, and ensuring that we meet the need of community members. We're providing vaccine access, clarity of where folks can access vaccine to all Boulder County community members. So we've hired a vaccination cultural broker that is helping with forming a grassroots, really a community engagement plan, and we're continuing to work on that. So we're ready to go when vaccine is more widely available, and we know that we can work with community members and meet them where they're at, and answer their questions about the vaccine and make sure they have access to the vaccine. Next slide. And again, just kind of talking about scale of the plan. So as we move into the second phase, potentially in the spring of this year, the groups are looking like this with the plan. So this is older community members. This is a really big group. Those with underlying health conditions. So we continue to also work on planning around this. And our goal again is to scale, to bring every provider on that possible, and very clearly communicate to the community how they can access vaccine. Next slide, please. Again, we do know in that phase, in phase 2, we will be working to ensure that community members with comorbidities, with underlying health conditions, have access to the vaccine. These are some of the ways that, or some of the kind of those underlying health conditions that we're looking at, and ensuring that folks have access to vaccine if they do have these conditions. Next slide, please. I talked about this a bit, but I will mention again that the limiting factor is always going to be the supply of vaccine. So we're going to be very transparent with the community about how much vaccine we have access to. And the picture is becoming clearer and clearer, but we will continue to manage that, look at that, and be very transparent with community members about where we're at with vaccine allocation. Next slide, please. As we move into the summer, again, this is part of the plan. Our planning assumption and understanding is the vaccine will be even more widely available. So this will be community members basically between 18 and 64 years old that really don't fall in these other categories. And our goal is really to really open that up at that time. Every provider out there, from primary care providers potentially, all the providers I mentioned previously, hospitals, pharmacies in our community will have access to vaccine and be able to administer that to the general public. Next slide, please. We would like the community to know that they certainly will be able to sign up. They can go to our website at Boulder County Public Health. We'll be able to share this with the community. The community members can sign up to be notified, and our goal is, as folks give us some information about their situation, we'll be able to let them know approximately when they might have access to the vaccine. We know that folks really would like to have a place to go and put their information in and receive information. So we've set that up to be able to provide information to community members. So we'd really encourage the community to sign up at our website. And again, we will notify folks as information becomes available and when vaccine becomes available to them as a community member. And next slide, please. The state health department has a great website with a lot of information. I didn't want to go too much into the information about the vaccine itself today. We can certainly answer questions about that. But we would definitely recommend going to the state health department's website. CDPHE, additionally, for those that would like to have some information if they don't want to access it online, there's a call center with CDPHE that is available currently that can answer questions for community members. Next slide, please. So we are really encouraging community members to get the vaccine when they can, when it's available to them. This is really going to help ultimately get back to a little more sense of normalcy as we get more and more vaccine in the community. Certainly, hopefully be able to help impact our economy and businesses in the community to be able to stay open. Schools, certainly, some relief for healthcare workers that really have been working tirelessly throughout this response and ultimately save lives. And final slide, please. And I would like to reiterate Jeff's point. It's just crucial still to continue to do all those things that are really helping keep community members safe and healthy. So that distancing, masking, all those things we know that really are effective at preventing the spread of this disease. And thank you so much for your time.
Mayor, is it okay if I add just a couple things?
Please do, Jeff.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I just want to emphasize a couple points with folks who are listening because we've received a lot of phone calls about this in the last 48 to 72 hours. And a couple things that are really important to know. The first one is when the change to that vaccine priority happened, our plans went from vaccinating roughly a little over 20,000 people to tens of thousands of more people overnight. So we're having to do a little bit of adjustment to work with our hospitals and our providers to figure out how we're actually going to accomplish all that. The second thing that's been really confusing and has been a challenge for every public health agency and school districts across the state has been the press that you saw about Cherry Creek having access, their teachers having access to vaccines within the next week or two. That is actually outside of the guidance and the clear guidelines from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And the reason and purpose for those guidelines is to make sure that people who can die from the disease and who are at most risk from this disease are getting the vaccine first. And then those categories would get addressed. So CDPHE has been addressing that directly, but I want folks to know that we will get to our teachers and those critical service workers just as soon as we can, but we cannot do that without approval of CDPHE, and we cannot do that until we've addressed all of those higher priority categories. So I just wanted to make sure I shared that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. And thank you, Chris, so much to both of you. This is great information as always, and our community is very interested in the vaccination rollout for everyone. I was going to ask if I could have a slide put up, which is another version of the link to get to the vaccine sign up that was referenced by Chris. And Chris, if you wanted to, so in chat, I'm going to put my version of that link. So I've just posted that to all panelists and attendees. There is a link on the slide that if one of our staff could pull that link, which is different than mine, but goes to the same place, and put that in the chat, that would be helpful. Also, the Daily Camera, the lead story today on the front page of the paper had a link to the site. So to all community members who are interested, one of the things that you can do at the moment is you can go to the Boulder County website that's up on the screen right now, and you can sign up to be notified. So Chris told us this, I just want to reiterate it, and we will try and get this information up on our website, and I will also try and make an announcement about it, or have someone make an announcement about it before each of our meetings, so that we can, it's hard to know what you can do personally, given that the rules change so quickly and that vaccine access is limited. But one of the things that you can do is get signed up for notifications, so that as things change, the county can reach out to you and tell you what is available. And with that, I want to turn to council members to see if we have questions. I see a few hands. The order of events now will be to ask and answer questions of the folks who are here. And then once we're done with questions and feedback, we'll let the county folks move on, and we have a few more issues to talk about around COVID. So hands I see right now are Bob and Rachel and Aaron. So let's start with Bob.
Thanks, Chris and Jeff. That was really helpful as always. I guess this is probably more of an observation of the obvious, but I can make it a question, or you can respond if you want to. It occurs to me that sometime, I don't know if this will be February or March, we're going to have, I don't know, 10 or 20 or 30% of our community vaccinated. And I think it's going to be pretty natural for people who have been vaccinated to let down the guard, right? Not wear a mask, not social distance, figure they're pretty bulletproof, they've been vaccinated, which seems to me would have a knock-on effect then to other people in the community who haven't been vaccinated, but they look around, they don't see a lot of people not wearing masks. They want to go to the movies, they want to, go to restaurants and so on and so forth. Have you guys thought forward about how we get through that transition period where, a quarter or half of people have been vaccinated, but a bunch of other people haven't been vaccinated, and how we're going to deal with the challenge of having people continue to comply with the guidelines that we have had in place for the last 9 or 10 months through this period of vaccination, to the point where we get, true herd immunity, which may not happen until the summer or even fall.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask Dr. Urbina to answer that. We just came off of another town hall where we answered that same question, because that's been on people's minds. Chris, do you want to take that?
They're happy to. Councilmember Yates, great question. Now, they think this is on the minds of everybody who's lined up to get the vaccine. It's going to take us a while. It's made months and hopefully not a year to get everybody who wants to get vaccinated. During that period of time, we'll still have to be using our standard precautions, as you've talked about, wearing a mask, physical distancing, washing our hands, disinfecting, not social gathering in large groups, because that virus is still going to be circulating. It is not going away magically because some people are going to be vaccinated. So our message to you and to all of our community is to continue to wear those protections. As we increase layer upon layer of protection, and we get less people who are potentially susceptible to the virus, then I think at that point, and we don't know when exactly that point is going to be, that we'll have that ability. So I think you're right on in your question, and it's part of all of our responsibilities to continue that message. And remember, vaccines are not 100% effective. If you have 100 people, 95 people who got the vaccine will be protected, 5% won't be. And so there will still be people who will potentially get infections, and that will continue the virus until we get to a certain level where the virus just doesn't have any hosts. So I think that's a very important message, and I'm glad you asked the question.
Thank you, Dr. Urbina. I suspect we'll be having this conversation at the first of each month for the next several months. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Dr. Urbina. Next, Rachel, Aaron, Mark, and Mary. Rachel?
Thanks. I have a couple of questions. First, there was a slide that showed that rates were going up in a way that looked pretty alarming for 75 plus age group. And I know that they're in the 1B category. So just wondering, is there any thought of like speeding that up? I know that I think somebody said we weren't yet distributing those and we're still on 1A, but are we prioritizing people whose rates are going up where that's such a catastrophic outcome?
Chris Campbell, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I do think that's a great question. I think we are moving that direction. We're getting that direction actually from the state as well. to work with the hospitals to really start to delve into and work with the 70+ age group. I think we also have to keep in mind that the vaccine supply is going to be challenging. So we're working as diligently as possible to get vaccine to that group. It is direction we're starting to get from the state as well to work with hospitals, to work with the clinics, Clinic and Salute in the county, and really start to vaccinate that group as soon as possible.
Okay, that's good to hear. And then Sam and others mentioned, signing up for the alert to know when the vaccine's available. And obviously not everyone's gonna have the ability or capacity to do that. So how will people in that group learn about it if they don't sign up? And what's the rollout just to make sure that people aren't left behind?
Yeah, we are looking at all different ways of getting the messaging out. So through press releases, through social media, through again our work with cultural brokers, so getting it out to community members directly, even by word of mouth. So it's all part of our communications plan. It's a great question. I think some of these bigger, larger groups trying to get the message out to them is something we really want to ensure we're doing the right things there. So any forum we can speak at where we're getting messaging out, we're gonna try every forum possible.
And will people's doctor's offices call them if people have doctors to say like, it's go time, your group's up?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think our primary care providers, for example, in the community, I think is a good option to leverage and get messaging out to even with the 70+ group. They're certainly their community members are already reaching out to them, and we're connecting with them, and we'll connect with them with our strategy. This group will be able to go to these hospitals, this group will be able to go to these clinics. So that's a great suggestion, and it's one we'll definitely look at.
Cool, thanks. One is, I'm not sure who this goes to, but I've been a little bit frustrated with the color categories throughout, that they don't distinguish between indoor and outdoor activity very well. So like 10 people can get together from 2 households, I think under orange. And it seems to me it's pretty different. And under phase red, like I couldn't see anybody from any different household, even if I was outside and 20 feet apart, which felt sort of inordinately restrictive. So I just wonder, is there any room to advocate for recognizing that outdoor really is different for socializing, and to help us get through these next 6 months to make some allowances for people to continue to get together, especially if we move back to a phase red where, I could go see Mary and take a walk still, and that wouldn't violate a health order if we have masks on and are standing far apart. Is there room for advocacy there?
Rachel, I can follow up with you and just make sure we have exactly what you're thinking. I'll have Trina do that. There is a difference between indoor and outdoor events, but you're correct with gathering size. That is a limitation. So we can follow up. We do want people, if they are going to gather outside. There's no doubt. I think the last number I heard from the state was 20 times less chance of contracting or spreading the disease when you're outside versus inside. So we definitely do want people to be outside if they're going to gather, and I'll just make sure that we do a specific follow-up with you. And Trina meets on a weekly basis with the AG's office and CDPHE, so we can carry that forward through that mechanism.
Okay, I just think that might make it a little bit less onerous if we did recognize that there are distinctions there. And then just last question is, there is a lot of chatter about the new, more contagious strain, and I've been a little bit confused on, is there anything that we should be doing differently personally, like other than doubling down on staying 6 feet apart, wearing the masks? Is there anything special about the new, more super contagious strain that calls for any different action on a personal level to avoid it?
Sure, I'll take that one, Jeff, if you don't mind. So council member friend, a great question. This is a very common question. It's all over the media. So let's just talk about viruses in general. Viruses mutate. And so we probably have gone through several different mutations or variants. This one has gotten a lot of public because in the UK, where they do surveillance a lot more commonly than we do in the United States, they found that it was more transmissible or more contagious. And so as they started to evaluate that, they said, oh, there's something wrong with this. And so they found out this variant. And now we know it's here in the United States. It's probably been here for a while, but we just didn't, because we don't have the same amount of surveillance. Now, you hit it on the head. The prevention strategies that we're recommending, the masking, the physical distancing, washing your hands, disinfection, social gatherings, is exactly the same things we should be doing for this variant and any future variant that comes about. I think what people are also asking that you could ask is, are the treatments that we're using now effective? And the answer is yes. So the same remdesivir, the monoclonal antibodies, all of those things are also very helpful. And the also other question is, we often hear, are the testing going to be able to detect this? And the answer is also yes. So that the testing is still going to detect the virus, whether or not it's a variant or not. Now, not everyone is going to have the genomic typing that it's doing. That's probably less important because we know it's here. And finally, is the vaccine going to be protective against this variant? And so far we think it is, but the pharmaceutical companies, Moderna, Pfizer, and the newer ones are being tested also against this new variant to make sure that it's also protective. But it's likely that it's protective because many of the vaccines that we've talked about have different attack different components of the virus, not just one, because it's stimulating our body's immune system to produce neutralizing antibodies, T lymphocytes, and a whole lots of immunocompetent things that protect you against lots of viruses. So it should protect us against the variant, but we're looking at it very closely.
Thank you so much. I think that's all my questions.
Thanks, Rachel. Aaron, Mark, and Mary. Aaron?
All right, well, I'll add my thanks for the presentations and for being here, and also for standing up that notification website. I just clicked on the link in the meeting, took me about 30 seconds, super easy. So thanks so much for that. That'll be very helpful. My question is just, as we get to some of these bigger categories, certainly the last category of like every other adult 16 and up, but also some of the other ones are larger, like 60 to 69. What's the prioritization method within? Is it just kind of first come, first serve, or how are we going to kind of, see who gets it when within those larger categories?
Chris Campbell, do you want to take that?
I will. Another great question, and I think one that we're still looking at. So we a couple things with that. We are working as a region and certainly as a state to be consistent with that prioritization, knowing again with limited vaccine and with all those lenses we talked about. So a health equity lens, and that's been our goal with all this work and with all our planning. So that's the ones we're going to look at and likely work through to make vaccine accessible to those community members. So we haven't landed on that exactly with those groups, but we're building those systems as we move methodically phase to phase. So that's a conversation we've had, and we hope to basically have a very clear and consistent and fair way we put that out.
Okay, great, thanks. So it sounds like still under development because your early categories are smaller, right? So you have some time to figure that out. So I'll just make a comment if you don't mind. We're considering a resolution later on this evening about encouraging the state and other organizations to highly prioritize equity issues during the vaccine rollout. So I'll just put that out there that I imagine we're going to be talking and probably passing something later on, and just, I know you all are thinking about that, but just to make sure that those racial and other equity issues are considered for those larger groups and who gets what when. Thank you.
Aaron, it's Jeff. I'll just add that we have reviewed that and support that as well.
That's great to hear. Thank you. And I know you contributed some edits, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Aaron. Mark, and then Mary. Mark?
Thank you, gentlemen. I greatly appreciate the briefing, and I thought it was useful and comprehensive. I have two questions. The first is, what was the reasoning behind putting the medically compromised in phase 2 as opposed to 1B? It would seem to me that if you're immunocompromised or had cancer, that would be a fairly strong argument for inclusion in 1B as opposed to 2? Was there a particular thought pattern there?
I'll see if one of the Chris's has an answer to that.
This is Chris Urbina here. Councilmember Walk, great question. At this point, the earlier phases were issues around close contact with patients or close contact with COVID risk factors, i.e. healthcare workers, long-term care facilities, medical workers. So those were the earlier issues. The same thing is true about those first responders. So that was some of the strategy around that. Now, because immunocompromised folks, as well as people with chronic medical conditions, are susceptible to complications, they're not necessarily too susceptible more to the virus. So I think that's some of the thinking behind it. Although I would agree with you, it seems like the most vulnerable should be prioritized first, and that's some of the strategies around people over the age of 70 and those healthcare workers, and particularly people in long-term care facilities. But the challenge is, at this point, everybody is important. Everybody is going to have access to the vaccine eventually. And as long as we can protect those folks that are not only susceptible, but also vulnerable to complications, we'll be in a lot better strategy. So we'll take your suggestion to heart and make sure that we can, we've already, I know, had some discussions around people that are immunocompromised when those first priorities, and we've given them the vaccine. So I hear your comment.
Thank you. And my second question is, the entire timeline is based upon what we anticipate to be the availability of the vaccine. Are there any real prospects for an accelerated timeline and accelerated provision of vaccines? Is that at all possible, or are we fairly locked into this schedule based on what we are getting today?
So go ahead, Chris.
I'll just see. I think this has been such a fluid scenario, so I would hesitate to say that isn't possible. And I do know, and Dr. Bina can probably comment on this. There's strategies being looked at with potentially using just one dose of the vaccine, or to make it more widely available. That certainly hasn't happened yet, but we're just going by, we can only go by the planning assumptions that keep being put before us. So that's how we plan from the start, with the knowledge that we'll need to be nimble and shift as needed. I think the message to the group here is our goal now, and understanding the breadth or the need, the scale of what's going to need to get the vaccine out in the community, is getting as many providers involved as possible, understanding how to handle the vaccine, getting them lined up and ready to go, so that when the vaccine does become available, we're ready and we can meet the needs of that second phase group like we talked about. And so we have as many providers as possible, doing as much vaccine as possible, 7 days a week to meet these numbers. We have 320 plus thousand people in our community, others that come in. So that's our goal right now. Trying to build that, so if we all of a sudden know there's a doubling of the vaccine, we're ready to get it out.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember, I'd like to add something if I can to Campbell's comments.
Please.
There's also the development, there's hope in sight that there's development of 2 other vaccines, Johnson & Johnson, as well as AstraZeneca's vaccine. So there's hope on the way as we're trying to produce more vaccine at a national level. And the other 2 vaccines that are in the pipeline, actually there are 3 the vaccines that are in a pipeline, that will have more vaccine by springtime as those go through the FDA and emergency use authorization as well. And also, I think, frankly, if I can be blunt, with new federal leadership, I think that we'll have a lot more organization and a better plan to not only produce vaccine, but also to distribute the vaccine as well.
Okay, well, let's hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I've got Mary and then Rachel again. Mary?
So thank you, Dr. Urbina and Chris and Jeff for being here, and to all of your staffs for all of this really hard work and long hours that you've been putting in for months on end. So thank you for that. I went to, first of all, thank Aaron for his question on intersectionalities. That was going to be one of my questions, which arose from going to that link and wanting to trying to click on more than one category, and you couldn't do that. You can only click on one. So so that was interesting. So I just wanted to point that out, that that might be a place where you could collect more information on folks. My question, my first question has to do with after you've been vaccinating, what do we know about whether or not, you can't contract the disease, but can you be contagious to others after you've been vaccinated? What do we know about that?
Yes, Councilmember Young, it's a great question. We're learning about it. Moderna, one of the mRNA vaccines, actually did studies that show that their vaccine did prevent the infection from happening. Pfizer did not. They didn't do the same kind of studies. So we're learning as we go along. Remember, these vaccines were approved under emergency use authorization, which means that because this problem is so significant and because the vaccine is effective and safe enough to give, we still have to look at those over a 2-year period of time to answer your question, as well as answer the question about how long the vaccine immunity is going to last. And so those are all questions that we're looking at. And as well as how it affects pregnant women or breastfeeding women, or are immunocompromised people, as one of our council members asked, are they going to be protected again with this vaccine? Are children going to be added to the clinical trials? All of those questions are still being asked. And so I think we're going to learn more about that as we go along. So it's a great question. Keep asking it. And hopefully at future meetings, we'll have more and more answers as those clinical trials continue, because it's still a little bit unknown.
Thank you very much. My next question is about vaccine uptake. So there's probably a differential between the number of doses that are actually injected and the people that actually, and the estimate that we've made of people that qualify and the number of those people that are actually taking the vaccine. What do we know about what that differential is, A, and B, what do we do with the, I guess, for lack of a better word, surplus of doses?
Well, do you mind if I try to tackle that one, Campbell?
Go ahead.
So I don't think we'll have a surplus of vaccine at this point. I'm hopeful that everyone will say, I'm ready to get my vaccine. But so far, we have not seen that. And I think, and particularly in some long-term care facilities and in some healthcare workers, they're saying, I'm not sure. I want more data. Let me wait a little bit. So there are people that are very hesitant. So we're going to have to do a better job at communicating and hopefully enlist all of your support as leaders to talk about the safety of the vaccine, its effectiveness, and how it reduces overall the transmission of virus in our community. Because there are people that are cautious. I understand it, but I think we have to do a good job of talking about the safety. And if it is not just for protection of you as an individual, hopefully you might consider taking the vaccine for your family, or taking the vaccine for your neighbor or your community to reduce the amount of infection, or even for school-age children. So as we get more people and triggering what their reason for getting the vaccine and answer their questions about why they're not taking it, we can hopefully get more people to take the vaccine, because we really do have to ratchet up that emphasis, because I'm hopeful that we don't have any excess of the vaccine and we get it to everybody who wants it.
Thank you very much. I wanted to just share a few thoughts that you've likely already considered, but I just want to make sure that I shared them with you. in the listings of who qualifies and prioritizing folks in terms of those who need it and the intersectionalities between various things is to consider folks that don't have access to healthcare, who are more likely to not even go to the doctor if they do get sick. Access to transportation would be another one. And then to consider in terms of notifications and trying to get the word out, which was a question that Rachel had asked. I'm wondering if it wouldn't be possible to include notifications within utility bills. So those are just some thoughts that I wanted to share, and you get what you pay for. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And then Rachel.
Just real quick, wanted to ask, is there any shortage of like medical manpower to get the shots into people's arms? I just happen to, I've had several retired medical professionals ask if there is a need for people to sort of come in off the sidelines to help distribute or inoculate people.
It is another great question. Actually, what we have learned in doing these initial clinics is the actual shot itself is the easy part. Vaccine handling is a challenge, and really a lot of the sign up process, the logistics there, and then planning out for a second clinic is challenging. So as soon as we vaccinated 420 folks today, we're committed to vaccinating 420 folks 4 weeks from now, 28 days from now. So that just impacts the operations and your staffing and your commitments. The hospitals are seeing that as well. As we are scaling this up, we likely will be asking additional community members. I should mention we've had volunteers with our Medical Reserve Corps of Boulder County who have stepped up and helped with our vaccine clinics. They've been incredible and very helpful. Additionally, throughout this response, they've worked at the COVID Recovery Center, ongoing for months now. Tremendous community resource, and they should all be recognized. There's a chance that we will have we're looking at something larger scale that really has a big throughput to help community members. And that's where we might be reaching out for additional help, additional clinical help, likely through our Medical Reserve.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Thank you, Rachel. Junie?
Thank you, Sam. I just wanted to add, I did have the opportunity to also, well, thank you for the presentation. I did have the opportunity to also check the link on the website. And I was just thinking, based on Mary's comments about notification, and thinking, I'm sure Mary knows more about, understand more about the ethnic makeup of Boulder County, but I'm thinking for Boulder City, the Hispanic population is one of the biggest ethnic minority groups. And then when I look at the website, I clicked on the link. I looked around to see maybe if somehow the link was translated in Spanish, but that option was not available. So I don't know if maybe that's something your organization may consider. But also, I wonder, when it comes to notification as well, is there a phone number? I didn't hear anything about maybe a phone number people can call from.
Thank you for both those points, and we'll definitely look into the translation of that sign up there. And we are working with the state on a potential call center for folks to call in to get signed up, and to potentially then also set appointments when the time comes to access vaccine. We know that there could be some barriers, some technological barriers there for folks having to go on a website and sign up. And so we're hoping to be able to work with the state on that, where they would just be able to basically sign someone up on the phone. So appreciate both those points.
Thank you. Can I add one more comment, Sam?
Yes.
And I think it's just from a previous conversation that we had on council, and it was from Council Member Brockett, I believe, and he mentioned how important it is when we have, whether it's forms or even on websites, having the disclaimer that, for instance, some of our population here in this community, because of misinformation or out of fear, sometimes they don't come forward. So some type of disclaimer letting people know that, for instance, their informations will not be shared with enforcement agencies might be helpful. So that's from Council Member Brockett from our previous discussions. And I just thought that might be something to bring forward.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeannie. So I'm going to make a quick comment here, and that is a comment of thank you to our Boulder County Public Health people, because the rules of the road have been changing for these folks so quickly. And as soon as the holidays happen and they think they have their feet under them for the vaccine rollout, something might change from the governor's office or from CDPHE. And it is for these folks who are representing our county to have to respond quickly with a lot of extra work. So please take our suggestions and feedback in the spirit that we understand how much pressure you're under, and we're attempting to be helpful and represent, kind of community feedback. But I know, and I think all of us understand how difficult the position that you get put in is. And we also know that there's a lot of public interest in this, and that almost any move you make comes under intense scrutiny. So we appreciate the intestinal fortitude that you're showing in sticking with this and helping our community get through this crisis. So thank you very much. And with that, if there's no other questions, I'll let the county people go with our thanks. If you want to stay and watch, I think we're going to address our 5-star program. So if you county folks have any interest in that, you may watch our conversation. But again, thank you for all the hard work you're doing, and together we will get through all of this.
Thanks.
So with that, you bet. Thank you. Chris, if it's okay, I was going to kick us off just with a summary of kind of what I did on council's behalf for 5-star, but would you rather start or have Yvette start, or would you like me to just go ahead and lead this off?
Sam, your preference. I'm happy for you to kick things off, and Yvette is here and happy to kind of dive into more details explaining what the 5-star program is and what's happened today.
Very good. Well, I'm going to just start because I took an action which could have been interpreted as on behalf of council, and it happened over the break. And it was because we needed to turn something around really quickly. So I just wanted to tell council and the public about it. As the year was winding down, there was a lot of conversation and push among mayors at the regional level and the state level to emulate the 5-star certification program that had a pilot of which had been done in Mesa County. And this was a quickly evolving situation. And as you all saw in some emails that you received, there was a lot of desire on the part of businesses in Boulder County to explore this 5-star program. And so back in the days when our dial was red and we were looking at maybe in a number of weeks potentially going to orange, I received a request from Yvette to send a letter of support to the county. And here's the crux of what the letter said that I'd sent to Yvette and was forwarded to the county commissioners. It said, "The city of Boulder is supportive of efforts aiding the viability of businesses impacted by COVID public health orders limiting indoor capacity. Like the county, Boulder will continue to prioritize public safety, and as such, we support Boulder County's consideration of an application for participation in the state of Colorado 5-star program. We have and will continue to encourage adherence to safety standards by businesses in our community." So that was sent on over the holidays in order to keep the process moving forward of, again, consideration of an application of for Boulder County to participate in the 5-star program, without giving much detail about the 5-star program, I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that I had sent this on behalf of the city, stating essentially what staff was doing was okay to consider an application. Since then, we have moved to orange based on the governor's orders of last week. So what that means is that now there can be indoor service at restaurants and other businesses. And so with that, I think maybe we want to think about the 5-star program in the context of what has changed even since we sent in this note to the county. So I just wanted to bring you up to speed on, I did that. It kind of represents council, but I think now's an opportunity for us all to think about it and talk about it and hear the full picture. And with that, Yvette, I will turn it over to you to bring us up to speed.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mayor and members of council, for an opportunity to just provide a little more information. That's exactly right. The request came to look at this as more of a countywide opportunity to explore whether we would want to put in an application as a county for 5-star certification. It doesn't provide an automatic for any business. There would still be a process. Let me just give a little thought on what 5-star is. It's a state program that encourages businesses to implement safety measures beyond the public health orders that, in order to slow the spread of COVID-19. And it certifies businesses through a set of criteria that can be established on a county basis so that they can operate at one level lower than what would be the applicable level. So if we were red and had already gone through this process and had been approved and they had been certified against whatever criteria is established for a county, they would be then eligible to operate at orange. When the chamber and some of our peer cities and the county initiated this conversation, we were in red. And so I think, as has been directed by council and all of you and the community, we will continue to prioritize public safety and work with our partners. At this point, I think it's about a process that can benefit from and learn from, not necessarily what Mesa's experience is, but what is going on right now in Summit, Douglas, and some of the other counties that are in Larimer who have already been approved and who are looking at a similar kind of review process. At this point, there is being an established countywide administrative committee with representatives from all the cities and various other disciplines to look at how it would be applied for as a county, and to answer questions that we as municipalities will have in that regard to make sure that public safety continues to be our primary concern. We're working closely with the county, with our peer cities, and certainly with the chambers, including the Latino Chamber and Boulder Chamber, to make sure that this is a thoughtful review and a thoughtful process. I am afraid that at this point, I don't have much more information, as this is all a very dynamic situation. But as I get things, I'm happy to post them on the city's business website or provide council with any additional information if you have questions for me tonight. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Yvette. And so I have been in several of the meetings at the Metro Mayor's Council and other regional forums, and both before and since the governor's order moved all counties to orange. And I will say that there is an enormous amount of confusion about what the 5-star program means, how it's implemented, and what requirements need to be now that every county is officially orange. So for instance, the Colorado Municipal League President Kevin Bomber, I was on a call that he was on. He asked a bunch of very insightful questions and apparently has an opinion piece out now, which among other things encourages us to be careful and go with due speed, but not too fast, to try and make sure that if we put something in place for a certification program, that we know what that means at each level of the dial and how the dial is being used. So an example question he gave was, okay, we're all now moved to orange, but many counties' indicators are actually still in red, and they should be red by the indicator metrics. But if they wanted to apply as an Orange County through the 5-star program to move a restaurant to yellow, but the metrics would automatically kick them out of the 5-star program because of the way the county's performing, how can we move them to yellow in the first place? So just for what it's worth, there are a whole bunch of logistical details that are not worked out. And I will make the comment that I think our staff should hear from our council and move somewhat deliberately to make sure that we consider this in the context of where we are today. So where we started thinking about this was, can we open restaurants to 25% occupancy if they meet certain certifications? And where we are now with the 5-star program would be, can we move them from 25% to 50% occupancy if they meet certain standards? And we don't even know, you and I as council members haven't yet seen even what the proposal looks like. So I wanted to bring this forward, give you the background that I have, and just give you my opinion that we ought to be awful careful with this now that we've been moved to orange, because in the Front Range region, Boulder and Broomfield would probably have been eligible to move to orange sometime in the next week or two, but definitely not to yellow. And so we are along, and you saw Jeff's report about what we think might happen for a bump and what we're starting to see at the moment. So I guess I would invite council members with questions either now or to follow up, and with any feedback that you have about this for staff, because right now, I think you've heard all that we know. We do know that there are members of the community that are eager to move forward with this. And I expect if it were more widely understood, there might be members who had concerns. So council members, any thoughts or questions? Great. Well, I see no hands. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Yvette, for your work on this. Please keep us updated. And I guess my thoughts are, let's make sure to get whatever the draft is to council so that we can see if there is a draft certification, we can at least have a look at it and understand what that might be. I also believe, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I also believe that as a home rule city, should we decide that whatever is proposed at the county level is too permissive for our taste or our judgment, that I believe that we could impose additional restrictions on the program. Maybe Tom, you want to?
I think that's right, Sam. It would depend on the program and the authority, but yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. All right, very good. Well, thank you to staff for bearing with this. Also, the changing rules that are coming at you very quickly. That's much appreciated. With this, I think we're going to wrap up the COVID briefing. And with that, I believe that the interpreted part of this meeting is also going to end. So after this statement is interpreted, I believe that the live interpretation will be ending. So thank you, Manuela and staff, also for providing that for us at the beginning of the meeting. With that, Alicia, what comes next?
We have the open comment that is next, sir.
Very good, thank you. And for open comment, we have 16 folks signed up at the moment. So each speaker will get 2 minutes. Our first 3 speakers for open comment tonight are Shirley Schaller, Roger Piojak, and Kelly DiNatale. Shirley?
Bear with me while I find Shirley and give her the option to unmute. I'm actually not seeing a Shirley Schaller in the meeting. Shirley, if you're in the meeting under a different username, that's difficult for me to discern. You could send us a message in Q&A and we will come back to you as soon as we can determine if you're in the meeting. Sam, I suggest we move on to Roger, who is in the meeting.
Very good. Let's do that.
Roger, you should be able to unmute now.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. My name is Roger Pozak, and I live at 4925 Valkyrie Drive with my wife and 2 young daughters. We are within a 1-mile radius of the Boulder Reservoir. I sent an email to you regarding the city's approval and support for a liquor license at the Dine and Dash's Dockside Bar at the Boulder Reservoir. In this email, I provided new factual information showing the significant danger and negative impact on the safety, health, and well-being of our community if liquor is served at the Dockside Bar. Note that this bar would be in addition to the existing bring your own alcohol policy at the Res. I urge you to read my email. In summary, a bar at the Reservoir is serving liquor until 11 p.m. at night, where patrons will exit onto a dark, hilly road with no lighting, a narrow shoulder, and an existing dangerous intersection at Kelso Road. If you are not familiar with the hill here, visualize the hill at 9th and Mapleton or the one at Norwood and 19th, only with no street lights. This area is also used extensively by runners, hikers, and cyclists who are often out in the evening hours. No lighting, limited line of sight due to blind hills, and unless you live in a fantasy land, there will be intoxicated drivers and tragic accidents and deaths. I ask that the Boulder City Council protect the safety, health, and well-being of our community and take immediate action to reverse the city's approval and support for the liquor license at the Dine and Dash's Dockside Bar before the Liquor Board hearing on February 17th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger.
Mayor,
And
we have determined that Shirley Schaller is here under her husband's account, so I'm going to queue her up if that's okay.
perfect.
Shirley, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, yes, this is Shirley, and I had spoken with Debbie earlier. My neighbor, Evelyn Hobbs, does not have internet, and she would like to speak to you. Would that be possible, Mr. Weaver?
Yes, that's totally fine. Thank you very much for providing her with access. And we'll restart the counter at 2 minutes when she begins speaking.
Thank you very much.
And I am 82 years young. I have lived at 5349 North 51st.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. We're having a very hard time hearing you. Maybe if you could get closer to your microphone, we could hear Shirley just fine. So if you could reposition.
My name is Evelyn Hobbs. I am 82 years young. I have lived at 5349 North 51st Street, which is near the entrance to the reservoir, for 55 years. The reservoir was designed for water storage and family-oriented water activities. I'm in favor of a family-oriented restaurant that would be open during normal reservoir hours. The proposed restaurant is not family-oriented. Food trucks will serve lunch, shared plates, appetizers, and will be served from 6 until closing, from 6 p.m. until closing. Beverages containing alcohol will be served all day. Is this what the Boulder Parks and Rec proposed last February 2020? Is this the cafe you approved? Our dark night sky will be gone. The sound of the great horned owl will be muffled, and the howl of the coyotes will be history. This is why I live here. Please reconsider this plan. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Very much. And I believe we're ready to move on to our next 3, Kelly De Natale, Misha Tour, and Dorothy Cohen. Kelly?
Great. Hi, my name is Kelly De Natale. I reside at 4833 Valhalla Drive. I'm a former City Water Resources Advisory Board member and chairperson. I'm also commenting on the restaurant, bar, event center planned at the reservoir. To be clear, I am not against the Reservoir Cafe restaurant that was originally presented. However, I'm greatly concerned about the now proposed operations allowing amplified music and liquor until midnight. Is City Council aware of the history of how this transpired? The neighborhood presented to Council in 2014 on the very significant neighborhood concerns about the environmental, wildlife, sound, and traffic impacts from the expanding number of special events that until COVID had continued to expand every year at the reservoir. There was a commitment by the city at that time to address concerns. Some concerns were addressed and others continue to be major issues. With the coming of the vaccine, will we be back to the inundation of noise and traffic from these weekly summer events, only now to be inundated most evenings by music and traffic? I attended numerous Boulder Reservoir South Shore master plan meetings that were conducted by Parks and Rec staff and consultants during the development of the plan. During this entire master plan process that had extensive public input, there was never any indication that the master plan included a nighttime venue with amplified music and special events such as weddings, concerts, graduations, parties, and liquor until midnight. Why does the city need a publicly subsidized bar and evening event center to compete with the private event venues and caterers in the city that are barely surviving? A below market cost lease to one vendor is not the right way to generate income for the Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, we have Misha Tour, Dorothy Cohen, and Lynn Siegel. Misha?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So City Council has proven over and over that you don't give a fuck what we have to say. So this speech is for Shay Castle. I hope she writes it down. Recently, Denver Homeless Out Loud went to court to sue the city of Denver over their inhumane and lethal policy of sweeping houseless people around the city. This is a policy declared unconstitutional in Martin versus the city of Boise, a policy that violates, among others, the 8th Amendment prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment and international human rights laws. And this is a policy that the city of Boulder shares. Last month, advocates called in to bring attention to the death of Jesus Duran, the latest person murdered by your genocidal housing laws. Rather than reflecting on your role in his death or addressing our concerns, you responded with tone policing. As you've left our neighbors to die, independent citizens have been forced to step up, stretching our limited resources as far as they can possibly go to provide food, warm clothing, healthcare. It is never enough. Every week I hear another horror story. A man who hasn't eaten in 5 days, another woman raped by a Boulder police officer, a mother whose daughter froze to death. So forgive us if our anger offends you. Human suffering offends me. Each and every one of you is soaked in the blood of Jesus Duran and everyone else who has died on the streets of so-called Boulder, Colorado. Do you even know your victims' names? You do well to remember that you are occupying the stolen land of the Arapaho, Ute, and Cheyenne nations. As Indigenous people are overrepresented in our houseless community and incarcerated population, you are perpetrating an ongoing armed occupation and genocide. History will see that you are far greater squatters on this land than the people you send your trigger-happy pigs to terrorize. How many of my neighbors have to die? We will not take this forever.
Thank you, Misha. Next, we have Dorothy Cohen, Lynn Siegel, and Catherine Walker. Dorothy?
My name is Dorothy Cohen. I live at 2845 Elm Avenue in Boulder. I use the CU South campus periodically to go walking. It's a very beautiful area out there, but it is in the floodplain. I think the idea of putting housing out there is absurd. The East Campus has lots of land that's undeveloped, and this would be much more suitable. It would also be closer to campus. We're concerned that the travel between CU South and the main campus would create traffic problems. The amount of soil that would have to be filled in by trucks, not only the cost, but the environmental impact of that would be absurd. That expanding CU South when they already have the main campus and the East Campus, which are much more amenable. I feel that developing CU South makes no sense. CU has not even come up with their plan yet, as to what they plan to do. So the city should not really be looking into this until we know what CU is going to do. So I feel that the cost to us taxpayers would be incredible. And I don't feel that we should have to pay for, you know, the flood mitigations to put all that dirt out there and destroy an environmental beautiful area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Catherine Walker, and Jason Smith. Lynn?
Yeah, takes so long for them to get up to unmute. Okay, so my sentiments exactly on Dorothy. And can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, I support alternative 6. You know, you're talking a football field size, 20 stories high of dirt that the city of Boulder is being asked to deposit so that CU can develop their campus. $10 million plus another $15 million for other stuff. This is absurd. You know, CU has 3 other campuses. They can go somewhere else. They can build on the East Campus. This should not be a discussion. We should not be having city staff, as Sam Weaver did on February 14th. He redirected staff without going through city council at a study session that they should be studying an upstream detention, some other stuff, and not following the 500-year floodplain, which the planning board and the city council both decided on. He violated that. Sam, you violated that on February 15th. Not okay. You have to have a hearing before the city council before you do that stuff. So we've been paying all this time for these people to do these studies that we shouldn't be doing. Because CU shouldn't even be building a campus at all. A campus the size of their present campus at the South Campus. No way. Now, I have a solution, because at South Boulder Creek, there's a depression, natural depression. We need to guide the waters into South Boulder Creek. The jumping mouse is there. I have a friend, he's got Bucky Goldstein Mouse Ranch. He is a mouse preservationist. He'll help with saving these mouse. You take them up the hill a little bit and reposition them.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Catherine Walker, Jason Smith, and Joy Rode. Catherine?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
So I just want to echo the first 3 commenters, Roger, Kelly, and Evelyn, regarding the Boulder Reservoir Restaurant liquor license. So I live about 200 yards from the reservoir. I live right next to Evelyn. I think she said she was 82 years old. She's my neighbor. We can hear everything, you know, all the events that take place. I can hear the words that people are yelling in their microphones during the events during the summer. I understand and I appreciate the events taking place there. We've been in contact trying to fix those noise problems, but with this restaurant, the noise is one thing, but my real concern is the drinking and the after hours timing. You know, we're talking about drinking and driving and down 51st, which I drive, you know, my whole family, I have 5 of us in our family, and there's bikers, there's joggers, there's people walking their dogs. Our neighborhood is full of kids and families walking around. And it just seems outrageous to me with all the downtown Boulder restaurants to bring something all the way out here where we moved out here for peace and quiet, for nature, to protect the animals. My husband's a birder, and he is one of the leaders for the Boulder Reservoir nature birding areas to keep track and keep them safe. And it just seems really very dangerous and irresponsible to bring something out this way. And to be honest, you know, we've already talked about getting lawyers involved because there'll be injuries. There'll be cars hitting people.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Jason Smith, Joy Rode, and Sharon Anderson. Jason?
All right, can you hear me? Great. Thank you for your time. I live in a Valhalla neighborhood next to the
Jason,
Boulder
you
Reservoir.
appear to be unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you try speaking?
Yep. Can you hear me? Hello?
I am sorry, we cannot hear you, so.
Sam,
I'm
we
gonna
can hear
suggest,
you.
Sarah,
I'm
that we
wondering
move
Sam, I can
on
hear
and
him.
I can hear
look for
okay.
Jason to get his technical difficulties
Sam, I think
ironed
you
out.
have technical
So
difficulty.
next we have Joy Rode, Sharon Anderson, and Paul Coleman. Joy?
Sam, we can hear you.
Sam, look at this screen.
I'm live, if you can hear me, Sam. Hello?
I see waving.
Yeah.
Sam, you're the one.
It's you.
We'll have the problem, Sam.
I'm trying to chat with him in the chat box so that he understands.
Keep going with Jason then.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Can you guys all hear me?
We can. Sorry
Yes,
about the
thank you. All right. So I live in the Valhalla neighborhood next to the Boulder Reservoir, as you've heard. I really feel that I've been part of a bait and switch scam. When Dine and Dash originally promoted the upcoming restaurant at the Res to the neighborhood, I loved the idea. I pictured having a nice sit-down meal with my young daughters and wife while sipping a glass of wine. However, after learning about the intentions of Dine and Dash through their open house and an open records request of a liquor license application, I now realize Dine and Dash's restaurant is not really a restaurant as advertised, but an after-hours liquor serving event center and concert venue masquerading as a restaurant. The City of Boulder RFP from 2017 for consideration of an on-site food and beverage partner states the following about the customer base for this proposed restaurant, and I quote, customer type, families, boaters, swimmers, exercise enthusiasts, and a wide variety of individuals, community, educational, or corporate events. This is the normal reservoir customer, perfect for a restaurant. But the actual business case for Dine and Dash's operation is to host after-hour private events such as weddings, parties, and concerts. Dine and Dash's intended operations, as is proposed, can operate after hours 7 days a week till 11 p.m. with no limitations on crowd size. These intentions are fully documented in a liquor license application. Dine and Dash's applications is quoted as follows. The establishment will be a restaurant, bar, and event facility at the Boulder Reservoir. The food menu will be served in part by a rotating roster of food trucks and caterers. The Liquor Control Board then asks about seating. Dine and Dash responds, no limit for outdoor seating. Is this a description of a family-friendly restaurant? I don't think so. A true restaurant at the Res would be great, but not food trucks during the day, morphing into a late night concert venue and event center. I respectfully request that the City Council strongly reconsider the allowance of Dine and Dash's after hours parties, events, and concert productions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, and apologies for my technical difficulties. I heard all of that. So next we have Joy Rode, Sharon Anderson, and Paul Coleman. Joy?
Hi, everyone. My name is Joy Rode. I live at 4195 Martin Drive in Martin Acres. And I'm here to talk about CU South. It's not only a beautiful ecosystem home to endangered species, but it's also kind of a vital resource that's used a lot by the Boulder community. I'm not sure if we have an accurate count of who uses it, but as an example, the last 3 days I've tried to take my dog out. I'll tell you that Dry Creek was overflowing on the parking lot, Eagle Trail, Marshall Mesa, the backside of the reservoir. I've had to go to up to 5 places to actually get outdoor exercise. And CU Boulder South always has a full parking lot as well. It's used by runners, it's used by people with dogs, a variety of people. In Colorado, in regard to public use laws, a prescriptive easement applies when someone has made use of access to a property continuously without the owner's consent, with no attempt of concealment of the use or access for a period of 18 years. Most commonly, this is applied to thoroughfares crossing over somebody's property. And I would have to say that I think this really applies to areas like that loop and the parking lot and the path around the lake at a very minimum. Now, and in regards to traffic confluence in Martin Acres, many of our neighborhood people actually exit via Moorhead. And in fact, there's a post office, a public post office there, and it can get backed up to the entrance of the post office. I don't believe, given that a lot of the council members are actually North Boulder residents, that they really understand the traffic confluence of that area where Table Mesa, 36, 157, and Broadway all come together. And unfortunately, the traffic study that has been done really doesn't represent all of that traffic coming together at once. And this is supposed to be a 24/7 traffic, up to 2,200 more residents plus students coming and going into two different access points. So I think Majestic Heights as well as Martin Acres will be significantly impacted. The study certainly was not comparable when it looked at the exterior areas. In terms of
Thank you, Joy. Sorry, your time's up.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Yep. Next, we have Sharon Anderson, Paul Coleman, and Patrick Murphy. Sharon?
Is it unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. I just want to let you know that I'm from Valhalla, and we really do not care if there is a cafe at the reservoir. What we don't want, though, is a music venue with bars that are open till 11 or 12 at night, meaning that some people could stay over and actually leave at 12 at night. And there could be up to, if not more than 200 people present. Your contract does not adequately protect us from this happening. A cafe was in the motion on February 4th council meeting. A cafe similar to the library would be great. Its atmosphere and quiet nature would be added to the area. But the words of the motion have changed from the cafe to a nice restaurant. Then after a nice restaurant, we started hearing the word small plates and tapas, an event menu with music. Now we understand it's an event venue with music and bars and open till midnight with no limit to outdoor seating. Does this sound like a quiet rural venue? Valhalla is surrounded by open space and the reservoir. We have nature in our backyards. I have a number of questions. I can't get them all in. I'm sorry. I timed this. It didn't come out right. But the main thing I want to get across is we really want to meet with you. We want to invite you to Valhalla and to come visit either personally or by Zoom. We will arrange whatever you like to do so you get to know us and to know the neighborhood and what the possibilities are for keeping this a very natural, quiet, and beautiful place for the people that visit the reservoir as well as our neighborhood. I appreciate you listening. Thank you. Please, we'll try to contact you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, we have Paul Coleman, Patrick Murphy, and Robert Smoke. Paul?
Good evening, Mayor Weaver and City Council. I'm Paul Coleman, 3555 Silver Plume Court in Boulder. Had a brief email exchange last week sparked some thinking on carbon emissions. On Monday last week, the city sent out an Energy Future email blast with a 2020 recap and one story linked to this COVID building closures led to reduced energy uses in the city. And had a statement, community-wide Boulder's 46,000 plus buildings account for 2/3 of the community's total energy use. That really got my attention. So I emailed staff asking for the source of this, and Carolyn Elam graciously took time last week to let me know that the stat was from the city's 2019 greenhouse gas emissions report. Even if 70% of my emissions come from my house, tackling emissions one building at a time is not scalable. And here's why. After I bought my house in 2015, I had both solar thermal and solar PV panels installed on my roof. I've had the house insulated, sealed with triple pane windows and doors. I bought a Nissan Leaf as my primary vehicle. And now I'm having air source heat pump installed in place of my gas furnace. So I've shrunk my carbon footprint quite a lot. But the cautionary part of this tale is all this stuff cost me, after rebates and tax credits, about $90,000. I'm incredibly lucky I have the resources to afford this, but multiply that by 46,000 buildings and it's a financial problem. Also, my solution is not scalable. I have too much production in the summer and not enough in the winter. Very common problem. I don't currently have a solution for this. We need long-term storage. So we need community-wide solutions to these problems, not building by building problems, building by building solutions. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Patrick Murphy, Rob Smoke, and Che Sampson. Patrick.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. Plan B with equity that I presented to you makes it clear that there's a path to fast carbon reduction without a muni. Climate change devastation exceeds the COVID devastation, and slowly evolving carbon reduction is likely worth it, or too little, too late. We need to move fast and quit fiddling. Installing electrical vehicle charging stations is an insensitive subsidizing of the wealthy, when the alternative use of those resources could achieve much more in an equitable way. A free LED giveaway to all low and middle income Boulder residents would reduce their electric light use and cost by 87%. Just focusing on wind incentives, I could get all my electricity from wind for about $1.50 a month with WindSource. I alone would get the RECs, not Excel. Note that the cap tax is zero if you use WindSource. A friend of mine uses 200 kilowatt hours per month and pays $3 for 100% wind and gets the RECs, not Excel. He doesn't have to pay the cap tax, which is about $1, so the net cost to be 100% renewables was $2 per month or $24 for the whole year. But he only needs to cover 70% of his usage since Excel is already at 30% renewables. His real cost would only be $17 a year to be 100% renewables. Boulder could provide a sliding scale of wind source incentives. For example, low-income users could be totally covered and the city would get the RECs. Middle users could get a 75% incentive and large users could get a 50% incentive. There are many paths to fast carbon reduction. This is only one. More next time. Thanks.
Patrick. Next, we have Robert Smoke, Che Sampson, and Riley Mancuso. Robert?
Sam, I'm not seeing Mr. Smoke in the meeting. Rob, if you're here, please put in the Q&A box what name you're here under and we'll circle back to you. I do believe Che Sampson is in the meeting.
Perfect. Che?
Okay, Shay's on an older version of Zoom, so I'm going to have to promote this individual momentarily or temporarily to panelists. Bear with me. Okay, Shay, you should be able to unmute.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chayton Sampson. I'm an 8th grader here in Boulder. You've already heard from a lot of my neighbors. I also live in the Valhalla neighborhood. I was born in Boulder and have lived here all my life. And for my whole life, I have been going to the Boulder Reservoir. The Boulder Res always has been, and I think should stay, a family destination. Since I was just a toddler, I've been going to the Res. Whether it's building sandcastles when I was younger, paddleboarding and fishing with my family, riding my bike around the reservoir, or through it to get to my North Boulder Little League baseball games, and even now, going on school field trips with my friends. I always feel safe at the Boulder Res. But like I said, I live across the street from the Res, and on 51st Street, I feel scared. The cars speed down that road, they go over the speed limit, and it's really scary. I'm scared to take my bike out on 51st. I would like to bring up the fact that Boulder is a Vision Zero city. Vision Zero is a movement that wants to stop deaths due to car crashes. That's what they're all about. We've agreed to follow the Vision Zero program, and I think we should uphold that. One of Vision Zero's big points is about how alcohol and driving don't mix and how our roads need to be safer. I personally don't understand how providing alcohol will make things better or safer. The Boulder Res is a family environment. how does alcohol enhance, like this restaurant is saying it will, how will alcohol enhance this family environment? Worse than that is how will non-sober drivers affect the already dangerous driving conditions and public safety on 51st Street?
Okay. Next, we have Riley Mancuso, Deborah Briasca, and if Rob Smoke is on, if you could put something in the Q&A or the chat letting us know, that'd be great. Riley?
Hey, what's up, City Council? So originally I was gonna call in today and talk about and remind everybody that Bob Yates tried to intimidate the Emergency Family Assistance Association into not supporting a bill he opposed, and that Tom Carr was chased out of Seattle for attempting to intimidate journalists, and yet, you know, that we're still letting these people serve on council and paying them to be city attorney. But actually what I want to talk about now is one of the items on the consent agenda where tonight's city council is going to approve a $1 million settlement with a victim of police brutality from the Boulder Police Department. As much as it's not that I don't want Mr. Mahan to receive just compensation to help cover his hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills. But what I oppose is that the city is going to ratify this as a line item in expected losses of legal costs for once again covering the asses of police officers with no accountability and no meaningful change. Officer Benjamin Rappold, who used any inappropriate force to tase someone, resulting in serious injuries, has not been fired. There has been no consequence for Deputy Chief Weinheimer or Commander Trujillo, who helped cover up and minimize the damage. The city has admitted no wrongdoing, despite refusing to go to court and settling for $1 million because it knows that it would not win in court and would have to pay even more. And nothing has meaningfully changed. Chief Harold goes on and on about how ICAT is supposed to be this, you know, huge reform, but I'm trying to avoid, you know, idioms, but ICAT is polishing a turd because the policies that existed at the time that Officer Rappold brutalized Mr. Mahan also discouraged use of tasers. And ICAT discourages them just as much, but when the rules aren't followed, then it doesn't matter because cops aren't held accountable.
Thank you, Riley. And last tonight, we have Deborah Biasca. Deborah?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Deborah Biasca. I live at 230 South 38th Street. I'm going to address CU's petition to annex CU South property also this evening, but in particular, the adverse traffic impacts that flow from this petition. South Boulder, west of 36, where I live, currently experiences major congestion on Table Mesa, South Broadway, and also cut-through traffic through Moorhead Avenue. Why? Almost 60,000 people commute into Boulder to work or attend CU every day. Most arrive via 36, and many of these come into town on Table Mesa to work at local schools, NCAR, NIST, CU, and other places. During rush hours, their cars pack Table Mesa, creating mile-long bumper-to-bumper traffic. This congestion currently adds countless person miles as South Boulder neighbors divert their normal routes to shop or fulfill appointments. South Broadway, a major access route to campus, is similarly clogged during the morning and evening rush hours and its own rush hours that sync with class schedules. Now, imagine CU South, developed according to what little information the university has shared about their plans, adding over 2,200 new residences at CU South and an average, I'm assuming, of 2 or more vehicles per household. These new folks will have to use Table Mesa and South Broadway to reach the campus on the 2 major thoroughfares that are already bumper to bumper during large swaths of weekdays, significantly increasing cut-through traffic. Most likely, another access point to Highway 36 south of the existing Table Mesa exit will be required to deal with this mess. please carefully analyze traffic studies before approving any annexation to ensure that these problems will be adequately mitigated and the costs borne by CU and not the citizens of Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. And with that, Sarah, I'll turn to you and see if Rob Smoke has joined us.
Received no indication that Mr. Smoke is in the meeting under a different name. So I think you can probably end the public hearing.
Very good. With that, we'll bring public hearing to a close, and I'll turn to Chris and Tom to see if staff has any responses.
No comments for me tonight.
I did want to explain one thing, Sam. Several speakers spoke about the liquor license application apparently pending for the new facility at the Boulder Reservoir. And they seem to be asking council to take some action with respect to the liquor license. Council has no authority over liquor licenses. That authority has been delegated by the Boulder Revised Code to the Beverage Licensing Authority. Appeal from the Beverage Licensing Authority is to the district court, not to the city council. Hearings before the Beverage Licensing Authority are quasi-judicial in nature. Council interference would be inappropriate and perhaps violate or they could be a violation of the applicant's constitutional rights. So just to be clear, that what they seem to be asking you for is something you cannot do. The Beverage Licensing Authority does meet on the third Wednesday of each month, and they do take public testimony and will consider neighborhood comments generally on an application.
Okay, very good. Thanks for that feedback, Tom.
I can speak to the settlement now or later, whichever you prefer.
You can speak to which now, I'm sorry?
The settlement. Mr. Mancuso made some comments about the settlement. If you prefer, we could do that during the consent agenda, or I could respond now if you prefer, or not if the council doesn't want me to respond to those.
Let's do it during the consent agenda if there are questions. How's that?
Great, thank you.
Yep. Okay, council members, any response or questions? Mirabai.
Tom, just to go back to the reservoir question, there's literally nothing council can do about this. I mean, this seems to be pretty upsetting for many residents, and living relatively close to the area and going down that road for the fire department often for their training center. I know what they're talking about in terms of the level of danger that people experience biking and walking their pets and etc. I mean, there's literally, our hands are tied right now.
With respect to the liquor license, yes, you have no authority over the liquor license, and interfering with the quasi-judicial process would be inappropriate. I see Allie Rhodes is in the meeting. She has been responding diligently to the community and working with the community to try to seek solutions. There may be a contractual-based response. We do have a contract with the vendor. We could see about changing that, but my comments were relating to the liquor license, which seemed to be what the commentators wanted council to take action on.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess it would be nice to hear from Allie, because it sounds like, again, I haven't been involved in these, but if they're talking about a bait and switch and having gotten information that was one way during the discussions and now all of a sudden finding out different information, I mean, that obviously is concerning to the process. So I don't know if Allie, if you can kind of give a quick update on that.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah. Allie Rhodes, Director of Parks and Recreation, and appreciate the opportunity to clarify. There continues to be a lot of misinformation, and unfortunately the liquor license application, I can understand why that feels confusing. In a liquor license application, an applicant has to lift the maximum amount of any operations, because if they were ever to deviate, so if they were to say we are, open 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and then have a special event that goes till 9:30 or 10:30, it would be a violation of the liquor license. And so the liquor license says the maximum they would ever be open, but if council refer to the operational hours that we've set and outlined, we've been listening hard to the neighbors. Our incoming gates will still close at 9 o'clock and the operation will close at 10 o'clock, Monday through Thursday. There might be some fluctuations on the weekend and in the peak season. I want to note that in the off season, the lease actually allows for an abatement of the agreement and the operation should there not be business. So we fully recognize that this is a seasonal operation. The other thing I want to point out just around the concerns around sound, I want to remind council that We've clarified the limitations of the sound that actually go more strict than the sound ordinances in most cases. And then finally, regarding just a bait and switch of the services, I do look forward to talking to neighbors. We've been talking to a few of them or trying to set up another conversation. We think, have been clear from the beginning, from the Boulder Reservoir Master Plan to the concept for the Visitor Service Center that called out based on a lot of, community engagement for that process, as is typical anytime the city builds a building such as this. At that time, there was interest in extending shoulder use opportunities, establishing partnerships such as we have for many of the amenities at the reservoir, expanding concession offerings with the possibility of a liquor license. So while we understand people are concerned, we don't share the perception that it was a bait and switch. We feel like we've been really open from the beginning about the partnership we were hoping to achieve. And we're really grateful that Dine and Dash is interested. We think they are a great local partner. They've demonstrated it in their philanthropy to the community and their commitments to us in this journey.
Great. Thanks, Allie.
Thank you, Allie. I have two more hands here. I have Rachel and Mark. Rachel?
Yeah, my question is also on the Boulder Res. It just sounds like a lot of the concerns are around driving. And do we have no public transit or shuttles to the reservoir? And I guess maybe a question to Allie, are we looking at any ways to reduce people driving and make it easier to get there?
Yeah, we are. So traffic demand management, TDM strategies have been part of our work at the reservoir for a while now. Things that we've implemented in the past include the shuttles for special events. That's had been a big concern of neighbors in the past, the amount of traffic that some of the larger events bring in. I will note, again, there will be no Ironman in 2021, which has been a source of concern as the people hear the announcers as people finish and learn that they're an Ironman. And so we have done that this year in 2021 for the first time. We have a post 6 p.m. twilight fee to encourage carpooling. This will facilitate carpooling. It'll support the partnerships with Rocky Mountain Paddle and with the restaurant. So those are a few things, Rachel. I also am going to, we have talked to the county in the past about bike and ped access out there, and we'll revisit that with them. I hear, while we're working hard, and believe that our partner understands the responsibility of providing alcohol, I want to make sure everyone understands common consumption is currently allowed at the reservoir. And so we believe controlling the alcohol sales is an improvement because of the diligence required. This is their livelihood and they take the responsibility very seriously.
Thanks, Allie.
Very good. And then Mark?
I think this question is more for Tom. As I understand it, Tom, and it's on the res, as I understand it, the liquor license provides for operations until midnight. Does the approval of that liquor license create an entitlement that can overcome any of the operational limitations that Allie has described?
No. Mark, as you know, any lease, the landlord can always limit the time that a business operates. So if you were running, if you had a building and you were leasing to a commercial restaurant, and the restaurant had a liquor license allowed them to operate to 12, you could say in the lease by contract that they had to close at 10. And that's essentially what Allie is saying that we've done with the business.
So the liquor license would not then be a defense to a violation of the lease if they operated until midnight?
Yeah, it would not be a defense to a breach of the lease. And with the gate closed, it would be really hard to operate till midnight. It effectively prevents that by closing the gate.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Very good. And then we have Adam and Mary. Adam?
I think my question also regarding the reservoir is towards both Chief Harold and Allie, and that's whether there is a DUI mitigation plan in place for that stretch of road. And I'm also interested in what the sort of in-restaurant enforcement mechanism is going to be. Like down at the bars downtown, we always had police officers rolling through to check on people, see what levels of intoxication were, and make sure that everyone was following the guidelines. So just wanted to see what the plans are for that restaurant.
I can speak to that. If my good friend Allie wants a DUI plan, then she will have one, and we will provide DUI enforcement and mitigation for this area.
I mean, Adam, I think that the response is best I can answer it now, and I'm certainly welcome to get more information, is that to get a liquor license, applicants have to have a detailed plan for how they, and it sounds like you're familiar with this, for how they will control the alcohol and prevent DUIs from even being an issue, right? So that's the first part. And then should there be an issue and there need to be a prevention strategy, absolutely. I will talk to the chief and certainly our partner to follow up on that.
Appreciate that, Ellie. I always notice in the bar industry that it's a push and pull strategy. So both the people who are earning their livelihood need to push to make sure that they're not over serving, but on occasion, police officers also need to pull to ensure that they're doing their part too.
We have great partners in the police department and the county sheriff. We work with them regularly because they, 51st Street is a county road, and they regularly support around special events and other needs that we have. So happy to follow up on that.
Great, thank you, Adam. Mary?
Thank you, Sam. This is a question for Allie, I think. How would a good neighbor agreement factor into this particular situation, if at all?
It's not required by code, right? So this is an approved use, but we have created the operational overview that we've shared with council. We think we are doing many of the things to demonstrate we intend to be good neighbors. Some of the neighbors acknowledge the efforts we've made since the master plan in 2012 to address concerns around events. That was the major concern at that point. So while a good neighbor plan is not required, we believe we're working in that direction.
Thank you, Allie.
Okay, very good. I see no more hands up. So with that, I think we will close this portion of the agenda. And Alicia, could you move us forward?
Of course, sir. Our next item is item number 3, the consent agenda with items A through D.
Very good, thank you. And Chris, do you have anything you want to speak to us about on the consent agenda?
I'll just flag one item, which is there was a small correction in 3D, which is the intergovernmental agreement with Boulder County. So there was a new version of that IGA sent out over the hotline today that just corrected one of the clauses. So we're happy to answer any questions that you may have on that.
Thank you, Chris. I see Mary's hand. Mary?
Yeah, Chris, I just have a quick question on item 3D, the IGA. Do other municipalities within the county have their own agreements? Or does this particular one cover the whole county? How does that work?
Sure, it's a good question. The Boulder Office of Emergency Management, proposed to be renamed to the Office of Disaster Management, is a joint office of the City of Boulder and the unincorporated Boulder County governments. And so that office's jurisdiction covers Boulder County and the City of Boulder. The City of Longmont has its own Office of Emergency Management, and the remaining communities within the county do not have their own Office of Emergency Management. So our current office, the joint office that the city and the county shares, covers Boulder County as well as the City of Boulder.
And if the jurisdictions that do not have their own Office of Emergency Management are in need of one, where do they go?
The typical practice in, say, large-scale events is that the Boulder Office of Emergency Management will support those communities. So, for example, some of the wildfires that occurred or this last summer that affected either Lyons or Jamestown, the Boulder Office of Emergency Management helped support any of the emergency management needs of those communities.
And is there a some sort of agreement within? I mean, I guess the bottom line is the bottom line. Do they pay for that?
It is my understanding that no, they do not. But if that's something that you'd like us to follow up on, I can have Mike Chard get you a little more information on it.
Yeah, I'm just interested in finding out how Boulder would be compensated for that kind of service if there should, when the need arises.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good. Next, I have Rachel and Mark. Rachel?
I just had a quick question on item 3B, the Boulder Arts Commission new language. I think it's within new language that says council may remove any board member who displays lack of interest or who fails to attend board meetings for 3 consecutive months without formal leave of absence. The council shall fill all vacancies. Is that just standard board language that we're adding everywhere? Is that special to the Arts Commission, or why is that new language?
It's common language in the sections of the code relating to the boards that council have adopted.
So we're just kind of catching arts up to what's in there for other boards already?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mark?
Yeah, I want to go back to disaster management. A comment and a question. The comment is simply that I think on page 4, you've got a typo where reports is listed as reports. You might want to fix that. But my question is on page 5, what is the thinking behind the fact that we're paying 50% of the expenses, but we have there is no reporting authority to our police chief? The entire authority for reporting is to the Boulder County Sheriff. And that may just be a practical thing, but I'd like to understand the thinking.
Yeah, that's a good question, Mark. And the short answer is it's a practical thing. When we first created the Office of Emergency Management, recognizing that it was a joint office, some of the employees of OEM reported to the county and some employees reported to the city. And so Mike Chard was essentially needing to serve as both a city employee and a county employee, and had to follow both practices of both organizations, which from just a management standpoint was difficult when there's different policies between the two organizations. So several years ago, and I don't remember exactly, it was maybe 5 years ago, we made the decision to move all employees of OEM to be county employees for that management effectiveness and efficiency.
Got it. Thank you.
Very good. I see no other hands, so I think we're ready for a motion on the consent agenda.
I move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Does anyone oppose passing the consent agenda? This is a show of hands, I believe. I see no opposition, so that passes unanimously. Yeah, Alicia, back to you.
Next, we have item 4, which is the call-up check-in for the consideration of a concept plan review for a new 2-story fire station located at 2751 and 2875 30th Street. The first floor includes an apparatus bay with 4 drive-through bays and associated support spaces, along with fire administration offices and a public community room. The second floor is proposed to house the living spaces for firefighters, 12 bunk rooms, and a roof patio. The site includes a secure parking for firefighters and public parking for administration staff and public visitors. The site also includes proposed Bluff Street extension and rear public alley. Vehicular access to the site will be from the Bluff Street extension. Fire apparatus will respond to calls from 30th Street. It is reviewed under case LUR 2020-00043.
Thanks.
Yeah,
And,
Alicia.
CAC requested that we do a brief presentation on this item, so I'll welcome Elaine McLaughlin from Planning and Development Services.
Very good. Thank you, Chris, and good evening, everyone. I'm going to just run through a few brief slides just to familiarize everybody with the project. So hopefully you can see my screen. I'm just going to boot it up. But just to begin with, this particular concept plan was reviewed just a couple of weeks ago, really, at Planning Board. And the next steps, of course, in the process will be to do site review. And at that time, they'll be required to do a design advisory board visit. There's an opportunity in site review for council to also consider the call-up of the site review. But just to kind of move through these quickly. The site's slightly under 2 acres. It's located on the west side of 30th between Mapleton and Valmont. It was actually part of a site selection process on this side of town to find a fire station somewhat near Boulder Junction and something that's outside of the flood zone. It's intended to replace the existing Fire Station 3 that is located in the high hazard zone at 30th and Arapahoe. And given that it's considered a critical facility, the need to find this location outside of a flood zone is very important. And then in terms of the proposal, the applicant's illustrating 2 options, both shown as 2 stories, including 4 apparatus bays, bunk rooms, kitchen and dining, training, fitness facilities, and laundry facilities, as well as outdoor space. Option 1 is essentially the preferred option shown on the right, and it's intended as full build out of the site. It's approximately 29,000 square feet. Option 2 is a bit smaller, 6,000 square feet smaller. And you can see from the images that it would remove that administrative offices and meeting rooms that are adjacent to 30th. And then you'll note both show the extension of Bluff Street as well as a one-way circulation pattern for fire apparatus. And this is to ensure that there's no backing of fire apparatus trucks onto 30th Street. And they'll also work in concert with the stoplight at Bluff and 30th that's planned. And Planning Board discussed BVCP policies, found the proposal generally consistent with the various relevant policies. And overall, the board found that the proposal was architecturally attractive and consistent with most of the TVAP design guidelines. They also noted some minor plan refinements necessary to ensure consistency at the time of site review. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And then also note that Adam Goldstone with FAM's available on the call, as is Fire Chief Mike Calderazzo, Deputy Chief Duray. So if you have any questions for them as well.
Very good. Thank you for that, Elaine. And I do see some hands coming up. So we'll start with Aaron and then Mark. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for that, Elaine. I'll just say up front, I'm not interested in calling this up, but I just had a couple quick questions. So there's the phase 1, phase 2. Is there any chance those will be done as part of the same phase, or is that definitely going to be 2 separate phases? What's the current thinking on that? If this all gets...
To one of my applicant team members here.
I can tackle that one. So what we're doing there is we're just exploring the option that if funding is not available to build the admin portion at the beginning, how it could be added later, how it could be done in 2 stages. The goal right now is to do it all as one with the admin portion.
Got it. And so we'll know, do you have a sense of when we would know whether we would be able to do it all in one step or not?
Well, I believe those funding questions are upcoming. And so that will be a larger discussion, but we're just trying to cover our bases and keep the project moving right now until that happens.
Okay, great. And I guess one thing that was a little unclear to me was how signalization would work with the fire engines exiting the site. Could you speak, or could somebody speak to that, please?
I think I'll refer to one of the fire personnel on that one.
Good evening, Council. Mike Calderazzo, Fire Chief. I don't have the details on the system that we'll be using right now. We use an Opticom system that connects to some of the traffic signals. We'd be working with transportation if we did anything of that nature. And I do not know how far we've gotten on that planning stage.
Okay. Yeah, just curious. I'm sure if this gets approved, you'll work out something very functional. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have Mark, and my video is off because apparently the host has prevented me from starting it. There we go. I can start it back up. So Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. Do we have any cost estimates for this facility?
We do. Back in April, after we completed the preliminary design, before we started any of the Planning and Development Services review process, we did prepare a cost estimate, and it's coming in around $675 a square foot. Now, having gone through some of the review processes, right, we do have some more public improvements to factor in that's not included in there. And we still have, further design to finalize, but that's where we're sitting at right now.
You've done the math to tell me what the total of that looks like?
Yeah, so if we were to build the whole project as shown, with the admin component, let me just double check that one more time, that number. We're at $20 million of construction costs. So that doesn't include the already purchased land price. This would just be the hard and soft construction costs.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you, Mark. And this moment, I see no more hands. So yeah, the intention of this pause here was just so we could have a look and speak to it. So I also have no interest in calling this up. I will say, as long as I've been working with the city, this has been an issue that has been on the radar, that we're going to have to move the fire station at 30th Street. And this new station proposal solves a couple issues, gets us a fire station out of the floodplain, makes it a more capable fire station. The apparatus management is a big deal there. And then adding the administrative components, as well as the training and the sleeping facilities, all of that is really important and vital. And it's great to see this moving forward, because it has been a long-standing concern that we wouldn't be able to get this done. So kudos to everyone who's worked on it. Super happy to see it proceeding. And it'll be great if we can get this kind of fully dialed in by the time this council is done. So with that, any other comments? Very good. Seeing no desire to call it up, I don't think we'll do so. And Alicia, before we move on, I guess I will say it is getting pretty close to 9 o'clock. So would council be amenable to a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and hear the next. Okay, very good. 5 minutes. So right now we will reconvene at 8:50, 10 till 9. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Chris, this is Debbie.
Hey, Debbie.
Alicia's internet went out, so I'll be handling the rest until she gets back in. So
Here, okay.
okay, just want to let you know.
Great, thank you for letting me know.
Okay.
Danica, can you hear me? Danica and the Macy's team. I brought everybody in who I'm recognizing as being part of the Macy's team. If anybody is there and can confirm if there's anybody else who needs to be able to speak during this next item, that would be really helpful.
Sarah, can you hear me?
I can. So I brought in the Macy's team that you mentioned, Danica, as well as some of the individuals that I had gotten the name for. I'm just bringing Brian Valentine in, but the names that Elaine provided with me for me. So I think everybody's here who needs to be here in a speaking role. If you determine that I need to bring somebody else into this chat with me, and I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, ladies. I kind of panicked there for a second.
It's a good time to get kicked out.
Right? Is there a good time, Sam? Really?
When we're on break is the best time, right in the middle of the
Oh.
meeting.
So I didn't miss
your,
anything?
I don't think so.
Okay, great.
Okay, I see 5 of us. So there's Rachel, that's 6, Mark 7, everybody's coming 8. So if we can get Bob, I think we're good to go. Sarah, unless I'm missing something, I don't even see Bob in the meeting at this point.
Let me make sure he's not, no, I see him. Oh, he's an attendee. He must have gotten booted out. Let me bring him back in as a panelist.
Yeah, I didn't see him on the panel list this week.
Must be the thing tonight. That's 4 of us.
All right, there's Bob
Thank you,
back.
Sarah. I was in limbo.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, now I think we're ready to go. So turn it over to you, Alicia, to bring up our next item.
Okay, good to be back. Our next item is item number 5, which is the public hearing for the consideration of a site review amendment to the 29th Street Shopping Center to adaptively reuse and redesign the existing Macy's department store located at 1900 28th Street in the Business-Regional 1 BR1 zoning district as an office and retail building.
Thank you, Alicia. Chris?
Great, thank you. For this item, we have several folks from Planning and Development Services. So with this, I'll turn it over to Charles Farrow to introduce the item.
Great, thanks so much, Chris. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and Happy New Year, everyone. Before we begin this evening with staff's presentation, I just wanted to note that Harmon Zuckerman, the city's planning board chair, has joined us this evening in case there's questions related to the planning board's deliberations about the Macy's site review application. That said, I'm pleased to turn it over to Elaine McLaughlin, our case manager, and she'll be presenting staff's analysis this evening.
Great, Charles, thank you and good evening, Mayor and council members. I am also going to suggest that Tom Carr review some of the quasi-judicial procedures. I do have a slide that goes over that, but to begin with, I understand, Tom, you have a couple opening remarks. And you're on mute, Tom.
As you all know, that you're sitting in in a quasi-judicial matter in the basically the role of judges. Your decisions on such matters are to be made on the evidence in the record, not any evidence that you receive outside the record. The reason for this is that the applicant has a constitutional right to challenge anything that any basis for your decision, and they can only do that if it matters in the record. If you have received any information outside of the record, now is the time that you should disclose any such information, any ex parte contacts, any conversations with any individuals about this that are not part of the record, any emails that you have reviewed that have not been made part of the record. Please disclose those now to give the applicant an opportunity as part of this hearing to respond. Are there any ex parte contacts that council members wish to disclose?
So I'm sitting here looking at the participant list. Look for raised hands if anyone has any. I'll start. I had, about a year ago or so, I sat down with a couple of representatives of Macerich, and it was made clear to me that Macerich did not have much specific to do with the project, but we did mention the coming renovation, and I believe that's the only communication of substance I've had since this has come up. I see Mary's hand. Mary?
Yeah, on October 15th of 2020, I and Bob and Danica had a discussion where we reiterated the importance of housing on the site, and that was the extent of the conversation. We went over items in the comp plan, and they talked about the regional employment center, and we discussed the jobs housing imbalance, and that was the extent of our conversation. And Bob can elaborate if I missed something.
I'm seeing no other hands here, Tom. Oh, Aaron, I'm sorry.
My hand is up also, Sam.
Oh, interesting. I'm in the panelist view. Oh, there they are. Okay, apologies. Aaron first, then Bob. My fault.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, I also had spoke with the applicant representative, Danica Powell, I guess about a couple months ago, just asking about the feasibility of housing on the site, and received information that was no different than we've gotten in official communications from the applicant. And then I will also mention that earlier this morning, someone tagged me on Twitter and said, "Hey, Aaron, Macy's seems like a pretty good idea. What do you think?" And I said, "Sorry, I can't talk about that. It's a quasi-judicial affair," and then pointed them to the information on the hearing.
Thank you, Aaron. Bob, and then Junie. Bob.
Thanks. First, Mary accurately relayed the meeting that she and I had with Danica Powell on October 15. I believe I had two subsequent phone conversations with Danica in which Danica pointed out certain elements of the application, which is in front of us. So no additional information that is not already public.
Thank you, Bob. Junie.
Thank you, Sam. I did have a conversation with Danica as well. It wasn't much substance. It was just briefly what I remember: affordable housing, and not much else. And that was a few months ago.
Okay, thank you, Tom. I think we're done with that and maybe ready to move on.
That's fine. Elaine, do you want to pull up the slide now?
You bet. Hopefully everybody can see that. Well, this is coming up here. Takes a few minutes. So we've taken care of the first part of the quasi-judicial hearing procedures, and just to quickly run over these, the staff will present, council can ask questions of staff, there's an applicant presentation, and council can ask questions of the applicant. The public hearing is opened for comments, and then council can also ask questions of members of the public. There is an opportunity for an applicant rebuttal. The public hearing is then closed for council discussion. A motion requires an affirmative vote of at least 5 members, and a record of the hearing is kept by staff. So with that, with regard to this evening's staff presentation, we'll go over the review process, the existing context, brief touch on the proposed project that the applicant will spend more time on. We'll talk about a couple key issues that were noted in the staff memo, and then staff presentation. So regarding the review process, it's a site review amendment for a height modification, and vested rights are requested. The applicable standards for the proposal include relevant site review criteria, BBCP policies, and relevant design guidelines. And as described in the staff memo, this proposal was submitted prior to changes to the land use code that occurred December 17th, 2018, and including changes to the opportunity zone uses, code changes related to provision of community benefit for height. And then planning board reviewed the application on September 24th and approved the site review with a vote of 4-3. Important to note that the 3 dissenting votes indicated that they believed the application wasn't consistent with the BVCP policy regarding provision of housing. Then the required public notification process, important to note, was given in the form of written notification to property owners within 600 feet. A sign was posted on the property for at least 10 days. Public notices were published via daily camera, news from City Hall. There were 3 residents, and the owner of 29 North Apartments across the street who sent comments during the review, and additional comments were also emailed to council. Staff also reached out to some of those who had sent emails and just notifying them of the hearing this evening. So in terms of the context, we'll start with a big picture here. The site's located within the BVRC, Boulder Valley Regional Center, which has been identified for decades in the comp plan as one of 3 regional centers defined as forming a triangle at Boulder's geographic center, and which provide a range of activities that draw from the entire region. The site's located central in the BVRC, and that's defined in the comp plan as primarily commercial area providing retail at a range of scales, restaurants, offices, hotels, and at the geographic center of Boulder. The site's also adjacent to Boulder Junction, which is important to note. It's guided through the TVAP Transit Village Area Plan. It's become a regional transportation hub, as well as a new neighborhood with about 1,400 new residential units built really just in the last decade, and still some are being completed. And then when you combine that with 29 North across the street from the site, there's about 1,600 new residential units near the site. 29th Street is transit rich. It hosts a number of local buses, and of course the RTD facility in Boulder Junction is just a quarter mile to the north. Access to that RTD facility for bikes and pedestrians is along walkways and the multi-use paths, along with on-street lanes within 29th Street, Walnut, 30th Street. The multi-use paths north of Walnut along 30th that connect over to the RTD facility, and essentially throughout the rest of the city. Within the BVRC, the site's part of the 29th Street Mall, as we all know, and that was approved as a site review amendment in the mid-2000s, and today includes a Main Street core with a mix of uses, including Home Depot, Century Movie Theater, number of inline retailers, restaurants, some small offices, along with fitness and athletic clubs, and then of course that 29 North apartments up in the north end. 29th Street, we've seen this image before, but it's fun to take a look back. It's a former Crossroads Mall. It existed on the site from the 1960s, essentially a classic 1960s enclosed mall with several large retailers that include the subject site that you can see there that is labeled as May DNF, the May Company. And some of us actually went to the Crossroads Mall back in the day. So that it's important looking at the site itself. It's a separate, simple, fee simple lot that's described as lot 5 of 29th Street subdivision. So it's owned separately from the rest of the mall. And the existing Macy's building is 150,000 square feet. There's one level above grade and then a basement level with a large loading dock on the northeast corner. And the Macy's building site is separately owned from the rest of 29th Street, as I noted. Surrounding the building, again, the 29 North apartments to the north, along with Target, parking structure to the east, along with Colorado Athletic Club, those inline shops with offices above, and then smaller pad site commercial buildings to the west. The comprehensive plan designates the property mixed-use business, and both office and retail fall under the use definition. The property is zoned BR1, Business Regional 1. That's defined in the code as business centers of the Boulder Valley with a wide range of retail and commercial operations, including the largest scale businesses, regional businesses. Zoning at the time of the application submittal permitted office uses by right, and under recent code changes today, office uses over 20,000 square feet would be subject to use review. The proposed project's planned as an adaptive reuse of the existing building. There's a 3rd story addition planned on the west facade, some fenestration changes and daylighting of the building, a lower plaza and a roof deck, along with reduced curb cuts and expanded bike lanes, landscaping and plaza improvements. The applicant plans to reuse all of the structural elements inside the building, the steel beams, trusses, and floor decks, and add new windows in a 3rd story on the west side. And that west side reads as 2 stories, but with a new lower level plaza to daylight the basement It's essentially a 3-story portion, and that's essentially the only place you'd be able to perceive that 3rd story. It's on that side, it's planned to be, the building's planned to have it to be opened up essentially with exterior windows to bring in the natural light. On the southwest side of the building, the applicant's proposing to remove that existing exterior covered escalator with a building proposal for 7,700 square feet of marketplace retail, and that opens up to the plaza that's planned to be upgraded with benches, planters, community dining tables, and shade structures, essentially with the intent to invigorate this space and activate that space. So for key issue 1, staff finds the application consistent on balance with the BVCP policies per site review criterion A. And you can see there's a number of policies that staff finds consistency with. And in that regard, staff finds that the plan meets the land use designation of mixed use business, is consistent on balance with these various policies, beginning with policy 2.03. Since the adaptive reuse of the building responds to the expected compact development pattern of our community with infill redevelopment, since we can't go up and we can't go out, revitalization also responds to policy 2.17, variety of centers, whereas we've noted activities are expected such as working, shopping, et cetera, with regional centers located near transit. The planned office and retail uses in the transit-rich regional center meets this policy. And then we'll touch on a few more of these. Regarding policy 2.18 and the BVRC, the proposal to reuse the existing department store building and diversify the mix of uses in 29th Street with additional office is consistent with the city's goals to maintain the BVRC as a high-intensity regional commercial center, as is noted in the policy, and provides for a mix of uses. That proposal maintains retail with the 7,700 square foot marketplace and upgrades to that space facing 29th Street. And then it's important to note that policy 2.18 describes guiding principles that encourage residential infill for new construction and redevelopment. And it's important to note in that regard that the policy specifically references regional or general business areas rather than the mixed use business land that the site and 29th Street Mall are within. So it's essentially focused on those areas in red. In that regard, at the time the application submittal was made, the applicant or the city had not yet adopted code changes to increase housing capacity and reduce non-residential capacity in the BVRC, which of course we've discussed has occurred since then. And then for policies 2.33 and 37, 408 and 409 that are related to environmental and energy policies, the applicant's plan to adaptively reuse and remodel and repurpose the building and essentially retain the embodied energy of the building rather than demolish it and construct a new one on an infill site is in support of these policies, of course. And then, of course, the intent to add natural day lighting and light wells to this interior structure basement, as well as add the photovoltaic array to the roof is in support of energy efficiency policies. So then for key issue 2, staff finds the project meets the site review criteria, including the proposed height of the building that's in general proportion of the height of the existing buildings in the area that are also subject to existing grades that drop off. It's almost imperceptible if you think about moving through the space, but there is a bit of a hill or a rise where this particular site is. And in this case, you can see that the existing building, which is shown above, and then the proposed remodeled structure below, the topography drops about a story to the east. And so when we measure height from the low point at the base of the hill, the height of the existing and proposed building on the west is about 36.5 feet when you measure it from the low point, although the perception is only of a single story. And then that architectural mechanical element at the middle is at 55 feet, again, when you measure from that low point, a story down below. And so the new addition that on top of the roof there, that third story addition, slightly lower at around 51 feet. And then as you can see, again, the only way you'd perceive all 3 stories is near that below grade plaza space where the basement is daylighted. And then also in the site review, findings are made that the plans address a human scale with ground floor entrances and plans to open up the building with windows that create transparency and activity at the pedestrian level that doesn't exist today. And it's pretty evident from the comparison that you see on this west side with the proposed retrofit. And then similarly on the south plaza side, by removing that escalator and opening it up with walls and windows, again, the goal and policy of transparency and activity at the pedestrian level would be met. Findings were also made that the plans create a sense of permanence through the use of authentic materials, glass curtain walls, projecting sunshades, and metal panel. We're always seeking permanence in our structures. The plans were found to be consistent with the BVRC and 29th Street guidelines. They support pedestrian circulation, usable open space. The building is designed to intermingle the inside with the outside, remove blank walls, and design all sides of the building as the guidelines recommend. And then consistent with 29th Street guidelines, the building style is appropriate to the time with a clean and contemporary design and material finishes of the era. So with that, staff recommends City Council approve the application subject to the conditions of approval found in the memo. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Let me start again. Very good. Thank you for that, Elaine. And I am looking to council to see if there are any questions. And I just turn to staff and say, it looks like council may hold their questions. Would you prefer questions now? I see one that's come up, but generally staff, you can answer in a moment, but would you prefer questions now or after the public hearing? So Mark, you've got your hand up.
Hold my questions if staff would prefer.
Yes, staff, how would you like to get our questions, now or after we've heard the public hearing?
Actually, either way, whatever is appropriate for the context. If there's questions or clarifications on any of the site review criteria or anything I've presented, I'm happy to answer them now.
Very good. So Mark?
I'll do a couple of fairly technical questions. The memorandum states that open space requirements are being met in part by including the light wells in the calculation. Will those light wells have people inside them? I mean, is it just a source of light, or is it actually going to function as a form of open space?
There are open space areas as part of those light wells and little gathering spaces. Similarly with the plaza space that's just below 29th Street where it opens up and daylights the basement, there's a rather substantial plaza space in that location.
My next question is, why do we only request eco passes for 3 years? As the expense of this is essentially going to be a pass-through to the ultimate office tenants, it's not as if after 3 years we're not going to have a need for this kind of program. Why does it expire?
Yeah, that's a great question. Charles, do you want to take that one?
Great, thanks for the question, Mark. Typically 3 years is about what it takes to establish the program to determine whether or not it's been successful, whether or not it's a type of business that has utilized it and wants to continue to utilize it. So working with Go Boulder, that's always been the magic number that we've used to kind of go back and revisit whether or not a program has been successful.
But if it is, shouldn't there be a requirement that the applicant continue to provide those eco passes?
There can be, and that's definitely something that past planning board conditions of approval have entertained.
Okay. Is it too late to suggest that we might entertain it here?
I think that that's something that the council could discuss if that was of interest.
Okay. And for the adjacent apartment buildings, what protections are there going to be in place during the construction process to protect them against noise and dust?
So it's there are standard protocols in place for noise and construction, and it's tends to be standard hours for construction Monday through Friday with some Saturdays 8 to 5 p.m. And then control of dust, that may be a fine question for the applicant, as I know with regard to being able to retrofit this building and adaptively reuse it, there's some real surgical types of removal of materials that they're proposing. So it's a little different than your standard construction site where there's a pretty significant demolition that would occur. Charles, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think that's well said.
Okay. My last question for the moment would be, I know that the one member of planning board asked for a projection of the number of employees that would be encompassed by this new facility. And the staff's response was that that information was not contained in the application. But aren't there general metrics for employees per X square feet of office space that would let us get a sense of what this facility will incorporate in terms of employees?
You bet. And you know, I've actually got some of that information contained on a slide, so I'm just going to scroll through this a little bit. So in terms of what the applicant had suggested would be the number of employees, they are estimating about 400 to 500 employees, and that compares to 80 to 100 employees at Macy's today, plus daily customers. When we looked at it with regard to the Institute of Transportation Engineers data that was provided in the TDM plan, the Transportation Demand Management Plan that the applicant prepared. And this is data where they make assumptions based on average daily trips per types of uses. And in this case, you can see the department store tends to have a higher number of average daily trips as opposed to an office retail combo. That tends to be a similar percentage to what occupancy loads are. And again, obviously we wouldn't stack this many people in this small space, but the existing retail, you can get about 2,500 people into that 151,000 square foot space, assuming it's a retail use. And then for office retail, it's about 1,100. So it's a similar proportion of number of bodies in the space, but essentially what the applicant is suggesting is about 400 to 500 people.
Okay, I'll hold the rest of my comments for later. Thank you.
Okay, Rachel.
I think I just have two questions. First, I think that the rooftop was mentioned in open space, and I'm wondering, was that open to the public?
No, that is my understanding is that's intended to be open space for the office users or the tenants. So the open space that would be available for members of the public is that improved plaza space on the south side of the building where the existing plaza is today.
Okay, but that somehow counts as open space for private use as well in the open space calculation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. And then also we had some emails before we were looking a month ago. I'm trying to recall it exactly, but the gist of it was that this is a site review, which is different than a use review. And so, you know, that we've already sort of decided the use through our zoning. And so I was just hoping that either Elaine or Tom could clarify, like, what exactly is within our purview to look at tonight, because we've gotten a fair amount of emails about you should use this for residential instead as an example. So I was just hoping to get clarification on before we get into public comment, what is it that we are properly looking at tonight?
Tom?
So this is not use review. And you are bounded by the criteria in the code and the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. So you can make any decision that you can support based on this criteria that were established before the application was filed. As you probably know, the use criteria were changed in response to updates to the comprehensive plan after this application was filed. You cannot use those changes to either affirm or deny this application.
Thanks. And then I guess just one last question. I had heard somewhere along the way, and I'm sorry, I can't remember where it was or if it was in tonight's packet, but about if we were to look at it for residential use, what the potential number of residential units could be at that site, and it was pretty low, I think, due to zoning. Could somebody remind me what that was?
Yeah, the estimate's based strictly on calculation of lot area per dwelling unit. It works out to be about 64 residential units. And again, remember, it's a discrete parcel of land. It's essentially a postage stamp within the overall 29th Street. So you're basing that on 102,000 square feet of area, of lot area.
Okay, thanks, Elaine. Thanks, Tom.
So I guess I have a follow-up on Rachel's question, which is that we're an applicant in theory to do something residential. There is that requirement for open space. Would there be any way, if an applicant came forward with a residential application at this site with this zoning, to relieve that through site review or a zoning change? So in other words, if somebody strongly desired to build residential on that site and it fit in with council's and the community's focus on affordable housing, would there be pathways to getting more than the 64 by right units?
Probably not effectively under the existing zoning, Sam. There's not really a mechanism, in this particular zone that would allow you to modify the open space down so much that it would be more meaningful for a higher density multifamily project. So in that case, then you're probably looking at more of a legislative solution like an ordinance or a rezoning in order to accomplish that.
And also, if I could jump in briefly, one of the challenges of this particular site, as I noted, it's on this hill, or it's a small promontory essentially, is that it would be difficult, even if you were able to double the number of units, it would be difficult to go up. And that would be the way that you would accommodate additional units. In this case, that mechanical architectural element that's part of the building is at 55 feet. So you can see that there's very little opportunity to add additional height to the building. So that's the challenge, really.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't the application before us going to add a little bit of height to the building?
That's correct. Yeah, and that's on that third story. But I think what I'm suggesting is even if you were to double the number of units and say, for example, look at a typology like the 29 North apartments that are 4 stories, it would be very difficult to achieve because we essentially have a 2-story building that's capped at 55 feet in this case, or 51 feet is the case.
Yeah, and given that, as I recall, wasn't there an election that went to the people that had to do with the height on this site and a ability to go to higher than the kind of standard method for measuring 55 feet because it was such a large site? And because of that there are different considerations here. So we have current application, but when we talk about height on this site, isn't it a little more complicated than that?
Charles, do you happen to know about the 29 North and any?
Yeah, so there was a charter amendment that took place when the mall was being redeveloped, and the methodology for measuring height changed a bit to recognize the fact that there is a lot of fall over the site because it's fairly large. But I think to Elaine's point, just based on the topography of where that's at, I don't know that that would be of a huge benefit when it comes to adding height to this particular site.
So to follow up on that, Charles, tell me a little bit about 29 North. Is 29 North part of the area that was included in the charter amendment?
I don't think so, but I'd have to double check, Sam. So when the applicant's presenting, I can look that up.
Okay, that'd be helpful. And then just because I'm already here, Mary, I see your hand and I'll grab it in a moment. There was one specific slide, Elaine, in your presentation that I wanted to ask about, that's slide 8. And in there, you talk about Boulder Junction Phase 1 area, and you were kind enough to tell us the number of residential units that were there and affordable units. I was curious, has there been any commercial development in Boulder Junction Phase 1? If so, how many square feet and employees? And I'm just curious, was there a reason that you didn't put that into the presentation?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I was placing it in the context of residential, since residential appeared to be the key issues for this evening's discussion. There has been some office built in that first phase. Boulder Commons is one of them. There's some office going in at Spark as well, but I don't have any numbers to share with you on square footage or employees. Charles, do you happen to have that?
Not off the top of my head, that's data we'd have to pull.
Okay, well, I guess the reason I bring it up is we know that right in this area, Google has gone in, the Boulder Commons, as you mentioned, Elaine, the offices that are going in at the Spark development. So I was just curious, as far as context goes, I guess we do know that there has been some significant office space development in the area immediately around this. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it's not part of the site review criteria that we would be evaluating in our criteria-based decision this evening.
Absolutely understood. I was just curious. I guess I wouldn't think that the affordable housing would necessarily be part of our criteria-based decision either. So I guess with that, I got a lot of other questions. I'll come back to Mary. What are your questions?
Just a real quick one. On the size of the freestanding lot that this is, I heard 102,000 square feet. And could you just, what is that in acres?
I believe it's about 2.5 acres. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Very good. I think if that's the end of the questions, I guess we're ready for the applicant.
Hi, everyone. Sounds like that's me. All right. I think if the rest of my team is ready, I will get going.
Yep, Jess, we're just getting the presentation queued up here.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Fraser, and I'm the Director of Development for Macy's. I just wanted to give you a quick heads up that we have 5 speakers today, and our presentation should last about 18 minutes. And also thank you all for taking the time to thoughtfully consider our project. In early 2017, we began thinking about the future of our 29th Street Mall location. We started our design process in earnest that summer without any preconceived notions of what our store could become. And after 3.5 years of working closely with the city and community, we believe we've designed the best possible project for our site, for the mall, and for Boulder. Our plan is to recycle the existing building, converting our outdated big box store into a sustainable, innovative project that complements and brings new life to the existing tenants of 29th Street. We've put everything we have into delivering a use to Boulder that has garnered support from our neighbors, conforms to existing use requirements and zoning, utilizes the embodied energy of the building, and provides multiple elements of public improvements. Delivering on these items is important to us, both as a longstanding member of the Boulder community and as a close partner to Macerich, the owner of the mall. To proactively address the changing retail landscape, over the last several years, Macy's has been making changes nationwide to repurpose our existing stores as they phase out of use. Throughout this process, we've learned that without a thoughtful plan in place, when a store closes, it runs the risk of sitting vacant or being turned into a seasonal retail concept. Given the state of the retail environment today, something that COVID has only exacerbated, we expect this is what will happen if our store closes without implementing our proactive and thoughtful plan. News of department store closures and bankruptcies are all too common in today's world. We have a real window of opportunity to create something special at the store while Macy's still has the resources to do so. While no project can solve every problem, ours delivers on balance a meaningful new asset that will make the north end of 29th Street more vibrant. Thank you again, and now I'm going to turn things over to Eric Compa from Quorum to take you further into the details.
Thanks, Jessica. Greetings, I'm Eric Compa with Quorum Real Estate. Before we dive in, I wanted to take the opportunity to discuss the timing of our submittal. Next slide, please. This slide shows you our internal project schedule from October 2018. You'll see that in May 2018, we met with city staff and then worked diligently over the subsequent months to compile our site plan amendment, with an initial target submission date on December 3rd, 2018. Since our submission would be amending Macerich's site plan from 2004, their signature was required on our application. While we were collaborating with them throughout the process, we submitted the full package to them in early November for their review and execution. Their approval was ultimately received on December 14th, a Friday, and we submitted the following business day, Monday, December 17th. The week before we were able to submit, we learned the opportunity zone was going to be discussed at council. We made the decision to submit our application once complete because our submission is reflective of the code we've been working under since the summer of 2017. While we recognize our submission may have appeared to be a quick decision, it truly was not. At this point, we had worked almost 18 months on the project, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to complete our 186-page application. Now, let's move on to the fun part. Next slide, please. As staff thoroughly discussed, we have a uniquely constrained site where the Macy's owns essentially just the footprint of the store as illustrated before you, with the red highlighted area showing the property boundary. Next slide. There are severe topographical challenges such that there is a 17-foot grade break in the middle of the store, and if you drew a line from the western street frontage to the eastern frontage, the equivalent slope between those 2 points would be that of a novice ski hill. Next slide, please. With these constraints in mind, we analyzed every possible alternative, and no other option prevents a feasible solution to reuse this building in the context of the site, combined with the private covenants within 29th Street that govern use and parking, and the overall zoning. Next slide, please. On the other hand, adaptively reusing this store by saving the foundations, floor structure, superstructure, roof structure, etc., allows us to embrace the embodied energy of the building, saving more than 23,000 tons of carbon, which represents a 43% reduction in carbon emissions compared to that of new construction. This is the equivalent of over 3,000 households' annual electricity usage. Furthermore, as evidenced by the traffic report, the change in use would reduce the daily trips to the store by more than 1,500 trips per day, which is estimated that 115 daily tons of carbon would be saved, equating to more than 30,000 tons annually. Reusing the building combined with the traffic reduction will save more than 53,000 tons of carbon, which is the equivalent of taking 10,000 cars off the road. These statistics are staggering and clearly demonstrate that the adaptive reuse of this structure is the most sustainable approach this project could take. Next slide. Now, moving on, I'd like to address the number of occupants that could potentially be in the building. While we don't have a tenant identified for a majority of the building, we can estimate that there could be a wide range of uses within the building. It's conceivable that a data center could be in the lower level of the building, which has few employees, or it's conceivable the city of Boulder could occupy and consolidate their entire footprint in this location. In the end, we're estimating the occupants would be anywhere from 300 to 500. Compounding the complexity of this answer is the situation we've all collectively found ourselves in with COVID. It's quite conceivable that the average square foot per occupant will increase as people return to the workplace, and thus it's hard to predict exactly how or who will occupy this building. Next slide. At the end of the day, as staff thoroughly discussed, we are simply requesting a height modification, a move that allows this project to embrace all the constraints and create a truly fantastic project. While it is a formal modification of the height of the entire structure, given the thoughtful design, the building will continue to look as if it's only 2 stories from any adjacent perspective and no taller than any adjacent structure. Thank you, and now I'll hand it over to Danica, who will talk about our comp plan analysis, community engagement, and community benefits. Danica?
Thank you, Eric. The BBC's built environment section designates the property as within a regional center and is appropriate for mixed-use business development. The BBC describes regional centers as areas that constitute the highest level of intensity and provide a wide range of activities and draws from the entire city as well as region. Next slide. In evaluating the project with policies of the BBCP, it is important to note that each project is not required to satisfy every goal and policy in the comp plan. This inherently is not possible, as many policies conflict with each other. The site review criteria requires that a site plan is on balance, consistent with the land use map and the service area plan, and on balance the policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. As outlined by staff, the project meets these policies on balance. Next slide. Since early 2019, we have conducted significant public outreach on this project, ranging from meeting with established groups such as Better Boulder, Plan Boulder, Boulder Chamber, Boulder Housing Partners, and ULI Boulder, to meeting directly with Mesa Rich, the owner, operator of 29th Street, many times over the course of the project. We also held an open house on March 5th, right before quarantine hit, and invited all retailers, tenants, and business owners of 29th Street to an open house to view our physical model and talk about the project. Most recently, we invited all 244 units at 29 North to attend a virtual meeting. 2 residents attended and 1 reached out with questions about the proposed development. Overall, the input was positive and all were compelled by the creative approach to reuse an outdated department store into an energized anchor for the outdoor mall. The plaza concepts and increased landscaping were all seen as positive outcomes of the project. Next slide. As Elaine mentioned, the site is ideally located within a transit-rich regional business center where many modes of transit are available, including on-site car share and B-cycle, nearby EV charging stations, and bus rapid transit at Boulder Junction. The Hop Bus has a major hub at 29th Street directly in front of the plaza, and significant site improvements associated with this project will include the addition of a new bike lane and new sidewalk to south side of Walnut, and the removal of a curb cut to reduce conflicts between bikes, cars, and pedestrians. Our project includes bike parking that exceeds the requirements, bike repair stations, lockers, and showers. Our TDM will ensure that employees receive eco passes as well as requirements at 29th Street to provide eco passes to all employees. Next slide. The City of Boulder has identified affordable commercial as a community benefit in order to provide space to smaller businesses, nonprofits, arts, and other community uses. Over the last several years, we have been working with Community Vitality to understand the characteristics of successful affordable commercial spaces, which include small spaces with flexible lease terms, below market rents, high customer exposure, and lowered energy cost. All of these qualities offer small businesses and retailers the ability to prove a business model and test approaches with their consumers without incurring significant debt and long-term obligations. Through our community outreach on this project, we started working with Firefly Handmade to partner on the 7,500 square feet of proposed affordable commercial space located at the plaza level. Next slide. We felt that this was the biggest opportunity for the site to provide significant community benefit for the retailers, shoppers, visitors, and public. Next slide. The current plaza has minimal placemaking and site furnishing. It's often a windy, empty space. We've worked closely with Mesa Rich, who owns the plaza area, to transform this area into a dynamic, active, safe, and flexible space filled with shade, activity, transparency, all to support retailers and create a flow in public space on the end of the outdoor mall. Next slide. As Eric described earlier, the adaptive reuse of this building drives a sustainable process by recycling many of the building components and materials to ensure they don't end up in the landfill. In addition, a 450 kilowatt solar array will be designed for the rooftop to offset energy use, which significantly exceeds the minimum city requirements. Next slide. There are many opportunities for public art on all sides of this project. We are excited to work with Streetwise Boulder and other local artists to discover where and what types of art will activate the building and plaza. The loading docks on the north end of the site present a compelling space to be creative and activate Walnut. Next slide. We understand council's concerns about the housing and jobs disparity that has been impacting our community for years, resulting in significant incommuting and high housing prices. Specific land use changes within the Transit Village and Boulder Junction have paved the way for over 1,700 units of housing, including a high percentage of affordable housing, all within a half mile of the Macy's property. Next slide. Balancing jobs and housing is a community-wide effort, and we recognize the steps taken by council for tackling it with code changes and efforts to catalyze more housing in the BVRC. However, even with the use table changes that were enacted during the moratorium period, the challenges of the site preclude the development of a meaningful and economically viable residential community. While the project remains consistent with the BVCP on balance, including Policy 1.10 jobs housing, Macy's recognizes that members of council remain concerned that the proposed project will create some new jobs. Therefore, if council approves the site review for the current proposed project and to further the site review's consistency with the site review criteria, Macy's would agree to voluntarily pay the full amount of the affordable housing commercial linkage fee at the 2021 rate of $30 a square foot without any credit for the existing use. This would result in Macy's paying a linkage fee equal to $4.8 million as opposed to $1.8 million, a difference of $3 million that can be used to further create affordable housing in locations where site considerations and zoning support housing that meets the city's affordable and moderate income housing goals. Now on to Boyd Hamilton with Mesa Ridge.
Thank you, Danica. Mr. Mayor and council members, I come to you today to offer our full support of the innovative adapted reuse of the Macy's store at 29th Street. As one of the largest tax generators for the city of Boulder, we believe this project is critical to the long-term sustainability and economic vitality of 29th Street. As we adapt boxes around our portfolio, we must also consider office space, as it generates higher wage earners with the means to spend more at the center. And during the work week, which is a time that we could always use more activity. Let's consider what we currently have: retail, a large gym, numerous fitness centers, movie theater, and housing. An office building supporting around 450 individuals who will shop and eat where they work, will support the community and provide services in a much more meaningful way than 64 unit residences in the same size building. 29th Street was at the forefront of the mixed use 24-hour shop, work, play, and live environments when we converted the former Crossroads Mall to the open air center of today with retail, restaurants, movie theater, gym, fitness, salons, office, housing, with the 29 North residential component of 29th Street. This mixed use and limited traditional anchor environment has allowed us to bring 10 new concepts to Boulder during COVID, when most centers around the country are struggling just to remain viable. Macy's conversion from an underperforming department store to an office use with additional fresh retail concepts will further enhance the balance, the mixed use of this center. As we think about mixed use and community enhancements, the pedestrian plaza immediately to the south of Macy's is going to add a community center for the area, which will also enhance the bus commuter experience, bringing more people to the center to shop and play. The impact of a balanced mixed-use environment cannot be overstated when we are leasing. A significant selling point to new tenants is the proximity of the Google campus, Twitter, and Zayo's headquarters. This has been a primary reason we've been able to attract tenants like Shake Shack, Amazon 4-star, Lululemon's new large format store, Madison Reed, and others. Throughout the United States and truly around the world, retail was already changing prior to the COVID pandemic. In many ways, COVID has propelled retail into a new reality. And in that reality, companies are not investing in 150,000 square foot anchors such as Macy's, Nordstrom, Neiman's, Dillard's, and others. As a matter of fact, department stores are contracting, doing more with less and shrinking their overall footprints. More and more new format small sales stores are coming online. We also see people wanting to work where they shop because it's convenient. As Boulder, like so many other communities, reflect on how to increase sales tax revenue, I invite you to consider this. Boulder needs office to survive and thrive. The community is simply not large enough to expect the folks who live here to drive the visits and revenue for the amenities we all love and expect. The visits that office space will complement the visits already brought by those who live in Boulder. There'll be visitors during the week, as well as at night and on weekends, which are the time when people who live in the community normally eat and shop. We should take advantage of Macy's well-conceived, adaptive reuse that does so many of the things Boulder believes in, including environmental thoughtfulness, sustainability, transportation, and visual appeal to enhance all of our lives through the increased sales tax revenue it will bring to 29th Street and the surrounding area. We appreciate your consideration of the Macy's project. Now I'm going to turn it over to Chris Shears.
Thank you, Boyd, and good evening. As an appropriate end to our presentation this evening, we would like to present a short video of our proposed project. The video circles the building.
Hold on, Chris.
Okay. This video circles the building from the northeast to the southwest. This close-up views identifies the building materials, including tapered aluminum, composite panels, glass curtain wall, aluminum sunshades, and wood soffits. The north parking area shown here, seen in the foreground, has been altered to eliminate a curb cut and enhance the pedestrian and bicycle experience consistent with the city's Vision Zero objectives. As we move around the building, note the sunken courtyard allowing daylight into the lower level and the second floor step back, resulting in a roof terrace facing west. The west elevation replaces a blank wall and becomes completely transparent. Additional landscaping is added along the street. The South Plaza will be transformed into a better functioning public space with shade structures, seating, and landscaping. As the afternoon shifts to twilight, we see the plaza and the building lighting communicating the transparency of the building, a welcome change from the current windowless elevation. Imagine this transformation as an active and appropriate reuse of this big box, introducing renewed vitality to the north end of the place that we know as 29th Street. Special thanks to Elena Kalani and other city staff for leading us through this process. We're looking forward to your questions and the discussion this evening. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I assume that completes the applicant presentation. Is that correct, or is there more?
That's correct.
Okay, so I would bring it to council at this point for any questions of the applicant. Seeing none, I have one. There's a slide in here that goes over the detail of the additional affordable housing linkage fee. So if you could bring that slide up. One thing I haven't heard yet, I see this wonderful sentiment expressed here. I don't understand the mechanism by which we tie this additional payment to the approval here. So if staff wouldn't mind walking us through that, I will recall for council the movie theater, art house theater we were going to get at the Earl Place project, which never occurred. And so I'm always concerned with how side deals are structured so that we actually get what is promised here. So would staff of the applicant like to talk about how we're going to make this part of the site plan approval?
So it's important to note the fact that the affordable housing commercial linkage fee is not tied to site review. And it's something that would occur at building permit. To do anything above and beyond what is written in the code would essentially be a donation to the Affordable Housing Fund. So that's something that in terms of a mechanism, I'm going to defer to Tom, who may understand a little bit better about how something like that could occur.
Well, and there really isn't a mechanism. I mean, we in the 311 project, I believe we did we filed a statement with the deed, but a covenant. But I mean, it's as Elaine says, this is paid at the time of building permit. It's not part of site review. I don't see a way to make it part of site review. I don't think it can condition approval on it. So I think it's a matter of faith. And Sam, you're right to be concerned because we have had situations where things didn't happen as they were promised. But it's up to council whether you want to trust this.
Okay, and I'll just ask one further question. You brought up 311, which I was going to bring up as well, Tom. At the 311 hearing, the applicant understood this concern and showed up with a document in hand ready for signature, which did add that covenant to the deed. So we did see it was a matter of faith, but it was a matter of faith that the applicant would sign the document upon approval. And I'm curious, A, is this in any way different? And B, if there were a document that the applicant had tonight that would contractually obligate them to do that, would that be something that we could look at like we did with 311 Mapleton?
It is something you could look at. I don't know. I mean, I'd ask the applicant to respond to that.
Yeah, we're happy to. This is Charlie Smith. I'm an attorney with Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck. I represent the applicant. We'd be happy to enter into a covenant that would be recorded in the real property records for the property that would impose this obligation, which is a voluntary donation, as was mentioned, into the linkage fee fund. But we'd be happy to document that in the form of a covenant. And Tom would be happy to talk with you about the form of that document. Of course, we've done a lot of them, declarations, and we could draft it ourselves and work with you to finalize the language on that to make sure that you're happy with it.
And Charlie, I'm assuming you're saying that you would not object if council conditioned approval of the site review on the filing of that covenant.
Correct.
Okay, Charlie, so if we were to condition it in such a way as to do that, what assurance will you offer as a condition that you'll follow through on that? Because that's, I think, what we're looking, if it's being offered as a package, which it appears it is, it's in the applicant presentation, I would ask what we can have tonight. If we put that as a condition, what assurance do we have that you don't either just walk away or challenge it in court?
Absolutely. Well, if it's a condition of the approval, then of course, for the site review to remain valid, we would have to comply with that condition, or you would have rights under your code to enforce those conditions of approval. Tom could probably speak more to the specifics of the code on that front, but if it's a condition of approval that we record a declaration against the property that obligates the property owner, and so this declaration would run with the property, with the real property records, then we would have to comply with that obligation. First of all, because it'd be a condition of approval, but secondly, because it'd be recorded in the property records, it's a matter of title at that point.
Sure, once it's a matter of title, I wouldn't have much concern, but I guess, Tom, just turning legally for a moment, if the applicant accepts by answer to one of our questions, this is a condition of approval, we can't put something illegal as a condition of approval, right? We can't say you have to paint your building pink. But if we said, applicant, will you accept you have to paint your building pink, and they say yes, is that a matter of record that can be legally binding in a future court hearing?
So Sam, the way I would structure it is you can condition the approval. Mr. Smith has said they will not object to that condition. I would take that as binding. If they were to sue, we would have an estoppel argument saying that council would not have approved this but for the condition. I think you'd be in a pretty strong position if you had that condition. You know, Sam, that the council is required not only to decide this, but to state clearly the conditions and the basis for the decision in the ultimate approval. I would ask that council vote to do that, give us direction, but not approve the conditions tonight. Let us draft them. Let me work with Mr. Smith on the covenant, get that included in the conditions, and have that be part of the council's final decision.
Very good. And if we did that, just so I'm clear on the mechanics, would we continue this hearing to get that drafting completed, or would we approve it tonight and you would come back for some later approval? If you could just walk us through the mechanics there.
So this is a little bit out of my area of expertise, and I'd ask Charles or Elaine to help me. But I think the answer is that we would ask you to just give us direction on how you want to make the decision, what the conditions are. We would draft that and bring it back for final approval, which would be
would that
be on a consent agenda. Is that right?
Okay. But just to be clear, as Charles or Elaine weighs in, would we continue this hearing and do final approval at another hearing in order to get those condition terms drafted, or would we do an approval tonight and then approve something else later? So Elaine or Charles?
We can really do it either way.
Yeah, I agree. The code allows you to close the public hearing, issue your final, and then issue your final decision later.
Okay, very good.
Just from our perspective, it would be fine if that was on the consent agenda, handled at a subsequent hearing. But we have done it in the past in many jurisdictions where the condition itself is just worded such that it's a condition of approval, and the specific language of the covenant would be agreed upon by us and approved by the city attorney, for instance, prior to approval of tech docs or prior to approval of some other step in the process. And then we're tied to having it done before we're allowed to move on. That would be another option.
Got it. Very good. I just want anything that we do to be something that we can't lose later in court. So Rachel and then Mark. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks for those questions, Sam. Enforceability was one of mine as well. And then just a small one for Danica on the affordable commercial space. Could you elaborate or remind me how much of that space is affordable commercial? What that looks like as a percentage maybe of the project?
Yes, it's 7,500 square feet and it's the plaza level. So it's the retail facing the plaza. And we, as I mentioned, have been talking to Firefly Handmade to have a permanent maker space and art space for their artisans who you're probably familiar with, our local artists who have been at 29th Street with their fairs. Hopefully you'll hear from them during public comment, but they have presented some diagrams and site plans for us on how to use that space to be an active art space, kind of eating display space and maker space where the makers and artists can demonstrate their wares and also kind of teach and do workshopping as well and have a continuing changing landscape of artisans. Many of their artists have gone on to a larger brick and mortar permanent locations like Bohemian and Elke and others. So they would be a launch pad for some of our artisans to get into some more permanent brick and mortar spaces as they can have a permanent space to be. Right now, they're all virtual. So hopefully Beth and Steve will tell you more about their concept in public testimony.
All right, great. Thanks. That's all. That was my only question.
Rachel, I'd like to colloquy on that and get to enforceability as well. So 7,500 square feet out of the 158,000 square feet, it's about 5% of the area. Rachel, to answer that question directly. But I'm curious, again, there's nothing, I just searched through the site plan application. There's nothing about the enforcement mechanism for affordable commercial, nor about how lease rates will be set or what they're tied to. Could I hear from the applicant on how you intend to keep this space affordable, how you intend to ensure its permanence and guarantee that to the city since it's part of the site plan review application, and how you intend to manage the space?
Yeah, I think one example, we could follow the deed restriction that they did at Pollard for the affordable commercial. So we've reviewed that. I think it's a deed restriction. Let the attorney answer, but that would be one mechanism to follow that.
Is that, I guess I would ask, is that a proposed mechanism? I'm aware of what happened at Pollard. I'm just curious, is that what's being proposed here? Would it follow the same lease setting mechanism? What is the proposal here? It's presented as affordable commercial in the presentation, but I don't see it designated that way in the site review application or how it would be managed. So is there a proactive proposal here? And again, I guess the question is, what kind of condition is the applicant willing to accept on the permanence of the affordability?
Yeah, so Charlie Smith again. So similarly, we would have a recorded declaration or covenant against the property. That could be a condition of approval if the city council thinks that that's appropriate. And the exact specifics of how rent would be calculated and those sorts of things we would discuss with the city. It sounds like the city has learned some things since the Pollard example and might want to be able to have some more flexibility for how rent is calculated for affordable commercial moving forward. But happy to discuss that with staff and then get the declaration of covenants negotiated to be recorded.
Very good. And could I ask also, how was 7,500 square feet arrived at? Because it's about 5% of the entire project. So that more or less says 95% office, 5% affordable commercial. How was that arrived at?
Yeah, this is Eric with Quorum. I'll also defer to Chris Shears a little bit on this in regards to the size, but this space being the most prominent, looking in terms of retail leasing depths of the space. If you enter this space, you'll recognize that as you're walking in, it's, I think, 60 feet deep. As on the western edge, you are elevated above grade because that's where the sunken plaza in the basement level daylights. And so it's really about leasing depth of retail, because we don't want to create a bowling alley. And then as you walk in the front door and transition to the right or east, if you're looking north, again, the building falls away from you. And so we wanted to maintain that first floor plaza level retail.
That's right. And what I can add is that we wanted activity on the plaza. And so there could be outdoor seating for a coffee shop or complementary uses associated with that commercial space. So it just seemed like the right location and the right depth in terms of and the size of the space as well. Sort of a critical mass there that seems to work.
Okay, so you explained the depth and the location, so I get that. I'm curious about 7,500 square feet. Was there no other location on the site where it might be appropriate, because we're losing 155,000 square feet of retail, replacing it with office, and 7,500 square feet of permanently affordable retail. So I haven't heard a driver. I have heard why you chose the site to put it. I'm just curious, was there a reason for 7,500 square feet or a 5% proportion of the building for that use?
I think to try and answer your question in a different way, that it's based on the building configuration. So if you look at the site plan, it lines up with the stairwell and the bathrooms. And so it is, and there's no magic number. We did talk to Firefly, and that was a good amount for them. And it provides a lot of frontage and not too much depth. So there wasn't a magic calculation. It was what fit well from a design standpoint with the building and from a retail standpoint. Boyd can probably talk about depth of retail spaces.
I don't need to hear about depth. That's a fine answer. Thank you. Rachel, I think you're done. Is that right? And still.
I appreciate the follow-up and clarifying questions. And I think what you were kind of getting at is, could we get more than 7,500? And maybe that's something for us to discuss. But
all right, thank you. Mark?
Yeah, first, Sam, I want to thank you for raising those issues. The enforceability of these obligations has been of great concern to me. I just want to express a very strong preference for rendering final decision on this project in the context of seeing what the covenants look like and being able to make that decision at one time. Unfortunately, the city has had poor experiences in the past with respect to these issues. And I would like there not to be any misunderstanding or any mistake in how we move forward with this project. And so thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mark. And so I believe we're ready to move on to the public hearing. Staff or applicant, let me know if there's anything else we should do from your perspective before going to the public hearing. Great, hearing none. I think we're ready to move there. Let me pull up my speaker list. Give me a moment. Here we are. So I have 11 people on my list, 11 speakers on my list. So that means that each speaker will be getting 3 minutes, and pooling of 3 will produce 5 minutes. I'll turn to Sarah. Sarah, did you want to speak to anything here about pooling?
So it would just be helpful if the person who is called upon intends to pool to just stop and let us know that you intend to pool. I need to verify that the individuals who you're pooling with were already signed up on the list and are currently in the meeting. I have at least one individual who intends to pool, and the folks who are ceding their time have already let me know that they are, so we should be good to go there. But if there's other individuals who wish to pool, please indicate that and we will just confirm and move on.
Great. And is it John Taylor who's going to pool?
It is, yes.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so we will begin with Lynn Siegel, and then Bijan Jubin and John Taylor will be pooling. So Lynn and Bijan will get 3 minutes each, and John will get 5. Lynn?
First, can you hear me? I'm using my laptop as a laptop, but sometimes that doesn't work.
We got you, Lynn.
Okay. My blood is boiling. You know, I had my blood taken the other day. If I had it taken right now, it would be like a friggin' fire hose. Just say no. Stop already with the growth. The more housing that you put in, and granted, the high-end housing, the 64 units, are going to be high-end users of services. But the more housing you have, the more services it requires, the more contribution to the jobs housing imbalance, less so, actually more so with higher end housing. So we need to stop. Stop growth, period. You know, I was concerned about the Oz and the moratorium and the timing that Macy's did this, and we need retail, and oh my God, my most unfavorite law firm, Browning, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck. This is like a nightmare to the most extreme. This is shooting from the hip with urban planning. You know, you need to calculate how much, we need to have a whole different design for urban planning, because we need to know what commercial is there, quantitate that exactly. Sam asked good questions about how much commercial, how much this, how much that, with all that affordable housing nearby. We don't need more office. No. Oh, the impact fees, 4.8 million versus 1.8. Who's to say, you know, that this shouldn't be 50 million? That's more like it. Boulder can't handle any more growth like this. We've got a virus going on here like you won't believe. Transit-oriented development, transportation plans. Who's going on the bus? Hello, people. Hello. God. Oh my God. Stop the office. You know, 21st and Pearl, I've talked to you a lot about that. You know, my unfinished furniture store, now I have to drive to Broomfield. Now I have to commute out to get my services, to get my retail. What could you be thinking? What could you be thinking? This violates the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. 2.18.
Thank you,
2.41. No 51-foot height. Everything is a third story, no third story, no more
Lynn,
subsidies.
thank you.
Stop over.
Your time is done. Thank you. Next, we have Bijan Jubin, John Taylor, and Eddie Chang. Bijan?
Hi, City Council. Thanks for hearing me out. My name's Bijan Jubin. I currently live at 770 Mohawk Drive, but I actually used to be a resident at 29 North, right across the street for about 3 years prior, before Google was built right there. So I'm very familiar with the commercial nature of the area, and basically being a resident. This space needs to be used. And the idea of 64 housing units is not going to do much for us in the grand scheme of things when we're looking at housing stock. What I am happy to hear about is the linkage fee issue and then the covenant approach, as well as the affordable commercial. As being a former business owner myself, the idea of new opportunities for local independent businesses come into play, except for the fact that the 7,500 square feet is problematic. But for the most part, I am for this project because there's very little you can do with big box, and this seems to be the most thought out, a well-developed plan that we can use for antiquated big box space while reusing it. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to knock it down and rebuild from scratch. And maybe those offices bring in some jobs for people such as myself who lost their business to COVID and are looking for new opportunities. I'm more on the not unfettered development side, but we need to be looking for sustainable growth, looking for the next 20 years from now. So I am 100% for this. If we can get more affordable commercial, that would be ideal. But with covenants and a proper drafting of the legal documents, I don't see why we should wait any longer. Once we get people spending money, once those Google employees start walking over there, once we start getting transactions, we're going to see revenue growth that is going to be able to carry the city looking forward. Otherwise, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about as I would call it, NIMBYism, not in my backyard. And I understand why people feel that way. I appreciate it, but we have to consider the community as a whole and the community 20 years from now, and those who are here going to be in the future. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Bijan. Next, we have John Taylor, Eddie Chang, and Beth Pomerantz. And John, you're up, and I'll just state for the record that I believe you're pooling with Andrea Meneghel and Lori Call. If you could confirm that when you start, that would be great. John? John, you are on mute.
There we go. I think I'm back on. Great.
You should be a pro at this, John.
My computer just did this wacky thing, so sorry about that. Well, first of all, Mayor and members of council, I thank you for hearing me tonight, and I just start by wishing you all a happy new year. Cheers to 2021. So I join you tonight on behalf of the Boulder Chamber and the broader business community, advocating that you please partner with us in securing a more sustainable economic future for our town. Even before the current pandemic, there were signs of a concerning trajectory for Boulder's retail and restaurant sales trends, with Boulder's sales tax flat relative to inflation during a period of strong economic growth. These flat sales tax numbers concern us because they reflect a shift away from Boulder as a retail, dining, and entertainment center, and because of the impact of reduced sales tax revenue has on our ability to fund city services. Even more, these numbers reflect very real impacts on our small business owners and their workforce, forcing many businesses to consider closing their doors. Today, we turn to you in the face of even more dire circumstances with much graver concern for our local restaurants, retailers, and other small businesses, and the severe consequences for the diverse people, members of our community and members of our valued workforce who own and operate them. While some other surrounding communities are experiencing sales tax increases, even double digits, Boulder is seeing nearly a double-digit decrease, reflecting a corresponding decrease in business activity. Most dispiriting are the empty storefronts, which tell the story of businesses that lost the fight and workers who are now on unemployment lines. Yes, the COVID health crisis will subside, and over time, business will return to normal. But we expect a new normal. Current projections indicate that between 20 and 30% of our workforce will permanently operate remotely. Some of us may see a benefit to this change in workplace conditions, but the loss of these employees coming into Boulder represents further erosion of Boulder's sales tax base, with fewer shoppers and diners commuting into town. With that, we stand here today with one of our most important retail and dining centers asking you for a lifeline. 29th Street has experienced year-to-date sales tax losses of more than 35%. And we can project that that number will drop precipitously in the face of the fall and early winter public health restrictions. Yes, those losses are exacerbated by the COVID-19 circumstances, but we also know they will not return to previous levels without a focused effort to drive customer traffic. The proposed redevelopment of Macy's will do just that. So not only is it a beautiful redesign of a tired structure that conforms to long-held commercial activity vision for the 29th Street area, not only will it drive affordable housing development in other areas of the community, an exceptional amount given Macy's decision to pay the full linkage fee, and not only will it avoid leaving Boulder with a big, hulking, empty box in its retail center, the proposed Macy's redevelopment will help our community begin its healing from the COVID-19 crisis, bringing back life in the form of credit card wielding workers and sales tax generating business activity to an important retail center. It also will save many small businesses from failure and secure employment for their diverse workforce. Please approve the adaptive reuse plan for Macy's, and let's demonstrate that Boulder stands with its small businesses in responding to our economic challenges. Thank you all.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Eddie Chang, Beth Pomerantz, and Perry Shaplow. Eddie?
Sorry, I'm having some difficulty finding Eddie in the meeting. Bear with me for a moment.
Sure.
I'm wondering if he's here under a different name. So I'm going to suggest that if Eddie Chang is in the meeting under a different name, please write to me in the Q&A box so that we can come back to you. Otherwise, I suggest we move on to
Beth Pomerantz.
Beth. Yep. Yes. Who I'm also not seeing in the meeting. So I do see Perry Shaplow in the meeting. So Beth, if you are in the meeting under a name other than your own, please communicate with me using the Q&A box. I'm happy to let the mayor know that we should circle back to you.
Very good. Perry, when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Perry Shaplow, and I've lived in Boulder for 5 years. I'm a current resident of 29 North, the building directly across from Macy's, and I have no plans of moving. I love living in this central location that I just learned is called the Triangle. Very cool. I reviewed the proposed plan and I'm in full support of the Macy's project. Currently, when I walk out the primary door of my building that I use to walk my dog many times a day, I'm faced with an unsightly loading dock. I love the proposed modern design in the reuse plan. It's representative of Boulder's forward thinking, innovative, and entrepreneurial energy. I think the planned development will be great for local businesses in this area, since it's in walking distance to my favorite Condition Fitness, Yoga Pod, and the Walnut Cafe, and of course the soon to be Shake Shack. Boulder is a place that broadly supports the concepts of reuse and recycle, and I think buildings such as Macy's should be no exception. I urge council to support the reuse of Macy's and move forward with this thoughtful plan. Thank you.
Perry. Next, we have Mason Roberts, Brenda Lee, and Brian Fry. Mason, and let me know.
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yep.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all. As Aaron mentioned, I reached out to him when I heard about this project, trying to learn more. He dutifully rejected my question and pointed me towards the proper information, where I read over this plan. Obviously, I did not read all 191 pages of the PDF that I downloaded, but from what I could tell and from the presentation and conversation tonight, I am 100% for this. I spent a lot of time in the area of this project. Member of the CAC there. My family goes there, uses the pool and everything. You know, shop at the various shops, Home Depot, get food. And I really do, much like the previous speaker mentioned, appreciate the design and reuse of this building. You know, learning about the linkage fee and the proposed covenant signage and the thoughtful responses to Sam, your questions, makes me even more positive about this project. I would like to know more about the affordable space. I do agree that it would be great to have more opportunity to support local small businesses that are trying to get off the ground. I think this would be a great space for them to be in, given the surrounding resident office space and other restaurants and shops. I didn't really hear an explanation of why 75,000 was selected. Obviously, I'm sure there's business considerations and design considerations. So if there's an opportunity, I would like to hear more about that. Other than that, I'm not going to take up my full time. I appreciate you all and your work that you've done.
Thank you, Mason. Next, we have Brenda Lee and Brian Fry. Brenda?
Brenda, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm Brenda Lee and I live at 30246 Street in Boulder. The number one issue in Boulder is affordable housing. So really my main concern is that this project does not make this issue worse. Hearing about the linkage fee discussion, it does make me feel more comfortable. Reading through the plan, I saw that it aims to revitalize 29th Street Mall. What I find kind of sadly ironic is that while retail and restaurants are mentioned in this revitalization plan, many businesses at 29th Street Mall have come and gone, leaving behind empty storefronts and vacant restaurants. It's become quite clear across Boulder that only the large corporations are able to afford commercial rent. For example, 29th Street Mall is lined with Apple, Victoria's Secret, H&M, Anthropologie. Any mom and pop stores that tried in the past to maintain a business have long gone. So why exactly we need more retail space is not clear. In July 2019, a comprehensive study by city staff looked at the state of Boulder's retail environment. Main takeaways from that study showed that Boulder and surrounding areas have much more retail space relative to population than the United States as a whole. City staff noted that Boulder has a high vacancy rate and low absorption rate, indicating that the city may have as much or more retail space than it needs. Staff recommended that the retail strategy include careful consideration of any increase to Boulder's retail inventory. Secondly, is there a need for more office space? As a small business owner who recently left Pearl Street, in fact, today we closed down completely, due to the high rents, I can confidently say that there is no lack of office space in Boulder. The building that we were in was 60% vacant the entire 4 years we were there. I've always wondered why that was, and and that's just one example. The problem is not needing more space, but having reasonable rents. When ground level retail is $20,000 a month in some of those places on Pearl, it's no wonder small businesses can't survive. So I find it sad that our city is transitioning from a strong small business community to one that is being sold out to large corporations and making it impossible for small businesses to survive. So hearing the discussion about the linkage fees and talking about commercial sustainability is just has to be key to this, because otherwise we're going to end up with just more high-end stores and corporate businesses. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Brenda. Next, we have Brian Fry, and then we will go to the phone to see if either of our missing speakers have called in. So Brian.
Hi, this is Brian Fry. I'm a current resident at 29 North, and I frequently walk through the 29th Street Mall and this Macy's area with my wife and my new puppy. And we're really excited about this development because we believe it can bring energy and vibrancy back to this area. We're really excited about being able to support business again, bring social spaces, shopping, and allow patrons who frequent this area an opportunity to maybe stay around and linger and really enjoy this space. So I really like the aesthetics of the design. I think this is a great opportunity for us to support the economy. It's a great walkable space, and I'm really looking forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, Sarah, if you'd like to check on the phone next.
Okay, give me one moment, please.
Sure.
Okay, we have an individual who's called in with a 614 area code. In order to unmute, you would press *6 on your phone, and we just want to check and see if by any chance you are Eddie Chang or Beth Pomerantz.
This is Beth Pomerantz.
Okay, terrific, Beth. You may speak. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm the owner of Firefly Handmade, and just as an introduction, I wanted to mention that for those that don't know, that Firefly is a woman-owned business owned strictly by myself, and it is a handmade craft market supporting small businesses, small maker businesses and artisan businesses, and the local economy. For the past 10 years, we've operated markets in Boulder at the 29th Street location, as well as on Pearl Street Mall. We're very much in support of the Macy's redevelopment project and have been working with the Quorum and Macy's group about the possibility of bringing the Firefly experience to a brick and mortar at their marketplace space. This project would incubate small local businesses, give them a below market rate opportunity, which is very hard to come by in our city and in many cities, and to start their businesses in Boulder, which is a place many want to be in, and offers them the opportunity to then graduate to their own brick and mortar, which several of our artisan groups have done over the past several years. Our support of the Macy's Adaptive Reuse project comes from our experience at the 29th Street location, having had our markets there, as I mentioned, and we're convinced that this brings a more dynamic use and renovated more dynamic use to the plaza space as well as the indoor marketplace, and that the entire project would help to energize sales at the 29th Street location. The adaptive reuse of this project would also help to achieve Boulder's climate goals, among other things that have already been mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. So Sarah, I'll just check in one more time. We don't think Eddie Chang is available one way or the other, correct?
That is correct. He's not let me know that he's here.
Very good. So with that, I'll close the public hearing, and I would like to turn now to Harmon Zuckerman, who's the chair of the planning board. If we all agree, I think it would be good to hear from Harmon to give us kind of the pros and cons of the way the planning board viewed this project. So if you're ready, Harmon, we'd love to hear from you.
Sure. Hey, Sam, thanks. Nice to see all of you all. And say this is a weird year to be doing the kind of stuff that you do and that I think we do on planning boards. So thank you for hanging in there and helping to guide the city through some really tough times. So I have some comments that I just prepared just to kind of make sure I captured everything that I wanted to convey to you guys about our decision. It was a split decision, and I think it merits a conversation. So thanks for offering to have me. The planning board agreed unanimously that the project is consistent with the land use map, the service map, and so forth, but the board narrowly decided that the project on the balance met the policies of the comp plan. And by a 4-3 margin, planning board voted to approve the site review. The big issue that split the board was whether the project's negative impact on the jobs housing imbalance outweighed its design, which most board members deemed to be, maybe all board members deemed to be excellent. The general sentiment among the yays was that the project's only significant failure was that it adds jobs but not housing. This might have been a fatal failure for some of the yays if the site could be repurposed to add a significant number of affordable units. However, the site zoning requires 1,600 square feet of open space per unit. The site's small, it's only the footprint of the Macy's store, and the maximum residential count is therefore limited to 64, all things you've heard tonight. Moreover, the building itself is cavernous and it can't be repurposed for residential. To use the site for residential development would involve a total tear down and the new construction of just 64 residential units that, to make the project feasible, we all agreed would be large and expensive. This would also not benefit the jobs housing balance in Boulder because I don't believe that multi-million-dollar condos are what we're really looking for to benefit the jobs housing balance. The yays also noted that the proposed project represents a 40% decrease in average daily vehicle trips versus the current Macy's, which is a big positive. The 64 potential residential units, on the other hand, would create about twice that number, the number of daily trips of the Macy's, and 3 times the number of trips of the proposed project. So overall, the planning board majority found that the project meets the goals and policies of the comp plan via its adaptive reuse, its environmentally sensitive design, its appropriate height, its infill and enhanced design with natural daylighting and improved public access, and the significant decrease in average daily vehicle car trips despite additional on-site employees. And then we deliberated collegially. The 3 board members who voted against the project did so for the following reasons, which they stated and which I'm quoting or at least paraphrasing from the record. John Gerstle found it difficult to think that we'd move ahead with a project that would exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance. John suggested that some housing on the top floor would be a benefit. Lupita Montoya felt very positive about the project, but in the end, she chose to vote against it because of the need for more housing in Boulder. And Sarah Silver's nay was not about the building, but rather it reflected the importance of highlighting the jobs housing imbalance. She stated that we've got to reprioritize that. Other board member comments, which I'd like to convey, are that Peter Vitale was excited by the project's adaptive reuse of the structure and the decarbonization that the project allows us to realize. Lisa Smith opined that the proposed uses create a better balance of uses in the shopping center, but she also noted the large swaths of surface parking in the center and hoped that housing can be added on site in the future. And David Ensign and other planning board members suggested that the project include affordable retail space, which, as you can see, is a change that made it up to your hearing tonight. So in a nutshell, planning board approved the project as meeting on balance the goals and policies of the comp plan. While every member expressed approval of the project for one or more of the reasons I've mentioned, 3 board members felt strongly enough about the exigency of our jobs housing imbalance to vote nay on that basis. So that's my synopsis. If you have any questions, I'll stick around for a little more.
Great, Harmon. Thanks so much for the synopsis. That was really complete. Adam.
Thanks for coming, Harmon, and speaking to us. My question is, at your hearing, was the additional commercial linkage fee money on the table at the time, or was that put in after your hearing?
That's new for me. That was not at our hearing.
Awesome. That's a good thing to know. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Aaron.
Well, I just wanted to thank Harmon for being here and waiting through to the late hour. And that was an excellent summary. I've given a fair number of planning board summaries to council in the past. I don't know if I ever did that good a job. So thank you. Appreciate the information.
Thanks, Aaron.
Very good. I see no other hands. So Harmon, you can go to bed or keep watching, whatever makes you happy.
Appreciate it, Sam. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. With that, I believe there is time for an applicant rebuttal, which I'll just take to mean any additional information the applicant would like to supply at this point. Staff, correct me if I'm wrong about any of the flow here.
You're correct, Sam. Thank you.
Is it Bill?
Okay, would the applicant team like to address anything that you've heard so far? Specifically,
yes,
the public.
Thank you, Mayor. I think just one last comment on the issue about the declarations, appreciating understanding that a declaration about a linkage fee and about affordable commercial rent are a little atypical issues. However, it is very typical for council to impose conditions of approval that would then require the applicant to negotiate specific things, even very technical things such as architectural changes or design changes or development agreements, and for council to impose those changes and require the applicant to negotiate those things with staff after approval. And in this case, we think it would be best to take that route for a couple reasons. For one thing, it allows council to rely on its staff and city attorney who have expert knowledge about these matters and to work through those matters thoughtfully rather than trying to do so on the fly during a hearing. Council would still have the opportunity, each council member would still have the opportunity to interact with staff or the city attorney after having approved the application to ensure that the intent of the conditions of approval are being met during that negotiation process. So council members wouldn't be cut out of that process. They would still be able to interact with staff to during the negotiation of the declarations to ensure that their intent is being met. But it allows those negotiations to happen directly with staff and the city attorney over hopefully not too long of a period of time, but to happen in a thoughtful way while gathering information about what market rents look like and other factual items like that. And that would also allow us, if we have a vote tonight, to have some finality on this application, which I think we would certainly appreciate. We've tried to be very accommodating in extending deadlines, extending hearing dates, and want to continue to be accommodating, but it would be nice to have some finality on this application. So what we would propose is that the 2 conditions of approval be that if council approves this project, which we certainly hope for, that the 2 conditions of approval be that the applicant work with city staff and the city attorney to finalize declarations that will be recorded in the real property records with respect to the linkage fee and with respect to the affordable commercial rent. And for the affordable commercial rent declaration, the condition could expressly reference using the Pollard document as a precedent or starting point document, including an 80% threshold for 80% of fair market value rent as what would constitute affordable rent for this commercial space. And obviously that would give us some flexibility to fix some of the issues that were unclear in the Pollard document, such as there's some language in there that actually prohibits certain women and minority owned businesses from being eligible, which we don't think is the city's intent. So we'd be able to work those issues out, but that would be our request. Hopefully that would provide each council member some comfort that they'd still be able to participate in the process after this project is approved, because it is subject to those conditions of approval, and you would be able to rely and trust your city staff and city attorney to carry the ball over the finish line with your continued input on that front.
Thank you. That preference is duly noted. Is that the end of the applicant rebuttal?
Anything else? Yes, I think we're good. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, with that, I think we'll bring it back to council. I guess I would like to structure this portion to start with questions. So if there's any questions that council members had raised through what we've heard in the public hearing or the applicant rebuttal or anything else that's come up, so we can start with questions, and then I'm sure that we'll pretty naturally move into putting our opinions out, and then we can talk about several things. So I guess first questions, and then once we get into the discussion, we probably want to go through methodically and answer a few of the questions about the approval and the conditions. So that being said, are there any council questions? Okay, seeing Mark, you have questions.
Just one. I think there are many architectural details in this project that are terrific. But one still leaves me cold, and I wanted to ask the applicant if there's any possibility that they can address this. The cube mechanical building, which is now quite hideous, is under the current plan going to be, I think, also hideous. For those of you who have watched your Star Trek, the mechanical section of this looks like it was designed by the Borg. It's just a cube with black plates on it. And I'm wondering if the applicant has given any thought to somehow lightening that design, or creating an alternative that's a little friendlier to the eyes.
Well, gee, that's an interesting question. As the architect, I think my answer, the answer that I'll give you is that we will continue to use some of that space to screen the mechanical equipment for the building. And of course, that's the present use of that space as well. So, and of course, that's a requirement that is always present in any site review. So I believe that we would like to keep that as it is. I don't, as the architect, I don't see really that that's a significant negative to that north portion of the building. But of course, we're all entitled to our opinions. I respect your opinion, but I think we'd like to use that as it's presently used as a screening for mechanical equipment.
Well, I wasn't commenting on the use so much as those elements of the design, which, by the way, I don't want you to misunderstand. I think the overall design is excellent. That's simply one issue that I'm raising with you. And you're entitled to that view as well.
All right. Well, thank you for your opinion, Martin.
Okay, and Adam.
Thanks, Sam. This is a question for staff. And I just want to be reminded of what could happen at the site if this isn't approved? What are the potential other things that would happen by right?
And can I colloquy before staff jumps in? I'd love to hear the answer to that question in light of both current zoning and use and where we're going with our use table update and our community benefit update. So if you could answer Adam's question, and if there's anything that you think in the coming code changes would add to that flexibility or optionality, I'd like to hear that as well.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thanks for that. And my understanding is at this point, a retail establishment would have to go through a use review. So non-residential or a component of non-residential that doesn't include any residential would be required to go through a use review. Not sure there is a by right option for a use.
And if we update the use tables as we are talking about, and as I'm sure you know better as planners than we do what's coming, would any of those changes that we expect in the use tables change how this site would be likely to be redeveloped?
I would love to rely on Charles for that. I know he's been working closely with Carl Geiler on the use tables. Charles?
Great. Yeah, thanks for the question, Sam. So with regard to use tables, probably not this round that we're going to, this most recent grouping of changes to the use tables are really going to be more about the 15-minute neighborhoods. As you'll recall, we did, the initial round, which required a use review for a lot of these retail areas in our shopping centers. And the second phase was really focusing on 15-minute neighborhoods. So I don't think that there would be additional use table amendments that would impact the property, at least at this time.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, council, any other questions for staff? I'm reviewing mine as well. I guess I have one question for staff before we jump into our thoughts, and that is staff found on balance, and we heard this from the applicant, of course, that this application meets the comp plan policy requirements. Could staff talk about how staff looks at on balance? Because I think that's an important thing that we need to discuss. So I'd love to hear staff's perspective on how you arrived at on balance. Is it counting? Is it weighting? Like what leads to on balance yes or on balance no?
Well, when we look at the policies, it's in terms of what's relevant to the particular application in front of us. And so when we review all of the different policies, of which there's numerous policies to select from, they need to have some relevance to this particular project. And so there were a number that staff found this to be consistent with. Not all of the policies are going to be applicable, and not all the policies can be met with every project. And that's how we determine on balance. In other words, there's certain things that are absolutely rise to the measure and level. And sometimes you have to look at what's really important and critical in a certain application. In this case, the environmental reuse of the building and retaining embodied energy was really critical. And so again, it's just a measure of what's in front of us right now and how it meets specific relevant policies. Charles, do you have
Great.
anything else
Yeah,
to
you know,
add
and I
to
guess I
that?
would also add, you know, really the bedrock of, I think, how we approach these analyses with the comp plan is really the underlying land use designation. And in this case, you know, regional business zoning, which is really our most intense land use designation for commercial properties. It's located in our most commercial, our most intense commercial center in town. And it really does put an emphasis on office and retail uses. So I think that's really the underpinning of the analysis.
Got it. And I guess I'll follow up on that and then go to Mark here. On slide 23 of the staff presentation, you present your consistency with the comp plan. You call it a bunch of items, and I'll speak to those maybe in a bit. But I'm curious why there's a slide that says, here's all the things it comports with, and not also a slide that says, here's all the things that it either may conflict with or it's not clear about. Because I think what you heard from at least 3 members of the planning board was comp plan policy 1.1, jobs housing balance. That's clearly a concern and it was addressed, but I didn't see it called up. So I don't know if you want to answer it now or think about it going forward, but when we have the list of things it's consistent with, there's going to be things I'm going to bring up, which I think it isn't clearly consistent with. What is staff's perspective on, is it just you analyze what it works for and then say on balance, or how does, you know, because we don't see the balance here, we just see your points that staff feels, and I agree with these, that it's consistent with.
Understood. With regard to the 1.10, staff found it's not inconsistent because that also talks about appropriate locations for residential. And in the case of areas to evaluate where there's an appropriateness for residential, the transit village was a very comprehensive planning process to determine what the mix of uses should be and where is a good location for transit, or rather transit-oriented development in residential. And so in that case, the 1.10, we didn't find it to be a relevant policy in this case. If at some point council wants to take a good look at the BVRC in particular and how we would want to seek appropriate locations for housing, you know, I think 1.10 would probably factor in, but in this particular case, given that it's an office use in the Boulder Valley Regional Center, a business oriented regional center, it didn't appear to be an appropriate or relevant policy. And as I noted earlier, not all policies are going to apply in every circumstance. So we have to essentially determine which ones are the most relevant to compare it to.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Yeah, to follow up on Sam's comments, it seems to me we tend to honor BVC policy 1.10, the jobs, housing, and balance, only in theory, never in application. I noted on your memo on page 5 the explanation for why this project is not inconsistent with that policy, and frankly, I thought that explanation was, how do I say it nicely, ludicrous. Of course, this project is not consistent with 1.10. We may, on balance, again, decide that other benefits outweigh that, but to suggest that this is not a problem under 1.10 is just doesn't make any sense to me. And I would ask, since it's always easy to enumerate the policies that are consistent and leave 1.10 on the other side of the ledger as a policy that's sort of standing by itself. On that theory, we would never either deny or substantially modify a project on the basis of its inconsistency with 1.10. In fact, I would ask, have we ever done so? And I don't know the answer to that.
There are a number of residential projects that do obviously meet 1.10. And in fact, that's been cited a number of times in recent cases that you may or may not have seen. But, you know, I think part of the challenge is it almost sounds like we're putting more weight or emphasis on 1.10 than any other. And that may be some of the challenge that applicants would face, as well as staff, in determining should certain policies be elevated and more important than others. And in this particular case, you know, we didn't view it as necessarily being relevant to this issue. It's
again, on balance, it's the other way, but to say it's not relevant is a little bizarre. And again, my specific question is, have we ever looked at a commercial or office development project and either rejected it or shrunk it or substantially reduced it on the basis of 1.10? Have we ever utilized that? Or is it simply an expression of value with no content?
Well, again, it's not that one specific policy. It's a spectrum of policies that are relevant and on balance. And unless we elevate that to be more important than other policies, we can't make that determination.
It's a fairly important policy, and I've just never seen it used. So I find that peculiar. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so I think with that, we're starting to shade over into opinions. So I would just say, I would remind people as we go there, and I'll call Aaron, I see you and Rachel next. I'll just remind us that a few things that we probably need to speak on as we pull our opinions out and our analysis is it consistent with the land use map? Is it consistent with the zoning? And then there's the question of the site plan review criteria consistency. And then one of those that's important is the comp plan consistency. That's the first site plan review criteria. So as we speak, as we move through the outlining of our findings and opinions, let's try and keep in mind that there's some buckets that we need to tend to as we talk about this. So with that, I'll turn to Aaron and then Rachel.
Can I
Aaron?
just do a quick
Well, I was actually going to colloquy on this, if you don't mind, Rachel, since I'm a little high, was just called. Anyway, I just want to be a little careful here. Staff is working very hard. They prepared assiduously for this presentation. It's fine to disagree with some of the conclusions. Mark, I just worry about words like ludicrous and bizarre for characterizing staff's work. I think it'd be good if we were.
I appreciate that, and I would use, in retrospect, I would use different language.
And thank you for that. Thanks. So there's that one point. Rachel, you can go ahead, and I can come back to my larger opinions later.
Just wanted to clarify, because I had written down before Elaine started speaking. Within the comp plan, like I pulled it out to look before you started talking. There's not at like 1.10 isn't an elevated priority, right? We're looking equally on balance. My lack of history on planning board might be showing, but I wasn't aware that like there's one that's preferential. So like, and it's true, 3 planning board members did say this doesn't meet the job housing criteria, which seems not to be looking on balance. So I just want to make sure there's not something preferential or special about that one criteria.
Yes, Rachel, I'll express my opinion on that. Is that no single.
Elaine, actually, if I
okay, sure.
I could get hers, and then happy to hear that too.
Sure, and thank you for the question. There is no primacy or importance that's placed on that 1.10 that I am aware of. And maybe Charles, you have other thoughts on that, but they're all intended to be equal as far as I know.
That's correct. There's no deference that's granted in any of the goals or policies that are in the comp plan.
Thanks. Sorry to cut you off, Sam.
I was just going to reflect on the time on planning board. That would be what I would say, is that the weighting that anyone would give sitting in our seats is subjective, as far as what we think the relative importance of the different items are. So it's neither counting up, I don't believe, the number of terms that it meets or doesn't meet, nor is it just one trumps everything else. And so on balance, my recollection, and staff can also weigh in, Tom in particular, my recollection is the on balance is a judgment call that's made by each member of the body.
That's correct.
So just to clarify, Tom, legally, like I could ignore all but one and say on balance, it doesn't meet if I just like that one best, because I would think it's quasi judicial. I have some.
I would be very uncomfortable with that if that's what you did. And also I'm not comfortable with calling 1.10 a criteria. It's aspirational in its drafting. It doesn't prohibit this. It doesn't even suggest that. And I think reading it's an aspirational goal that's set among other aspirational goals in the BVCP.
I appreciate that clarification. Thanks. And Aaron, thanks for letting me jump in with that.
Okay, with that, the floor is open for folks to start giving their feedback, analysis, input. Aaron.
Nobody else jumped in. I'm happy to go ahead. So I thought the planning board did a good job of reviewing this. I think I agree broadly with the conclusions of the majority that I think that this project conforms to the site review criteria. As I read them, I don't see any issues with the site review criteria. I do think it conforms with those. And then in terms of the compatibility with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, I do think that on balance, it conforms with that. I think staff's analysis of that is on point. I mean, I share people's concerns about housing here. I mean, if it were up to me, I would prefer a nice, solid, affordable housing project here. Our zoning doesn't accommodate it very well. And we actually have a project in the works that's been on the books for like 5 years to change the zoning of this area to incentivize more housing. We haven't gotten to it yet. So, the site itself doesn't accommodate it well. The zoning doesn't accommodate it well. So I think what the applicant has done with the adaptive reuse, I think meets a lot of our comprehensive plan aspirations. So I think that reuse piece is great, as well as the affordable commercial. And then their gift of the additional linkage fee amounts to a significant shot in the arm for our affordable housing program. So I think that does mitigate, I think, some of the concerns that folks have around that jobs housing balance. So I think it's an approvable project. I think, Sam, I really appreciate your questions about the enforceability of the applicant's promises. And I think the points that you made were excellent. And I would be in favor of an approval that was conditioned upon covenants that committed them to those commitments. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Aaron. I've got Mary, Bob, Rachel, and then I'm going to slot myself in at that point. So Mary.
Unmute, Mary, unmute. So I guess I wanted to state my opinion on the whole on balance issue. And we talk about the jobs housing imbalance all the time. The 60,000 in commuters pre-COVID, I will say though, comes up all the time. The 2017 Trends Report, I think many of you are familiar with that. It's put out by the Community Foundation of Boulder County every other year. And the lead story in the housing and economy in the 2017 Trends Report quotes the state demographer, Elizabeth Garner, saying, typically, higher paid jobs create lower paying jobs. You have lots of jobs at higher incomes. What do they want to do? Buy coffee, go out drinking, go out eating, use dry cleaners rather than doing their own laundry. As they create $100,000 jobs, they're creating $25,000 jobs. The 2019 Trends Report, 2 years later, again, in the economy and housing, reads, the local economy has been on a tear for several years, growing at a fast clip. Between 2007 and 2017, employment grew by 39,719 positions, a 17% increase. Housing, however, has not kept pace. For every 3.5 new jobs that came to Boulder County in the last decade, just one housing unit was added, 11,262 in all. 39,719 positions, 11,262 housing units. This extreme imbalance in supply and demand forces tens of thousands of people and their cars into the county each day just to work. The imbalance has also contributed to a rise in homelessness, according to experts, and pushed up housing prices. That's the 2019 Trends Report. On to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, the major update, the 2015 major update, which was actually passed, I believe it was 2017. So at the very front of the comp plan is usually the focus areas for that particular comp plan year. The focus areas, as I recall, are established at the very beginning of the launch of the update. And so in the 2015 major update, the focus areas are housing affordability and diversity. There's like 6 of them. Several of them have to do with the housing imbalance. Housing affordability and diversity, growth, balance of future jobs, housing, keep in mind that's a focus area, and sub-communities and area planning. So those all have to do with housing. Those are 3 out of the 6 focus areas. In the comp plan itself, there were a whole bunch of policies that were added to support those focus areas. So in the question of whether or not there is a little more weight to be given to the jobs housing imbalance, I think in light of what we always talk about and is referred to in documents such as the Trends Report, as well as the comp plan itself that says that this is a focus area, this is a serious problem, I kind of lean where the minority, the 3 planning board members landed, in that housing is an issue. And, you know, somewhere between, I heard tonight, 350 to 500 more people, those people working in those spaces are probably going to be making some of those $100,000 jobs, a year jobs that generate more of those $25,000 jobs. What those numbers are is not clear, but between 350 to 500 people in that space. So to me, you know, I lean in the direction of we have to make housing a priority. And the comp plan policy 1.10, along with the focus areas for that particular update in 2015, to me does elevate that priority, that policy itself. So that's where I am. And I don't think because of all of that, I can support this project.
Mary, next we have Bob, Rachel, I'm going to jump in, Mirabai, and Mark. Bob.
Thanks, Sam. First, I think it bears stating that many of us, maybe all of us, regret the fact that Macy's will be leaving our community. I think it's important for the community to know that we're not pushing them out, and I think many of us would like Macy's to stay. Macy's has been a good source of retail for our community and its predecessors for many, many years, many decades. And it's regrettable that Macy's had to make the financial decision about 3 years ago that it was going to close over 100 stores in the United States, including the one here in Boulder. And so this is the last chapter of that, and it's too bad. And so now we have to figure out what to do with the building. Like Aaron, I wish I could wave a magic wand and make this all housing. I wish I could change our zoning. I wish I could pick it up and move it to a slightly different location. I wish I could waive the requirements as far as open space so that we could get a lot of housing. But unfortunately, those are not the cards we've been dealt. I do take very seriously the jobs housing imbalance. I think I agree with Mary that it is the first amount equals as far as the things that we need to consider here. So I think it's a very, very important thing. And so what we're doing is trying to balance that imbalance against the other factors here. Unfortunately, the way this is set up and the zoning that this is, the land use that is presented to us, that was something of our creation, our predecessor's creation on this council, would only allow 64 units to be built here, and those units, as previously observed, would probably be multi-million-dollar condominiums, and that would also require the destruction of the building and the release of a lot of carbon. I do take some consolation in the fact that we continue to add lots and lots of affordable units throughout town, including this immediate area. I think we recently announced that we added 277 units of permanently affordable housing last year alone. That doesn't make this any better, but it's nice to know that we haven't given up on that side of the equation. So I'm going to be supporting the approval of this site review. As noted by staff and a majority planning board, it does meet the site review criteria. It's consistent with the land use map and zoning. And on balance, I do believe, notwithstanding the fact that jobs housing balance is super, super important, on balance, it does meet the comp plan goals. And I'll list a few of them that I think that tip the balance in that direction. And I'm not going to use the magic words from the comp plan. I'll just use my own language. First, I think it's consistent with the land use designation for the area. I think that's pretty clear. Second, I think the design is very good. I think Mark said it well. I think this is a very, very good design. The architects should be complimented for that. And I think it's going to be a much more attractive building that exists right now. It does create some affordable commercial. I compliment the developers for that. Would have liked to have seen more. I don't know how the 5% came up. I'm glad that we've got a great new tenant that's going to go in there, and I hope they're very successful there. It is important that it reduces traffic impacts. And so while we may have more people working in that building, it sounds like, based upon what the traffic engineers have calculated, we'll have less toing and froing from that building and less traffic, generally speaking. And it does add to alternative modes of transportation and walkability, which of course are our comp plan priorities. I was very impressed by the amount of embedded carbon that will be kept in place, that won't be released, that won't be destroyed, and the carbon that we won't have to add by building something new there. And then finally, I can't ignore the fact that there's a $3 million gift in additional linkage fees being provided and committed to here, taking it up to a total of $4.8 million that will go in directly into our affordable housing fund. And our rule of thumb is we can usually create about one unit or one door of permanently affordable housing for about $100,000 in city contribution. So that $4.8 million will turn into eventually 48 units of permanently affordable low-income housing. And if I had to make a choice between getting 48 units of permanently affordable low-income housing or 64 units of multi-million-dollar condos, it's a no-brainer for me. I know that 48 is smaller than 64, but That's going to be 48 families who can't currently afford to live in Boulder, but who work here, most likely, who will be able to live and work in the same community and enjoy our good schools and be part of our community. So I think on balance, as I consider those against some of the negatives, it's hard for me to ignore the positives outweigh the negatives. I do feel very strongly that we do need to have binding commitments and documentation of the two conditions we talked about. That is that the affordable housing commitment, the gift of the incremental $3 million must be documented, and that the affordable commercial space must be in place on the terms that were enunciated by the applicant. So subject to those two conditions, I'm going to be inclined to approve this site plan.
Bob, Rachel?
Bob just made my job pretty easy. I agree, like almost uniformly with what Bob just said. Beginning with, I also am really sorry to see Macy's go. I shop there with my kids, and I think it's a loss to the community, and I think the last of its kind in the community. So that's just sad to me. And as Bob said, it's not like we want to see them go. So. In terms of the jobs, housing balance and imbalance, I guess I'm a little bit concerned that we not try and have this one application solve our crisis. It would be a waste of that space to put 64 housing units there. It's not like the right place for housing. And I'm also a little bit concerned that I don't hear us talk about this more when we're looking at housing projects. Like, can we add another X amount here because we have this imbalance? And so for us really to like hammer that tonight when we're talking about the one side of the, the job side, but we don't really bring that up too much on the housing side is, I think, something for us to look at and consider as we go forward on housing developments that come before us. So, I don't understand still why we would focus just on that one. I appreciate Mary saying that it's an important one from being specified in the 2015 major update focus areas. But so is arts and culture and small local business, and we're getting some arts space use there and some affordable small business. So I think also as an attorney, I'd be legally worried about being in this quasi judicial space and prioritizing something kind of late in the game that isn't really specified in our comp plan. And I would be concerned about legal ramifications of saying that it doesn't come out on balance to be consistent with the Boulder Valley comp plan. I guess I will just, I'm trying not to repeat what Bob said, so I'm going through my notes and not trying to waste people's time. But again, we'll reiterate, like the 64 units that could go there would be wasted space and require the tear down in the building. And instead we get to do this cool adaptive reuse, which seems like that's very in line with our values. So it's pretty easy for me to support it on that basis, along with reduction in vehicle trips, which is a big reason I think that we care about the jobs housing imbalance. It's the number of the cars on our roads. So I think that I'm grateful to Macy's for adding in the additional $3 million and the affordable commercial space. So I think that right now during COVID, we are at a precarious time in our budget, and it would be, I think, sort of cavalier for us to say, we don't need your money and we don't need the additional affordable space. So I'm going to support it. I think it's a good looking building that makes good use of that space. And I appreciate the years and effort that have gone into working with the community, and even all the neighbors who testified are excited for the improvement, which is a little bit unusual. I'm so used to neighbors not being supportive. So I think for most of the reasons that we heard tonight, it's a pretty good project. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, I'm gonna be like Bob. I'm gonna have a bit to say here. I want to start by saying some nice things. I agree about Macy's. I've spent many years shopping for many different things at Macy's. So it is regrettable that it will be gone. And we heard that from our community as well. So sorry the decision had to be made in this way. The era of stores like this may be passing for sure. But it is too bad because it did provide a whole bunch of things in one place. So you could both go there for something that you wanted and find things that you might enjoy there as well. So it is regrettable that they're going, and I do appreciate their offer of the full affordable housing linkage fee. I'll get to that in a bit. The other good things I want to say here are adaptive reuse, but that's not really a differentiator over other projects that could be here, but it is good that that is there, and that is a positive here. It's also a pretty building, so it does tick a whole bunch of boxes that, yeah, it's better than the tired old building that's there. But then again, if it were a project that had housing built in, whether all or part, it also could be pretty. So that's not a differentiation. So when I'm looking at what here is different between this and any other modern project, I think modern projects would be pretty. I think they would be highly energy efficient. I think they would go above and beyond to meet not only the requirements, which are getting stricter as far as efficiency and construction waste minimization. So that's not really a differentiation for this office use in this location. So just to note that, also traffic reduction, yay, but we would also see traffic reduction if this were more mixed use or more housing. So again, not a differentiation. So anything going here is going to almost certainly have less traffic going forward. Contribution to affordable housing, if this were again, a housing project, there would be 20% of the amount. And so if there were high end 64, and I'm sure that we could get more than 64 if we were creative here, but if there were just 64 luxury condos, there would be a bunch of money going into a pot to create additional affordable housing. So there may be a difference in scale, but it's not a differentiator. So when I look at the key issues slide that lists the comp plan items that this project ticks the boxes, I agree. There isn't one of those that I think is wrong. Most of them aren't met because it's an office development. They're met because of the building and the location. So, you know, compact development, well, that's because of the location. Transportation stuff, that's because of the location. TDM, you would have that anyway. And so when I look at what it does tick as far as comp plan boxes, that is true. And also almost any other project built in this era, in this location, would also tick those boxes. So that is part of my look at this as far as whether it meets our criteria. So when we look at the criteria for land use map, the answer is yes, and zoning, the answer is yes. When we look at the comp plan, which is the first, whether the project comports with the comp plan, everyone is focused on 1.1. So I'm going to list some that it either doesn't meet or partially meets, or it's gray area, and it goes way beyond 1.1. So I won't even mention that one. So 1.09, growth requirements, adds and improves the quality of life. Yes and no. Significant community benefits, not at all clear. And that's in 1.09. 1.1, jobs, housing, balance, we get it. 1.11, enhanced community benefit requirement for height. Does it do that? Probably not. Is there any enhancement that comes for 1.1 with this project? I don't really think so. Up until the change that was made after comp plan, we look at policy 1.22, which is growth will pay its fair share into housing. I think with the change that's been made with the offer, which is voluntary and not part of the site plan review per se, that as a condition will help meet 1.22. So let's go there for a moment. We're talking about $5 million. Bob did the math. I think that the math is a little better than Bob did. So I think that on balance, we're going to get more than 50. I think we'll be able to use 50,000 or 75,000 of city money to get those units enabled wherever they are. So what does it really do? Well, the requirement, if they get their credit, is that it would provide about 40 units-ish in the way I do the math, and the addition is 60. So you can scale it down however you think it works. But on 1.22, I think with the condition, it will do something for paying its fair share. Then we look at 2.14, and I'll go there and see my notes, which talks about complementary land uses. And so when we look at that, I believe it calls out that mix of complementary land uses in existing neighborhoods. This is existing and mix of land use type, housing sizes and lot sizes. And whenever land uses are mixed, and it talks about how we can do good mixed land use. Right across the street from this site, obviously, is housing at 29 North, and very near the site is commercial at Google, and both are at Rev. So the question of what it does on 2.14 is more open. We go to 2.16, mixed use with substantial amounts of affordable housing. In 2.16, that's called out specifically. We go to 2.18, and I referenced this when this application came in at the time it did, which was very unfortunate. But when it did come in the day before we had a quick look at this site, the Opportunity Zone, there's a specific area about the Boulder Valley Regional Center and 28th Street. The city will pursue regulatory changes to increase housing capacity. Now, Aaron is right. We did not yet do that, but it is absolutely clear in the comp plan what we hoped for and intended at this specific site. Reduce the current non-residential capacity in the BVRC while maintaining retail potential. So I think it's a very open question whether this meets that in spirit or in practice. We move on to 2.16, mixed use with substantial amounts of affordable housing. So there are a few more, but I guess my point that I'm making here is that from the standpoint of legal, it's not like there's one comp plan criteria on one side, 1.1, and absolutely everything else on the other side. Many of those things would be true regardless of how you did it. And we must note that adding office space in the middle, this will be the largest office building in Boulder, or at least compete for that. That is very questionable at the moment. A bunch of Class A office space when we're in a housing crisis is exactly opposite of what we are wanting at this moment. However, many of the things that Bob said are true, and and Aaron's point is also true, that there are mitigating circumstances, difficult site, and we will get some affordable housing out of it. However I vote on this project, and I'm not sure I've really completely decided yet, it certainly could be better. It certainly could be something different, and it could be mixed, and we could work with it. And we're unfortunately in the quasi-judicial position of having to say, does it on balance meet criteria? And I'd say it's damn close to on balance. And it's not just one weighed against a bunch. It's a bunch that would be true for any project. So you can kind of take those off the table on the on balance question. And then how is it meeting our community's needs? And I would say it is meeting our needs on the whole in a very mediocre fashion. And that is not the fault of Macy's, and it is not the fault of the site exactly, but it could be better, and it could have been brought forward in a way that really did pay attention to the entirety of our needs and not just the particular needs here. So I wanted to get that out. Most importantly, that there are a bunch of areas where I think it is very questionable what this does on balance. So I've cited those, and I've said kind of what I think. I wanted to say also that I do appreciate Macy's being willing to talk about the additional money for affordable housing, because that does indicate that better late than never, they came to appreciate what an important piece of the puzzle that is for us. So I will hold off on anything else there. Thank you for indulging me, but I did want to go through some chapter and verse to make sure that folks knew that I didn't think it was just one comp plan policy that I had concerns with. Mirabai and then Mark. Mirabai?
Thanks, Sam. As always, very well thought out. Gives a great perspective to one of the sides. I think Bob, for me, probably said it, like Rachel said, kind of took most of my thoughts and put them in a really well thought out statement. Being born and raised here, I've seen this go from what we used to call it as May Diff and If to Foley's, which it was May D and F, to Foley's, to Macy's. So it's, you know, it's sad for me because it's just where I've kind of grown up. I trapped my first and only feral cat that I've ever seen in Boulder outside of there and fed it with the food court orange chicken to entice it. And it's a big change. I am pleased to see that. I think the building in general, I think most of the buildings that have recently been developed in Boulder are just the ugliest things and have totally destroyed this town. But it is nice that this one actually seems to be a little bit more open, welcoming than others I've seen. So I am pleased with that. I like a lot of the points regarding the carbon, less miles traveled, but again, then as Sam is saying, any project really would do this. I think for me, it comes down to the difficult point of this is where the zoning is. This is the by right. And we have not adjusted this. So yes, we could put the 64 units in, but are the 48 units better? I think this is going to be a, you know, as usual, it's somewhat divisive and it's going to be a difficult decision for some of us to make. I'm still slightly on the fence, but I think I'll be leaning to support the project just because, again, I think with the economy, where Macy's is, the additional money for affordable housing, and the fact that there really isn't another great option right now is pushing me in that direction. It's a shame that we didn't have our zoning, and again, everyone's swamped and we can only do so much. You know, I wish there were other options, but again, I think for where this project is right now, I'm hoping that it brings the best that it can. And again, I think the vibrancy of the plaza and the affordable retail, I wish there was more of that as well, especially for small businesses. I think that, sorry, I don't know if I think her name was Brenda, who had just closed up shop, said exactly correct. I mean, small businesses cannot afford to live here, and that's a shame. So definitely not perfect. And as Sam said, I think it's kind of meeting our needs mediocre, you know, in a mediocre way. But right now, I'm not really seeing another option, unfortunately. So I think I'll probably be supporting the project.
Mark, I'm sorry. Are you ready to speak?
I'm always ready.
Okay.
There are elements of this project that I think are quite good. I expressed a reservation about one element of the design, but the remainder of the design I think is quite good. I am very impressed with the increase in the linkage fee, and I think that will go a long way. I was prepared to, in effect, reluctantly support the project, but I will tell you that I have been greatly impressed by Mary's analysis, which was much deeper than my own in terms of the jobs housing imbalance. And Sam, your analysis of policies that may not be met as a result of this project in terms of the comp plan compliance. So I'm a little more on the fence than I was. I would say that the one thing I am fairly strong about is I would like not to approve this project until such time as we can see the documents relating to the increase in linkage fees and the affordable commercial space. disputes can arise, language issues can arise. I'd like to do this all as one package. I'm probably still slightly in favor, but I would like to see the entirety of it and not do it piecemeal. I know that the applicant will be disappointed by that if that's the direction we go, but I would encourage us to be able to do this in its totality, not piecemeal. And as those conditions of approval are fairly central to this project, I would like to understand that we've got those issues in hand before we make that decision. So that would be my strong suggestion to this council, that we see all of it, not see it piecemeal in terms of our approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Adam.
I also agree with Mark that this can't be piecemealed. To me, this is some really beautiful late stage capitalism in effect. This is the best way to get to the thing we need the least. And how we've gotten to this point is pretty interesting to me. I too am really on the fence here with this. What I think about is, when it comes to the potential housing units that could be here or anywhere based on this project, who are they most going to benefit? And I know that 64 luxury condos are not going to help the people who need help, even if it nets us 9 affordable units, or whatever the math would end up being on that 20%. Yeah, this is a tough one. For all the things Sam said, I agree. This is like one of those microchasms of where we use the comp plan and find the things we like about it to support our own arguments. And we can do that with almost anything in the comp plan. That's the beauty and the horrible part of it. This project itself, though, to me, I think I'll likely end up supporting it very begrudgingly, simply because they did enough to put it over the top for community benefit. That's the affordable commercial space and the additional commercial linkage fee that they didn't have to pay and are looking to pay. Again, I don't think this is the project that any of us want here. And what does that say about how we're doing city planning right now? But it's probably going to end up being the project that happens. And one final word. I think we heard the best arguments from both the applicant and the Chamber of Commerce as to why sales tax is not a good way to run a city. So maybe that's another thing we need to look at from this discussion we've had this evening. If we're planning on having people with $100,000 incomes coming in to save this community, both by pushing up area median incomes and expecting them to spend more money than people who absolutely have to, I think we're kidding ourselves. This pandemic has shown that towns like Superior, who have a lot of things that people need, not high-end luxury stores that people sometimes may buy at, helps people weather the storm, towns weather the storm a whole lot better. So I know that was a lot of things all thrown into one, but this project really, I think, teases out so many things that we need to do better.
Thank you, Adam. Aaron?
I had a question for Tom, but Junie hasn't had a chance to speak if she wanted to go. And you don't need to, Junie, but if you'd like to.
Thank you, Aaron. I think, everything that needed to be said tonight have been said. I'm fully in support of the project, and part of it is it's this vacuum that Adam talked about. Because of COVID-19, we have a lot of challenges in our community, and having affordable commercial space is even more needed right now. So I think there's an opportunity to to help people, to help, community members, and also the linkage fee for affordable housing. I think it's very important as well. So I think all in all, everything that's been said on the positive side, I do support. And of course, with everything in life, that's good. There will be some challenges, whether it's with transportation or, the job imbalance that we talked about. There will be challenges, but we can overcome them, and we have overcome them together as a community. So I don't think we should just look at the challenges and say, oops, because of the challenges, we will not move forward. So I think this is an opportunity to make a difference and also to ensure that our community is viable, because there is a pandemic and we are dealing with a lot of the economic challenges of COVID. And I think this particular project is moving in the right direction. So I think I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. So we've got Aaron and Mark, and then I'll go.
Yeah, so Tom, my question is do you think, what would be a mechanism whereby we could have a motion and a vote tonight, but have some follow-up on the covenants for the linkage fee and the affordable commercial?
Thanks, Aaron. That's a great question. I think what you could do is vote it up or down with directions to staff to bring back a decision incorporating the conditions that council has suggested. The code gives you 30 days to issue your decision after the public hearing. So you could, and I understand that's a common practice in planning board, where planning board will approve a project or disapprove a project and ask staff to draft up findings consistent with the will of the planning board. So that's what I would suggest if you want to go that way, Aaron.
Okay, well, I would put out to my fellow council members that might be a good way of going ahead and taking a vote, but also having some visibility on covenants that staff drew up with the applicant.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? If I can jump in.
Sure, I will too. I want to follow up on that. Go ahead, Bob.
So if we were to go down the path that Tom and Aaron just talked about, and this is probably a question for Tom, and so we voted tonight, and the vote, let's say it's positive, but subject to these conditions and subject to coming back within 30 days with the documentation. Let's say that something goes wrong. Tom, you come back and say, these guys are really difficult to deal with, and I couldn't strike a deal with them. Or council just doesn't like what you bring back. You bring back the best you can, and council says, no, this did not satisfy the conditions that we talked about back on January 5th. Can we undo this? In other words, if we determine that the conditions that we are going to set tonight have not been met in our discretion, can we turn down the site review at that point in time?
I would think so.
Okay.
If you say that you will approve it based on these conditions, and the conditions be brought back in a manner satisfactory to council, and they're not satisfactory to council, then you could deny it.
Okay, thank you.
And that was my question, so I won't ask it again. Just to be clear, when we vote to approve it with conditions and findings to be developed by the attorneys, then the actual final approval comes when we approve those conditions on our consent agenda. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the code says that you have 30 days to issue your decision. So you can give a vote that directs us to draft a decision. That it would not be final until you issue that decision, which would be on the consent agenda or under some matters or some other way if you wanted to have a discussion for it.
Great. Well, when someone goes to make the motion, let's just make sure that is super clear in the motion, that it is contingent upon us reading what gets brought back as far as the terms of the condition.
Can I add one thing? There's a discomfort in my office about imposing conditions that are not part of the site review criteria. And I am prepared to support doing that, because these were voluntary proposals by the applicant that council is accepting. The line that we are straddling here is not having a council induce additional payments that are not in the site review criteria. And that's the troubling part of this. and it was the same thing. We had the same challenge with 311 Mapleton. When an applicant comes forward and says, to induce you to propose to approve this, we will do something that's good. You may recall I asked Mr. Smith early on, do you consent to these being conditions? And he said yes. So there'll be no objection. I am a little concerned about the precedent, and I do not want to suggest that council has an absolute authority to demand anything from a developer to induce approval at site review, because I think that would raise constitutional issues.
That's well stated and understood. And I think, just again, to put context for anyone who might be listening, that is the reason the community benefits project exists in the way it does, is so that we don't have this chicken and egg and this weird kabuki dance around when the applicant's willing to do something in principle, how do we get it done? And so the community benefit process will get around that discomfort that you have, that we don't arbitrarily create a condition for approval. Is that correct? Is that the way to think about that?
Absolutely, Sam.
Okay, very good. So I've got two things. I've got Mark, and I'll let you go. And then I see a note from the applicant attorney that they'd like to weigh in on this for the record. So we will do that next. Mark, why don't you go, and then we'll turn to the applicant.
One question and then a comment. Tom, as the granting of an exemption for height is within the council's purview, is there a reason why that cannot explicitly be linked to an exchange of another benefit?
I really think that the benefit has to be in the code to link it explicitly like that, Mark, to condition the approval, because even the height exemption is governed by the criteria that were adapted prior to the application. So the applicant has to be able to judge what the basis for your decision is going to be. And I don't think you can just tie it to anything that you want. No.
Okay. My comment is actually based on something you said earlier, Tom, which is you described section 1.10 as aspirational. I am very uncomfortable with taking parts of the comp plan and deciding that some mean what we say, and some are purely aspirational and do not mean what we say. And I think we ought to, this has nothing to do with this application, but we need to have a different conversation about whether we are serious about the jobs, housing, and balance, or it's simply words that we like to express once in a while. Again, I think Mary's analysis of this was quite compelling, and I am very uncomfortable with the idea that this particular provision is guidance only and has no content, where other provisions of the comp plan have content and meaning. And that's for another day, but I'm expressing my view on that.
Mark, I was just referring to the very language of the provision. I mean, I completely respect Mary's view, and that's based on real facts. And it's not my job to sort of judge and balance the facts. It's to read the words. And the words, it says, talking about the job, fixing the job, housing, and balance, this will be accomplished by encouraging new housing and mixed-use neighborhoods in areas close to where people work, encouraging transit-oriented development in appropriate locations, preserving service commercial uses, converting commercial. There's nothing in that says shall, that's mandatory, that's directive. It uses the word encouraging. And that my use of the word aspirational was referring to that. And I don't mean to demean that or to suggest that there isn't a jobs, housing, and balance and it's not a major problem. I'm just looking at a lawyer at the words on the paper and telling you that it's not as directive as I would hope if you wanted to base a decision on that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
And okay, so let's turn to the applicant team, and then I see Rachel has her hand up as well. So before we go to the applicant team, I just want to, Tom, make sure that we're teeing this up. One possible path that we've heard Aaron and Bob refer to is that we take a vote tonight and we approve it with conditions, and then we finalize and accept those conditions on consent within 30 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so applicant, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page there. And what I wanted to clarify was just to provide some additional record that these covenants that we're offering to impose against the property for the linkage fee and for the affordable commercial rent are voluntary, and they were not extracted or imposed by the city. They're being offered by the applicant voluntarily. And specifically with respect to the rent, I think it would be helpful to clarify that the Pollard document will serve, is our hope that will serve as the basis for what this document will look like. It's a document the city's already comfortable with, specifically the terms about 80% affordable rent. But it will need to be adapted for retail use because that was for an office use. And there are other items in there that I think the city would have interest in clarifying as well, as I mentioned earlier, about certain women and minority-owned businesses perhaps being even excluded from participating under the Pollard language. Obviously, we would want them included here. So I think that there are some specific things to negotiate through there, but with the Pollard document serving as that basis and the affordable rent threshold being 80% of fair market value, that's what we're proposing voluntarily and offering that as part of this package.
Very good, and I very much appreciate you clarifying the voluntary nature of those two offers. Rachel?
I wanted to make a motion to extend the meeting because sometimes we forget to do that.
We did forget to do it. Thank you for catching it. It's only an hour late, my fault. So thank you. Does anyone object to Rachel's motion? Nope. Okay, thank you.
And I would offer to make it, I don't think we have a motion on the table yet for this actual discussion item. I'd be happy to make it, but I'm not sure of the right wording. So I'm happy to make a motion to approve the site plan review application subject to the two caveats that we need Tom to work on and come back in 30 days. But if there were motion like that could be flashed up by staff, say, I would be happy to say those words.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah, certainly. Can I just turn to Aaron? Aaron, were you going to talk about motion language as well?
I was just going to make a motion, but I defer to Rachel.
Oh,
okay,
no.
Perfect.
Butchered it.
Okay, Tom, go ahead. Go with your input.
So I would suggest a motion to approve the application in a decision to be issued by council within 30 days. The decision to incorporate conditions providing for covenants for the voluntary offers, the two voluntary offers, the one on the linkage fee and the one on affordable commercial, to be incorporated into the final decision.
Can I just
hang on? I just want to make sure I got everything right. Rachel, did you make that motion?
I just adopted Tom's language and said so moved that language.
So moved. Okay, perfect. Aaron, to you.
Second. Well, I'll second it and then just suggest with the addition that that the affordable commercial space agreement be based upon the Pollard agreement with an 80% of market rent.
And can I further suggest, Aaron, that you also add in the dollar amount for the commercial linkage fee?
I don't have that in front of me.
Well, so let me ask it this way then. It's in our packet that we're considering tonight. This offer is explicated in our packet. So if we accept the motion that Rachel had with Aaron's suggestion about Pollard, does that essentially capture the 4.8 million that is on offer, the 1.8 that would be required and the additional roughly 3?
I think it does.
Okay, so the fact that it's in the packet means that the motion language that you put out there kind of outlines the terms that you're going to negotiate with the applicant. Is that right?
Yes.
I accept Aaron's amendment, by the way.
Okay. Very good. We have a motion in a second. Rachel, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, no, I will be brief. I think that we made our points pretty clearly and cogently a half hour ago, but I support that Macy's is making the best use or a best use of land that's difficult to redevelop in a way that's environmental and adds some community benefit. And so I support the project and hope that we can vote in favor and move this along. Thanks.
Aaron?
I'll just note, in addition to the things that have been said, that a very likely outcome of denying this proposal would be an empty building that persisted for years, which I think would be a negative for the community. So just mention that as well. And then I'll just put in a placeholder here that I would love to get to that project about incentivizing residential in this area, and I hope we can get to it before too long.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Anyone else want to speak to anything here? Check and see if anyone else has put their hand up. I don't see any. I'll go ahead and say I am ultimately going to support this. I will say that the applicant's credit, I would not have supported it without the additional commercial linkage fee. It wouldn't even have been something I'd have considered. So for what it's worth, that that offer, a voluntary offer, was meaningful to me because affordable housing is one of the most important things to me. So with that, last chance for anyone else to speak. Okay, with that, this is a show of hands vote for my notes. All in favor, raise your hand and I'll count. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Arc is 5, nearby 6, 7, 8. All opposed. Mary. So this is an 8-to-1 vote, and it passes. And per I think all of council's understanding, we will see the conditions of approval on a consent agenda within 30 days. Is that correct, Tom?
Yes.
Is there anything else, Tom, that you think that we need to do to take care of this item tonight?
I can't think of anything else, Sam.
Very good. Charles?
Charlie, do you have any objection to the process that went on tonight? Do you have anything else you want to add or any objections you want to raise at this point?
I think, well, Tom, I can get in touch with you tomorrow about drafting the covenants. I think we have a pretty good idea on where to start with the Pollard document. And our understanding is, and I guess about when this will be scheduled for coming back to council within 30 days. Is that right?
No. But Charlie, okay. I just want to confirm that you had no objections. And if you have any, please voice them now.
All right. No, we're good. Thank you. And thank you all for your time and consideration tonight and during this whole process. We truly appreciate your time and your ultimate support for the project. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will turn to staff, say thank you all for your very hard work on this project. I think it has gotten better. The first submittal wasn't super great. It was improved by planning board, and thank you staff for your work with planning board. Thank you planning board for your work on it. And I look forward to making the best of this situation that we possibly can. So thank you all. And that is resolved. And Alicia, what's next?
We have item number 6, which is matters from the city manager and regarding the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation project, upstream alternatives analysis update. And sir, please be reminded there is no public hearing.
Chris.
Thanks, Sam. And
before Chris launches in, I just want to do a process check with council. I have my hand up. Sorry, Chris.
Didn't see it.
This is scheduled to take an hour. I don't know if it will or not, but it'll probably take at least 45 minutes or so. I'd like to make a proposal. I do want to get to the letter that Sam and Mary wrote and get council's approval of that. So I'm not suggesting that we truncate that, but I'm going to suggest to council that we reschedule this matter. We've got a couple of council meetings coming up that are relatively light. I don't believe this is time sensitive in light of the fact that the Open Space Board gave their unanimous vote in support of staff's recommendation. I don't think we were going to take a decision tonight. I think we were going to kind of nod our heads and said that we agreed with staff and Open Space. I think that the staff is off working. on the plan that which we have previously approved. So I don't think that it's time sensitive for us to hear this tonight. And I think we could do it in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. So I'd like to hear what other council members say about that.
I would like to first turn to Chris and Joe and get your thoughts on the feasibility of rescheduling this.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And Bob, you read my mind. We were actually going to turn and ask that same question to the council. So I'll look to Joe to kind of lay out what the options could be for tonight.
And thanks for that, Chris. And I see at this late hour, I still have my background from a holiday party. Apologies. A faux pas, but
yeah, it's a very big faux pas, by the way.
Yeah,
looks great.
Especially here in Colorado, but I'm showing my true colors. So in terms of options, we could certainly do it another time. I could also just quickly bottom line it for you if you want to move on, but I also know that Kurt Brown is here from the Open Space Board and was planning to speak. So there's that. Or we could do an abbreviated version of the presentation. So whatever your preference is, that works for us.
Great. Well, Bob said his preference. I've got Rachel and Aaron. Rachel?
Yeah, I was going to suggest what Joe said, which is, given Bob said we're all probably going to nod along and say, open space is taking it off the table. That sounds okay. Can Joe do a truncated version? And he and Kurt are both already still here at midnight. Can we get through this? And I would guess that there are community members who have also stayed up to this late hour to see us finish this discussion.
Aaron and then Mark. Aaron?
Well, I could support like a 15-minute version. Otherwise, I'd note that we could do this as a study session since no action is being taken.
Mark?
I suggest that we have suffered enough, and I'd like to look at this in its full scope, but I'd rather do it another evening.
Very good. And Mirabai?
Mark and Bob, I did actually want to hear about this. So I'd prefer to do it when I have a functioning brain.
And I'll jump in. I am sorry. I apologize to Joe, Brandon, Dan, and Kurt, all of you, for the late night. And we will make sure this doesn't happen this way again. But I'm also in favor. I would like to have time to actually hear the substance and ask questions, because I'm afraid even if we have the best of intentions going towards 15 minutes, there will be enough substance that we're going to need to get clarification. So if it is okay with staff, and again, apologies, I think I'm going to support what Bob suggested.
It totally okay with us, and that will give me time to fix my background.
Any council members with real heartburn that wants to speak right now?
No, I'll just apologize to the community members who stayed up waiting for it too.
Well, the good news is that this is mostly informational. And as Aaron pointed out, we have the additional flexibility of potentially doing it as a study session. So with that, I will thank staff, let you get off to bed here. And sorry that it took us a long time to get here. So with that, back to you, Alicia.
All right, our last item, sir. Okay. Okay, I'm not unmuted. I just want to make sure I wasn't muted. Is the city council, the city council letter to the state regarding equity and vaccinations.
Very good, Mary.
Yeah, thank you all for taking this item under matters tonight. And this originally started out as, if you recall, a letter that was going to suggest that the movement on the dial be based on meeting certain criteria with respect to equity. That's yesterday's news. And so here we are with the vaccine. And so this is basically an attempt to encourage the state to put equity at the center of the vaccine distribution. And that's the main point, the main driving point. My personal fear is that as we start to get more into the distribution, that it could turn into a kind of anybody who can get their hands on it will, instead of it going in an orderly manner to the ones who need it the most. So I hope you've read it. The version that was sent out this afternoon included some edits that were made by members of the COVID response and recovery team. I think they were good ones. They were based on the Health Equity Fund criteria that they use. And so we're asking for approval. We're headed in the right direction. We can make some more edits if anyone has requests for more edits. Yeah, we just need a thumbs up to clean it up and send it off.
Thank you, Mary. And I will just say, I collaborated with Mary on this, but the idea for this and the research that went into it was hers. So Mary did all the heavy lifting on putting this together, and that's much appreciated. And I also want to say that if council is agreeing to support this, that I would like to make sure that we get it to state agencies, the governor's office, as well as our own Boulder County Public Health. We heard from them that they are thinking about this, and so this is timely to get some specifics about what we'd be thinking about and looking for. So I think it is good to have the state think about it, as well as our county health department. Bob?
First, I just want to thank Mary and Sam for working on this. This is it was an important thing, Mary. I'm glad you brought this forward. Sam, thanks for collaborating with Mary on it. I think the letter's great. I have no edits to the letter. And I would encourage my colleagues on council to authorize Sam to sign this as mayor on behalf of all of council and to send it to the county and to the state.
Thank you, Bob. Any other feedback from council? Aaron.
I'll just ditto what Bob said. Thanks so much for putting this together. It's very important.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. Okay, with that, Mirabai.
Say, please look at the Senate race. Looks like we have 1-1 and the other guy just took the lead.
Okay. All right.
It's just super exciting.
Okay. Interesting. We'll take that under advisement. If council members offline have any edits they'd like to see, please get with Mary and I. Otherwise, unless I hear objections, I'm going to take this as council support for moving ahead with getting this letter to the state and the county. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much. With that, that brings us to the end of the meeting. I will ask for any comments that folks have. I thought it was a good meeting, very heavy lift to start the year. I think looking forward, things will be lighter at our next several meetings and study sessions. I do want to report what I heard from Mirabai. I think we'll have a full complement of us at the retreat this year. So I'm looking forward to that as we go forward. So thank you all. Good night. And with that, I'll gavel the meeting closed.
And everybody, happy Wednesday.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Night all.
based on the facts and the laws as I will describe them to you now. So it is our decision that no charge will be filed.
I will say that Jacob is, he's very disappointed. I mean, how do you feel being paralyzed, shot in the back 7 times, never had the mens rea of wanting to cause any harm to anyone? He just wanted to get away.
Over 50 Hong Kong pro-democracy activists have been arrested on suspicion of violating the city's national security law in the biggest crackdown yet against the opposition camp under the contentious new legislation. The sweep at dawn of some of the city's most prominent activists and even former democratic lawmakers is likely to raise further alarm that the territory has taken a swift authoritarian turn. The authorities there saying the action was necessary and that the group planned to cause destruction to seriously damage society. Well, we're going to cross to Hong Kong. We're going to talk to our correspondent, Oliver Farry, who joins us from there. Oliver, this is a real crackdown there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, as you said, it's the largest swoop to date under the national security law since it came into force on June 30th last. Until today, only 40 people have been arrested under the law and only 4 charged, including the business mogul Jimmy Lai. His Apple Daily was one of 3 media outlets that was actually raided today in connection with the cases. To date, 53 people so far today have been arrested, according to police. They range from a number of former lawmakers, some of whom have been already arrested several times this year on other charges, and also district councillors. And there's even a foreign national, the American lawyer John Clancy, who is treasurer of one of the parties. He is, according to the best news we have, is the best